Good evening to everyone. I think we are finally up and running on Steam. So some of you are going to be watching this on YouTube. Some of you are going to be watching this on Steam. Welcome to everyone, no matter where you're watching us. Looks like we've got a bunch of people coming in, which makes me very excited. Hello to one and all. So let me just get a quick second to get everything set up. Sometimes I have a little audio problem. I'm going to let you enjoy this wonderful music at the start, and we'll jump straight into it. For those of you unfamiliar with me or this game, I am System Chalk. I have been in love with Cultist Simulator for I think 2 years now, but we're celebrating 1 year of release. And of course, if you don't have Cultist Simulator, you've now got a nice big anthology edition to play with. Everything you like is wrong has joined the chat, and it made me think that everything blew up. So thank you for that. So we've got 1 year since Cultist Simulator came out. I've been enjoying the Perpetual Edition, which I got as a member of being a member of the Kickstarter. There are some absolutely wonderful human beings behind this game. Originally, it was Lottie Bevan and Alexis Kennedy who have put up with a ridiculous number of support emails and just general harassment. And somehow this has resulted in me getting a chance to share this game with you. But I don't just have these two people to talk about anymore. As you can see, there are 4 names. We've got Claire and Mark, and one of those people is inside the chat right now. So Lyra Zyder, great to see you. I hope you're doing well. I hope everything's coming through and we don't have any interruptions like last time. So far, everything seems to be going rather well. Before we jump into the game, I want to get a couple of things out of the way. Number one, new game, Book of Hours. This is on Steam right now, so if you want... Well, sorry, the page is on Steam. The game won't be coming out for a while. But if you have any interest in this game at all, you're going to want to go and wishlist this because it looks absolutely fantastic. And if you don't know what Cultist Simulator is, I think I might have to convince you with a little bit of gameplay behind this. But Weather Factory are doing some fascinating things with games. I'm very excited for the Book of Hours, and it costs you absolutely nothing to do a wish list, but it does help them get the word out about the game, and it keeps you informed about some future culty goodness. Let's talk about who's responsible for this. So we've got design, writing, and coding by Alexis Kennedy, production, marketing, and biz by Lottie Bevan, UI design and coding by Martin Nerukar. I'll quickly mention he's got a game that is being published through No More Robots called Nowhere Profit. It's got an itch release right now. I don't believe the Steam version is out yet, but I might be wrong on that. Definitely a game worth checking out if you like card games. We've got art by Catherine Unger, Clockwork Cuckoo, Lottie Bevan, and Sarah Gordon. The lovely music that you hear is by Maribeth Solomon, Brent Barkman, Mickey Erb for Mickey Mar Productions Limited. This music, by the way, is, I believe, included in the Ancestors pack, or you can buy it separately, as well as getting it through any music services you have, such as iTunes or Spotify. Audio by Soundcuts, additional writing by Lottie Bevan, additional coding by Fraser McCormick, Chris Payne, and Mark Gagne, who is, of course, in chat, so you can compliment him on his excellent work. Additional design by Calvin Porter, marketing and PR by Claire Sharkey. All of these people are on Twitter, by the way, and absolutely worth following. And special thanks to Sonia and PK, Matt Hosty, Haley Urias, and literally everyone who has ever sent feedback or a bug report. Thank you. So today we are going to be playing one of the new DLCs that has come out. I, of course, am going to take the opportunity for a little self-promotion here and say I play this game quite a bit. I do it at least once a week on my Twitch stream, twitch.tv/systemchalk, and we have been enjoying the Priest Legacy. I'm just going to take a quick moment and send a message to tell people that it should be live. I hope. Just sent should be live, I hope message out. But we have been enjoying the Priest Legacy since we did Ludo Naricon. Some of you were very kind in stopping by and taking a look at that stream, despite the numerous technical problems that we had. But it all turned out. If you have not had a chance to play the Priest yet, it is a heck of a lot of fun. But right now, I'm definitely feeling medium-ish. Medium. Everyone knows that I speak with the dead. I've been called a prophet and a ghoul. I have no reason to disabuse them of their illusions. So if you are unfamiliar with Cultist Simulator at all, you start with a legacy. You'll actually begin with a legacy known as the Aspirant. But once you finish that playthrough, through one means or another, you will get to select your legacy. The ones that we have available to us are a detective, a dancer. The dancer is a piece of DLC. You can buy that separately, or it does come with the Ancestors Edition. And the medium is the new Ghoul DLC, which has come out. And I have not had a chance to play this yet, so we are going to be jumping into this blind. Each of these legacies, you'll notice, has different cards. Now, of course, if you're unfamiliar with the game, these cards won't necessarily mean anything. But if you are familiar with the game, I have absolutely no idea what a convincing spiritualist routine, something joyful, something profitable, and something shameful is. Something shameful might be making one's... maybe not one's living, but definitely making a hobby out of streaming video games for other people. But for now, let's take a look and see what lies behind door medium. Here we are. Medium. Tonight, the theater is crammed and breathless. I have let them wait long enough, and indeed, I've made you all wait long enough. But before we go any further, we do need a name, and I haven't thought of a name yet. I was going to do something ladylike, but I'm really feeling at the moment I need to do Peter Ichabod. This is the story of Peter Ichabod. Medium? This is Cultist Simulator. You've got a desk with which you kind of push your evil out into the world. Or maybe it's not evil. Maybe you're just misunderstood. But in this particular case, this is the game. You've got a desk sitting in a dark room. You've got your hands or whatever appendages you may have hovering over it. And right now, we just have one verb. We have work. We can earn a living or practice the invisible arts. As you can sort of see from the UI down here, there will probably be some other things that we get a little bit later, but let's take a look at what we have at the moment. This is definitely a game for people who like to read. So, something profitable, a ray of commercial light, a miniature opportunity, a figurative 5-pound note on the pavement. Our convincing spirit... let's take a minute here and see. So this we know has a timer. So in this case, this is going to decay after 300 seconds or a little bit less. And we've got aspect memory. We remember the dead until we forget them. We also have something joyful. Delight does not endure for long, but sometimes it endures longer than do we. And we have got something shameful. Not all private pleasures are suitable for public discussion. Finally, we've got our convincing spiritualist routine. Sometimes when I am particularly effective, the front row faints. And this has got the aspect job, an arrangement to exchange one's life for money. So this game sort of begins with a few cards, a few things to do, or in this case, one thing to do. And we are going to work. Now, if you ever want to, part of this game is about experimentation and playing around with some of your different options. How did your priest playthrough go through, by the way? You saw you played some more yesterday. Larsider, I am having a great time with the priest. We've got a few more scars, and we're making some progress towards achieving things, but I'm definitely enjoying that it has fun little twists and turns and ones that are not necessarily obvious to throw at me. For those of you who are thinking about the priest, especially if you're very familiar with the game, the priest has one really neat feature about it, which is you... what's the best way for me to put this? If you're familiar with the game, you're going to sort of figure there's going to be some new stuff for you to play around with, and then every once in a while, something unexpected is going to crop up, or you're going to have that moment of, oh, I didn't really think of that. And there's always a way to work out of it, but it does a really good job of sort of penalizing you for certain behaviors. So for instance, I'm finding that, of course, to get one of the scars in the priest, I'm going to need to undo my hoarding tendencies, and I have a feeling that that's very deliberate. So that's going to be fun. If you're familiar with the game, I definitely give a strong recommendation for the priest. I've been having a great time with it, and the only reason I'm not continuing this priest playthrough is we've got new toys to play with, and maybe some of you already know the Ghoul better than I do. But we're talking about the new game, and a fresh game. So I'm going to be learning how to play this as well. So what are some of the tools that we have available to us beyond raw experimentation? Well, we only have one thing to do as far as action. So right now we've only got a few degrees of freedom, and you can sort of imagine that if you have a job, you'd be able to work it. And sure enough, that's exactly what we see here. The work slot highlights when I pick up a card. All is well and good there. Another way that I could take this is to click on it and take a look at what cards it'll accept. So it won't accept scholarship. It will, however, accept ability, benefactor, desire, rights, and jobs. So I don't have anything I could do with something profitable, something joyful, or something shameful yet. But of course, I'm going to need to figure out within 300 seconds what I want to do that. So let's start. Peter Ichabod, the convincing spiritualist. I stand alone in light on the stage. I take the first question from the audience, the first of many tonight. Who will refuse to acknowledge that the dead are dead? I have prepared well. I have a choice of responses. So we've got information. Oh, and here we go. So in this case, I'm going to be, it looks like as part of my routine, I'm going to be taking advantage of some private knowledge. I don't necessarily know where these memories have come from. We can take something joyful, something shameful, or something profitable. Let's appeal to people's... Let's take a moment. We'll bring them in with profit. Imitate the dead, something profitable. I've sniffed out a forgotten investment that will benefit us both, but I must be careful not to surrender too much information. The living are greedier than the dead. So, and something more, I'm a fraud, aren't I? So in this particular case, if I have a desire, that's going to be taken up, but we've got 15 seconds for this to tick down. So let's see what happens as I'm heading on and communing with the dead. I did just get off work, so I am going to be sipping on some coffee as well as the occasional bit of water. So my apologies for that right away. But I wanted a chance to be able to stream this for all of you, regardless of my mental state. I've actually been spending the entire day talking to people on the phone, not my normal job. So if I seem a little out of it, I apologize. Just be sure to slap me or say something nasty in Twitch chat, and I'm sure I'll get back to my normal self. So they'll meet me after the show. They'll be skeptical but grateful. I've earned my finder's fee. There is something in the air tonight. The scent of snow? It seems unlikely. So we got 5 funds for that. I'm not quite sure where I'm going to put that yet. Let's get that in the middle of the table. There's one very important thing for me whenever I play Cultist Simulator, and that is to work out my table layout. And this time I'm going to go, it's the last big update to the game before we move on to the Book of Hours. And so I'm going to take a moment and just go absolutely nuts with my layouts here. So we've gained some mystique. Now what is this? Uncanniness lingers. Mystique may attract the attention of hunters. They can't use it to build a case against you, but it will encourage them to look harder. This is the aspect of reputation. Many fear their reputation, few their conscience. Pliny. And so essentially you're kind of getting an idea of what this game is already. In the case of Cultist Simulator, they take your life and they break it down into all of these different cards, and also some things that you can do with those cards. So for instance, there is a card for the passage of time. Time passes, time, the sundial's shadow passes. I must have funds to live, or I will become ill. And it turns out that the passage of time is an ingredient. And then oh no, it's not an ingredient, it's because it has funds inside of it. So funds are an ingredient. Funds, enough to support me for a little while in adequate comfort. And ingredients are fuel, ointment, pigments, patience. All are consumed in time. So at the moment, really, all that we're defining ourselves through is our job, our name, our material wealth, and our memories. And of course, we now have a little bit of reputation, but what else do we have? In this case, we've gained some reason. No live organism can contribute for long to exist sanely under the conditions of absolute reality. Shirley Jackson. Now, reason's rather interesting. So it has the aspect ability, brain or heart or hand or eye. Most of us are born with most of them. It also has ingredient, fuel, ointment, pigment, patience. All are consumed in time, and certainly my reason will be consumed by the end of this stream. But it also has this other aspect, lantern. Life is a pure flame, and we live by an invisible sun within us. Thomas Brown. Lantern is the principle of the secret place, sometimes called the house of the sun, and of the light above it. So lantern will turn out to have a little bit more significance for us later on in the game, but I'll maybe hold off from revealing that. Obviously, somebody who would be playing this DLC would be experiencing it after the original playthrough. So if you do get that edition where you get all the DLC at once, if you were on the fence about this game and you decide that now is the time you want to take the plunge, don't be too surprised about not being able to access this stuff. It is good that you go through the Aspirant Legacy before you start going into some of the other content. And we have Totally Not Valken here. You are not here. You are going to get ice cream to feed your lantern, but not soon. By the way, some of you will be coming from my Twitch stream. If you guys could do me a small favor and let me know what the view count is periodically, I would love to have a record that I can go back and let Weather Factory know. I believe they have implemented some tools to be able to help us with that, but especially if we get a chance to break the front page and bring the great knowledge of this fascinating game to more people, that's great news. And I don't have any really good tools for figuring out where we're at. So anyways, let's not delay too much longer. I've still got my convincing spiritualist routine, and we've got a few more options now. So we've got the passage of time. This is going to start taking up funds. You need to keep a roof over your head, even if you are a somewhat convincing medium. And we have also got dreaming that's popped up. So the night before, there on stage, I remembered the pale dream. Now, if I want, I can actually sit for the 15 seconds and see what happens before I use these. So let's do that. We have enough time, and if I need the money, I can just throw them into the spiritualist routine before too long. So let's take a moment and look at that. I'm not sure what this does. Looks like something from the mobile game. There on stage, I remembered the pale dream that had come again, the cool wind that blew when the sun was red and low, the voice that the waves once used, the shapes that loped beside us in the snow, the longing for it nests now like a knurl of flint beneath my heart. And so we have gained health. This is my body. There are other bodies, but this one is mine, and my mind needs it as a fungus needs soil. With enough vitality, you can gain more health. So health also has the aspect ability, brain or heart or eye. Most of us are born with most of them. This one has the aspect of heart. The heart relentless beats to protect the skin of the world we understand. The heart is the principle that continues and preserves. Again, it's an ingredient. And finally, we have a temptation. Temptation remembrance, the cool wind that blew when the sun was red and low, the voice that waves once used, the shapes that loped beside us in the snow, all crushed behind the flat glass of time. I must revisit what was lost. Just bear with me 1 second here. I'm having a small technical problem, which I want to try and erase if I can. All right. Good news so far. All right, so we've got my temptation, and notice when I picked up the temptation, it immediately makes the work slot open. So what I'm going to be doing here, I wonder how you're going to lay out the verbs for this legacy. I mean, the priest, it was fairly obvious. This one I'm following I'm working with what I've got right now. This is going to make it very hard for ease of access, but I think I can play with this. I'm also not going to fix myself to one verb layout. If I'm feeling inspired by something else, I can always shift it around, but for now I've got a small idea in the back of my head. All right, so why did I take the card away? And hey, somebody just gave me a note to the person who sent me a Twitter message saying, "You're live, I can see you. Sorry I didn't respond to the chat. I didn't see that until now, but I did find out that CRA apparently has made a deal with people who are avoiding tax, completely irrelevant to the secret histories." So the reason why it's always nice, in my opinion, to pick up the cards is it tells you a little bit about what you can do with them. We've got the dream and the work highlighting when I pick them up. And you can do the same. Funds, you can do something with dream there. Reason, you can do something in both. Health, you can do something in both. The memories on their own don't do anything, but we know in conjunction with the spiritualist act, we can get something done with that. And then I can use my reputation for nothing at the moment. So let's take a quick look and see what happens with my temptation. So hint, lost colors. I hunger for what is lost, the way that lies through another hunger. There is a secret that I must study. So one of the things that's always kind of interesting about this game, and they come up right up front about it. Most of you are going to be watching this through the Steam, sort of the Steam page, and they tell you there's no tutorial for this game. You know, just keep that in mind, be forewarned, so on and so forth. But the thing is that the game does actually tell you some information. It does give you some hints. It gives you some ideas about what you can do or what you need to do. So yes, it's true that the game doesn't have a formal tutorial, although obviously people have put some videos out there to help you get on your feet if you do want that sort of thing. But the thing is that the game definitely tells you how your character feels about certain things, and they give you an impression in terms of whether or not you've used a card appropriately. So if I want, well, what would dreaming about my temptation mean? Well, it says, there are colors in the world, there are colors in the mansis, and there are colors lost. Their absence is the knife I cannot release. The remembrance temptation has its teeth in you, and no other temptation will touch you. So I can't change my temptation, and this might be different from some of the other legacies. So let's figure out what we want to do next. There's not a lot that I can do with the temptation right now, so let's at least try and get some money. And well-attended performance by a stage medium. I stand alone in the light of the stage. I will take the first question from the audience, the first of many tonight, who will refuse to acknowledge that the dead are dead. I have prepared well. I have a choice of responses. So in this case, let's take something shameful. Imitate the dead, something shameful. I don't share the whole story of the sins of the dead. That would do neither of us any good, but I share hints that they will recognize. Now, here's the big difference. We now have something with the aspect desire, and I specifically held off on mentioning this before. It's not just that this has the aspect the claws of memory, beneath the soil, bones, in the bones, memory, in the memory, colors. This does also have the aspect desire. My ultimate aim, there will be a price. And so unlike the last time that we used this work tile, we now have an input, the dead. When I open my mouth to speak, I taste snow and copper. And as with all good stories, the world has changed and something new is happening. The performance is not proceeding as I had planned. I hear my voice from far away. I am speaking of ivory and old snow. I am imitating the songs of birds. The audience have begun uncertainly to laugh, but a few of them are also crying. I am speaking half-familiar names. Montmorency, Naina, Jayan, Sinombre, and the list goes on and on. You know, it occurred to me I've done this before, so let's change my layout. There we go. Now I can already get an idea of what's going to be happening. So it looks like I'm going to be getting some money for this, but I'm also going to be getting some notoriety. And we already have reputation as a medium. Sometimes I speak in voices that even I do not expect. All right, time the sundial's shadow passes. I must have funds to live or I will become ill. Now this is particularly interesting because the season of suspicion is coming up on us. Am I being watched? This has the aspect of season. Something relevant will occur soon. And one thing I can tell you that this card happens to match this notoriety card. And so there's going to be some consequences of this performance in just a little bit. All right, my contract is terminated before I have left the building. The theater manager doesn't even deign to insult me in person. I stand in the chilly street contemplating the rags of my reputation, while pale doves contemplate me from the theater eaves. Their chuckling and cooing is almost words. Montmorency, Naina, Jayan, Sinombre. Okay, so I've gained some notoriety for my performance. Still have a reputation as a medium, which is still my job, and enough funds to support me for a little while in adequate comfort. All right, but we've also got exploration, which is unlocked here. So you already have a little microcosm of what this game is like. We started off with this reputation and a convincing act as a medium, and all of a sudden something has changed. So we are now at a point where we seem to actually be speaking involuntarily. There seems to be things speaking through us. And while this has changed our state, and also we have more of a reputation than we did before, it's also opened up some opportunities for us. Again, this is, while it's told through cards, it's obviously not Hearthstone. It's not your average card game. This is definitely a narrative card game, and you've already got sort of the foundations of a really good story. You've seen the ordinary world. Some kind of change has been introduced into it, and of course, because we're interested in the interactivity of games, we've also had some more avenues opened up to us. So where originally we just used to have a work slot, we now have work, we have dream, and we've now gained exploration. We have 3 different things that we can do, and already a handful of cards. So let's take a look and see what's happened. This was the place that I had seen, this was the place I had seen the name, a gallery with a gray facade, shut up like the face of a widow. So this is the let me see if I can figure out how to properly pronounce this. Montmerenzi. Montmorency. The Montmorency MacDonald Gallery. Alistair Montmorency, third and last of the Montmorency cartographers, and his enigmatic benefactor Timothy MacDonald collected this small but striking miscellany. I'm very bad at pronouncing some of this. I have a feeling that this is a wonderful way for the author to troll the people who stream this game. And you know what? In a year, I'm going to learn how to pronounce all of these, and ball will be back in your court, Kennedy. After their loss on their final polar expedition, the collection was made available to the public in a blank-faced gray building beside a quiet park, on condition that no piece of art therein was ever to be photographed or exposed to daylight. So I have an interesting place for us to go now, and I'm going to put this right off to the side. Next up, we have got reason. So again, we've already had one of these. We've got 2 reason now. No live organism can continue for long to exist sanely under conditions of absolute reality. All right, let's take a look at what some of our options are. We've got our verbs open. We'll first take a quick look to see if we can use what we can basically do with an exploration. It looks like really we just have the heart of health available to us. But the Montmorency MacDonald Gallery is a location. Locations, everything must be somewhere, and this is here. And if you take a look at the explore verb, explore the city with health or followers, explore locations, or investigate the possibilities of lore. Exploration is often unpredictable. So this will accept a place, a person, location, a secret. So it'll take followers, it will take locations, it will take health, it will take graveyard mouth. Now that I've tasted the graveyard, well, you know what? I'm going to hold off on reading that, actually. It takes an aspect secret histories, but it does not take hirelings. So in this particular case here, all that I really have to explore with would be the gallery. But of course, the gallery was what we heard in our strange little performance. So I pay the token admission and climb the dark stairwell. This must mean something. Perhaps it means that I have lost my mind. And let's also take a look and see what my reputation as a medium can get for me. So my reputation as a performer is ruined. My reputation as an oracle is only begun, but the authorities have their eye on me. So in this case, we can take something joyful. Maybe we need a little bit of recovery from our previous mishap. So we'll take something joyful and we'll do what we can to rebuild our reputation. Remembering the dead, something joyful. It may not necessarily be memories of my client, but it's something true. Now, is there something I want to do with Dream? There's definitely some options I have. I could put any of these inside. I know that the temptation won't do anything, but I could put Reason, the wandering mind. There was once a man who said that the sleep of reason produced monsters. Often, it is healthy to let the mind wander in sleep, but if I keep dreaming, sooner or later, some sort of monster will rise from my own fears. Well, let's give that a shot. Obviously, want to see things happening, so... All right, now this was what we were talking about, the season of suspicion. So the wrong kind of attention. The city is rife with journalists and detectives and other meddlers. How long will they leave me in peace? So in this particular case, it says an adversary. We don't have a hunter yet, but I suspect our reputation is going to bring us to the attention of someone who we'd rather not have the attention of. So I'm not 100% sure what I'm doing with my verb layout right now, but I have some ideas. All right, enough now. My clients' tears are welcome, even to them. So we've gained some contentment for a job well done. We've gained more mystique, and looks like we made a bit of money from that. Of course, now I have the challenge where I don't have any inputs for my my consultation, and I have a feeling that that will probably not work out rather well for me. So, explore the gallery. Disputed saints, anatomical drawings, ossuaries in pastel, sketches of eyes daubed on rocks, odd oils of a street of marble temples in many weathers, titled The Seasons of Abydos. But one painting I find myself drawn to even before I see how she is named. And with that, we've gained our first bit of lore and occult scrap. So what is this? An occult scrap. Secret histories are layered beneath the one that we know, like notes in a rare wine. This is a detail from one of those histories. Exploring with a scrap of knowledge may uncover secret locations in the capital. And the aspects that this piece of lore has. Aspect requires knowledge. This is a puzzle with missing pieces. I might find those pieces in odd corners of scholarship. To upgrade or subvert this fragment, you'll need erudition or an HQ with a library. So this won't be relevant until we actually have a means of studying it. We've got lore, knowledge of the invisible arts. I can use it to attract followers, to perform rites, to open the way to the mansis, to seek my ascension. Lore fragments can sometimes be upgraded with study and with matching fragments. Now, of course, we don't have study here. Also, what am I doing? So we're going to have to wait before we try any kind of study. And finally, this has got the aspect of secret histories. So this is, again, this is a piece of lore. This is a piece of knowledge of this sort of this place that exists just beneath the skin of the world. And aspect secret histories. History is the scar on the world's skin. Secret histories. Secret histories describe the unknown complexities of the world and its many parts. So let's take a look and see what we got through the talk. So another familiar name, Miss Nina? Miss Nina. In the painting, Miss Nina's skin is dark, but her close-cropped hair is the ivory, and her eyes are the color of snow. Each day I return, waiting to learn the reason I was drawn here. I never hear the painting speak. It's only a painting. But afterwards, I seem to remember things that she has said, and so in a little under a minute, we'll figure out what that's done for us. In the meantime, let's see if there's anything else that I can do. I suppose I can do some exploration with my health. Search the city, crowded thoroughfares by day, a fog-wrapped labyrinth by night. I'll walk the streets seeking secrets until I can walk no more. Looks like we've got another season of Suspicion coming up as well, so but that won't override what's already going on here. All right, so someone is meddling. An overlooked place. I might have found someplace unusual. And we found streets strange by midnight. So we've worn ourselves out a little bit. Our health is fatigued. We're going to need to wait a minute before we can do anything with that. But we have found sometimes the light of the moon is a key to other places. I found a place where for a night or two the streets curve in unfamiliar ways. If I walk here, I might find insight, or I might be touched by madness. So it gives us something to do. Let's explore. The streets are strange in the hour called the Menascate, and we'll explore them while we're waiting to find out what happens with the painting. I could, of course, the game has already told me that I can explore with an occult scrap, but I'm not going to do that quite yet. And we're in reasonable comfort as far as money is concerned, so I'm not going to try doing my medium thing without a... It's always someone who doesn't understand or who understands too well. This troublemaker may seek evidence on my activities to share with the authorities. So here is the weary detective. This gentleman would much rather be left alone with his pipe and his illustrated London news. But no, apparently some conjurer of abominations has to be hunted down like a mad dog, and apparently no one else can find the time. So what are the aspects of the weary detective? Well, one very important trait that he has, which will be useful to us, is that he is mortal. The long habit of living indisposeth us for dying, Thomas Brown. And we've got the aspect hunter. The laws of civilization are younger than the laws of the hours, but they too sometimes require a sacrifice. This one is an agent of the law. So put the weary detective down here. They're not quite a threat yet, but they may become one, and so we want to keep an eye on him. All right, and we've got more contentment, so explore the uncanny tangled streets by the light of the moon. Visions pass me with pavane grace. A window over a wood, a garden of ice, a shivering sun, a woman of glass. I will return home with reluctance. Let's keep exploring, at least while we have something else in the oven. Crowds of sleep. There was once a man who said, oh, sorry, we've already got that, so we'll be moving on. And another season of suspicion, so the wrong kind of attention. The city is rife with journalists and detectives and other meddlers. How long will they leave me in peace? So in this case, they took our notoriety. This will have consequences. I remember how Miss Nina and I have spoken of that low red sun that understands, of that pale joy of flight. I've come to believe I bring her the treasures of my memory. She will leave a treasure in their place. Here we go. Painting of a dark-skinned woman with snow-colored eyes and close-cropped ivory-colored hair. She stands before a small marble tomb overgrown with star jasmine. The painting is signed Jonas B. Munch, 1811. All right, so this is a patron, a figure of note in the circles where I move. All right, well, if they're a patron, let's move them. We'll keep them over here for now. In addition, we have now got passion. Dull minds are never either intuitive or mathematical, Blaise Pascal. And you'll notice that this corresponds with the 4 categories we have at the bottom of the screen. We've got health, we've got passion, we've got reason, and we have got fun. So our physicality, our intuition, our our capacity to work things through rationally, and our material possessions. So this has aspect ability, brain or heart, hand or eye. Most of us are born with most of them. It has the aspect of moth. I knew a man who captured moths in a bell jar. On nights like these, he would release them one by one to die in the candle. Moth is the wild and perilous principle of chaos and yearning, and it is an ingredient. Fuel, ointment, pigment, patience, all are consumed in time. And then we have got the dreams of doors. I dreamt of opening doors, red doors and gold doors, doors of glass and doors bound like books, and railway carriage doors and castle gates. Behind one was something I seek. When I woke with, I woke with the slamming of doors still in my ears. Now, I can't remember. Yes, so while I was waiting, we did read this text, but there was something that turned over, and it said, "Tonight is the dream of the labyrinth of doors." And so one of the effects has been, I don't just get my reason back, but I now have restlessness. A restless longing has me. I feel that I want to do something. What exactly? Now, what's really interesting about this card, so it has several aspects. It's got heart. The heart relentless beats to protect the skin of the world we understand. The heart is the principle that continues and preserves. We've got a new principle that is at play, Grail. Hunger, lust, the drowning waters. The principle of the Grail honors both the birth and the feast. We've got Forge. Fire, I once read, is the winter that warms and the spring that consumes. The principle of the Forge transforms and destroys. It's got Lantern. Life is a pure flame, and we live by an invisible sun within us. Thomas Brown. Lantern is the principle of the secret place, sometimes called the house of the sun, and of the light above it. It also has the principle of moth. I knew a man who captured moths in a bell jar. On nights like these, he would release them one by one to die in the candle. Moth is the wild and perilous principle of chaos and yearning. Now you'll notice I skipped a couple. So this has influence, an echo, a resonance, an alignment, something that will fade soon. And it has memory. We remember the dead until we forget them. So it's possible that I might be able to use this in my job as a medium. I'll channel my restlessness into my work. That sounds like a decent way of dealing with it. Inspiration and desperation. I can cobble together enough half-truths to satisfy my client. So we're kind of winging it on this one. Very mild spoiler for fun and profit. Talk to Miss Ah, okay. That's good to know. I haven't actually. I guess I haven't. I haven't done. I haven't done. Oh, and you know what? I messed up. I didn't think that there was going to be a memory slot, so that was a blunder on my part. So Miss Nana waits with the patience. That is the patience of images. So in this case, aspect the elegist's price. The elegist is the hour from whom nothing more can be taken, and the hour who calls each of the dead by name. Once and long ever, for a great price, he will call one of the dead up out of nowhere, that they may continue lonely, lonely, unscathed until the date of their own final winter. So I sort of blew things. I'm sure there was some progress that I could have made with her, and instead I tried to channel that into my work. But we'll just find a new way of getting some memories. All right, visions pass me with pavane grace, a window over wood, a garden of ice, shivering sun, a woman of glass. I will return home with reluctance. So, subtle fracture, clouds part, walls creak, old wounds ache, a sixth order influence, significant resonances, or correspondences. This can be used in some rites to summon minions. Now, we don't have any rites yet. So, but it is the aspect of knock, and again, it's a new principle that we haven't seen yet. The knock permits no seal and no isolation. It thrusts us gleefully out of the safety of ignorance. The knock is the principle that opens doors and unseams barriers. And just give me one quick second here. I wanted to double check that I was recording, and I am indeed. So we'll set the knock to the side. There's not a lot that I think we're going to be able to do with it. We still have Street Strange by Moonlight, but there might be some better things that we can do now. Let's see if we have some other opportunities. Okay, nothing for the influence. I think I'm going to start talking about the occult scrap, because as it is, I don't believe I have any memories which will be relevant to a chat with my new patron. But in this case, let's just carry on. We'll wait for the subtle fracture to do its thing. And yes, it looks like contentment is not a memory, so... Oh, but you know what I can do? I can chat about esoteric matters. So talking publicly about the invisible arts will attract attention. Perhaps that's what I want. All right, I'm just going to take a quick minute here and take a sip of coffee while I'm letting the timers run down. As with life, contentment is fleeting. I'm happy, I think. I've been paid my fee. It's difficult to say whether I've earned it. Fortunately, it's difficult for them to say whether I've earned it too. All right, so we've got some more mystique. We've got a little bit of money, and it looks like we still have our restlessness. So in this case, it doesn't go away. Now, obviously, Lyrosider gave me a little peek into what's going on inside of this game, and I can work with the dread. But in this particular case, I am a little interested in what happens if I have a chat with this patron and restlessness. And I have restlessness right now. Oh, but I've also got fascination. So visions pass me with pavane grace, a window over wood, a garden of ice, a shivering sun, a woman of glass. I will return home with reluctance. So maybe we'll have a chat with her about the fascination instead. Light leaks through the cracks. My mind is brighter than it ever was. The higher I rise, the more I see. So we've got the aspect moth. We're already familiar with this. We've got influence. We have the aspect memory. And we have got ill health. Perhaps I can rest and recover. Hello, Sparrow Knight X. How are you doing? All right. Some days are better than others. Sometimes the sky is nothing like a filthy sheet. Sometimes the river runs clear. I'm safe for now. My adversary has not enough evidence, and they found no new clues. Well, that's lucky. So in this case, we're just going to wait to finish talking about esoteric matters. I don't think there's anything we can do with the Moonlit Road, so we're just going to check out what's going on. You'll notice that our subtle flaw, or sorry, this card is decayed, so it's now level 2 knock. Laces uncoil, windows swing open, locks move as if oiled. Second order influence, apparent to the perceptive, instantly recognizable to an adept. Now, the thing that I forgot is that in order to gain an acquaintance, I actually need to convince them, and I've used up all of my passion in dreaming. So I found someone who may be a kindred spirit, but I'll need to win them over. Winning over an acquaintance requires your passion. So I have 34 seconds to find it. I've gone through the crowds of sleep, rumpled fields, the wink of a river, a tingling chill. And notice, of course, that we're already into the races. So my restlessness is now decayed into dread. Dread, I've seen too much. A nameless gnawing fear has its teeth in my hopes, an existential horror. So this has aspect induces despair. This may cause despair. Influence, an echo, a resonance, and alignment, something that will fade soon. It has the aspect edge. All conquest occurs at the edge. One who dwells there is blind and cannot be wounded. Another is strong and grows stronger. Edge is the principle of battle and of struggle. It also has memory, and it also has ill health. So you can see dread and fascination is sort of two sides of the same, maybe not the same coin, but they're two similar ideas. Let's see if I can get some more fascination and make this the shortest playthrough ever. Herschelt's Nightmare. I remember that Herschelt wrote of this. I've levered up floorboards and wriggled down snugly. Now I am compressed beneath them like a hidden corpse. The air stinks of hot dust. My mouth is full of splinters. This time I haven't learned what I hoped to learn, whatever that was. So we've got even more dread. I'll move this little fellow up here. All right, so it looks like my dreams have not been treating me too well. Now, in terms of trembling in the air, the sun flickers like a shadow, dreams ripple behind the surface of mirrors. I must be careful not to drift from the waking world. Fascination may provoke visions. So what's happening right now is my character is particularly susceptible to sort of kind of losing their grip on reality, and this fascination is the first step towards it. In this case, it will automatically grab any fascination that it can find. There are, however, ways of combating this, and we will explore those in just a minute. But let's let time pass. I have enough money. I mean, I suppose, you know what, I'm a little tempted to try and use this dread, but let's see what else happens. So, I could not muster the passion to bring them into my circle. Perhaps another time. Another time indeed. I think we have a better use of that talk verb. So, let's have a chat. I will use the older dread in this case. Speak to Miss Nina of my dread. Should I really share my fears with her? I do not think that she is a kindly painting. Not exactly. Moving right along, let's see what my job will do with dread. I cobble together enough half-truths to satisfy my client. And I'll leave the dreaming to the professionals for now. Alright, and we've got some exploration that's happened. So, visions pass me with pavane grace, a window over a wood, a garden of ice, a shivering sun, a woman of glass. Oops, sorry, I have another small technical problem, but I should be able to get past it. There we go. Window over wood, a garden of ice, a shivering sun, a woman of glass. I will return home with reluctance. So again, we just keep going back to these weird places in the city that we found as a result of our explorations. What I think I'm going to do is I'm going to use my health to find some alternatives. We've been having a good time looking at the street strange by moonlight, but maybe we'll find something else if we put the shoe leather into it. An overlooked place. And we found the Ecdysis Club. I might have found somewhere unusual, so let's put them there. The Ecdysis Club, a cabaret with an occult reputation. It has moth, it is a location, it has heart, and it has grail. So if I'm feeling particularly tuckered out, I could of course nap to recover from fatigue. I just need a little time to recover my energies. And the top shelf of the study. Oh, you know what? I should probably read this first. So, the longer I look at Miss Nina's smile, the more I am conscious of her teeth. So we've got even more dread to show for it. We now have 3 dread. I've been paid a fee. It's difficult to say whether I've earned it. Fortunately, it's difficult for them to say whether I've earned it too. And of course, this is the one time I probably did not want to be doing anything with the dream, but we will carry on. So let's take my patron, we'll put her over here, and what am I going to do with my study? I think we'll put this on top. All right, the top shelf of the study. Miss Nina has reminded me of a book that I've not opened in years. I still have it somewhere. I'm going to wait the 30 seconds. Oh, so we have other things. Now notice here The dread was automatically taken up by this verb. So paintings whisper, windows wink. I know these things are not true, but how can I be certain? You can defeat visions with dread or fleeting memory. Otherwise, you will lose yourself completely at Fascination 3. So in this particular case, fascination and dread are opposites, and you're able to sort of play them off against each other. But then, of course, now we have dread. Well, what do I do about that? Well, we'll find out. But maybe contentment has something to do with it. Actually, it says here, contentment defends against dread, but contentment doesn't last. I'll have 9 seconds to get rid of one of these dreads. What hungers drive me? And we'll just give this a minute to run by. All right, as yet, I have only the needs and desires of any other mortal, but what stirs in me? So, I did say I was a little curious what would happen with restlessness. I have other ways of dealing with restlessness, but the first thing I'm going to do is have a chat with her, seek consolation from Miss Nania. Miss Nania's eyes are kind. I'm also going to take a quick second on my phone. I want to see if this name is a reference to something that I'm missing. So let's take a quick look. N-A-E-N-I. Ah, it's a moth. Nania is a genus of moths of the Noctidae family. And unfortunately, it does not give me any assistance with pronunciation. But there you go. We all learned something today. I learned something today. I'm sure Lyra Zyder already knew this. He's been living with this for a while. All right. So let's see what happens when I use restlessness, because that counts as a memory. All right, the top shelf of the study. Hagen and Gristwood, Funerary Customs of the Rending Mountains. I purchased this book long ago when I needed inspiration for my show. I'd found nothing of use, but I remember now the formula that they recorded. The formula sounds disagreeable, but the mention of powdered ivory speaks to me. So we've got a formula, the elixir Zeboim. I have here a secret, a recipe of honey, asphodel, powdered ivory, and a mottled fungus that grows only where the dead are buried. All right, so this is lore, knowledge of the invisible arts. I can use it to attract followers and so on. And a red secret. Some words are spelled correctly only when the proper ink is used. Okay, let's just rearrange these a bit. All right. I'm refreshed, so if I want to use my health for any other activities, I can do that. But before I go any further, I want to try and combine, let's take the older dread. We'll combine that with contentment. I remember that I was different before, and in this case, we'll use this to nullify the effects of the dread. So, now I've got a study, unlock books and other treasures. The invisible arts could occupy 10 lifetimes of study. What does this verb accept? Notice, again, we've got a whole bunch of new things to play with here. I've obviously been going relatively slow in terms of just figuring out how the new mode works. Even if you're familiar with this game, it actually doesn't hurt to do it this way, because I tend to find I get caught by assuming certain things about the game which aren't necessarily that helpful, and I wind up wasting a lot of time on it. So in this particular case here, we're going to take a look at what study takes. Study will take a language. This is useful for translating texts. Tutor, this one has knowledge of value. Text, books are the memory which does not die. Ability, brain or heart or hand or eye. Most of us are born with most of them. Lore, knowledge of the invisible arts. I can use it to attract followers, to perform rites, to open the way to the mansis, to seek my ascension. Lore fragments can sometimes be upgraded with study and with matching fragments. And influence, an echo, a resonance, an alignment, something that will fade soon. And of course, if I'm ever lost in terms of what it will accept, I can always click the empty spot and see all of these goodies. So, hello, welcome back, Totally Not Valken. You didn't miss anything. There's nothing that has changed since you came in. All right, a bold experiment. I need only purchase a few final ingredients, and then I can prepare the mixture. I must summon my courage and find a suitable meal. So I would need my temptation. We already have that. Old memories go into the earth, and there they cannot be found. But they dwell is another place. First, before they go too deep. Taste, there is no turning back. Aspect, remnant. Once another wore this flesh. And materials. So it'd be fun to do this bold experiments, but we're missing something. What are we missing? What could we possibly be missing? I feel like I should be able to get this from exploration, but I'm apparently denied so far. So is there anything else I can do with this? Well, I can try and upgrade the influence, but I don't have the prerequisites. Okay. Let me think a little bit about this, because I have a feeling that the exploration should be able to do something. Graveyard mouth. A secret. I'm happy to hear that, Pax Cecilia. I haven't figured, or I haven't looked too carefully, but nobody's complained about things being broken yet. So, by the way, guys, so this is one of the things that I don't think is deserving of caution, but this is going to be a little bit of the experience of playing the game. There's going to be some points where it's not obvious what's going on. So my suspicion here, I hunger for what is lost. The way to that lies through another hunger. There is a secret that I must satisfy. So we of course have the red secret. Some words are spelt correctly only when the proper ink is used. This is the most obvious reference to secret. And we do have the formula, the elixir Zebawim. I have a secret, a recipe of honey, asphodel, powdered ivory, and a mottled fungus that grows only where the dead are buried. But I don't seem to yet have a way of combining all of these items together. I still need to figure out a way of finding a remnant. And it may be that we may need to wind up creating that particular item. For now, let's try and make a little bit of money. We'll use our dread, and I think I will also use my health to go searching the city again. I'm going to take the opportunity to run through, but right now my effort is going to be to try and find a way to get the remnant. What is your suspicion? Totally not Valken. So I found someone who I might pay to enact regrettable necessities, add funds to hire them for a limited time. All right, she understands my restlessness. She has known it herself now and then. She reminds me that nothing endures. So we now have a fleeting reminiscence, a moment in time, and another moment it will be gone. So this has got Secret Histories 2 and Moth. So let's take, I keep forgetting if I put that off to the side, I still have to drag them. So let's put that a little bit lower. All right, so again, we're learning a little bit about what we can combine in terms of these items. So her eyes are thoughtful. What happens when we give her fleeting reminiscence? Sure. Of course, I've been using up the talk at the moment, so I've not had an opportunity to use it, but I've been paid my fee. It's difficult to say whether I have earned it. Fortunately, it's difficult for them to say whether I've earned it too. Now, of course, all of this is leading towards us digging up bodies, and so at this point, I'm really just looking for an opportunity to advance that. At the moment, of course, I also have the opportunity to have a chat with our one patron. We'll carry on. Mirrors are calm, the sun is steady, the glory recedes. I am sane, if that means anything. No fascination provokes your drives your visions. It's over for now. And what's coming up next? Looks like illness. So Miss Nana acknowledges that all will pass, even memory, but that memory can be passed like a torch or a treasure. All right, so we have a way of generating restlessness by talking with the painting. A painting of a dark-skinned woman, snow-colored eyes, and close-cropped ivory-colored hair. She stands before a marble tomb overgrown with star jasmine. The painting is signed Jonas B. Munk, 1811. All right, so we've learned a little bit about how we can manipulate some of these pieces. If I want more restlessness, I can get that. But there is a way that we can get rid of restlessness. We don't only have one job. We actually have our passion. We can paint. I used to paint. I could paint those sites I half remember from my dreams. I might sell something. I probably won't. And we can have a yearning. If I am restless, perhaps this is what I want. So this will take up the restlessness. And of course, if I want more opportunities to paint, I suppose all I need to do is just convert some of this fleeting reminiscence. But what else can we do with talking? Well, we can have a chat of esoteric matters. Talking publicly about the invisible arts will attract attention. Perhaps that's what I want. Now, there's one nice thing that happens about this. This is less about sort of... this is a little bit less about... like, honestly, there's no right way to play Cultist Simulator. The whole thing about this game is piecing away new layers. And this is one of the reasons why I wanted to do the Ghoul and not the Priest, because the Priest is something that we've gotten a little familiar with, and we have a bit of a runway in order to sort of figure out what's going on. In here, you can sort of maximize your exploration a little bit if you're familiar with the game. And this is one of the things that's been really great about following Cultist Simulator over the past year, is that every time I get comfortable with a set of rules or a set of strategies, there's a new piece of content that comes out that upsets some of those assumptions. And so I sort of already know what happens when I talk about an occult scrap or a red secret. And part of that was me saying, oh, I'm a bit of a dummy because I didn't have passion. And in fact, I might wind up getting burned by that again because, of course, I've used up my passion here as well. But one of the things that I can do is I've now got a new lore card in the case of this sort of this special recipe. And so being able to talk with that lore card will, one, determine whether or not there's anything particularly special about this elixir. And number two, it will give me the opportunity to try and find another individual. If I find a patron, then I've got the reason for it. If it turns out to be a follower, I'm likely not going to have my passion back in time. But we'll find it out, so... Hey, no worries, Dr. Frankenbinder. I had a slightly late start, but you haven't missed too much. And besides, you're going to be getting the DLC, and you'll get a chance to experience all this yourself, won't you? By the way, guys, I keep seeing this number going up over time, so thank you very much for hanging out with me. I am definitely interested in... I didn't realize... I forgot that this was consume, not a magnet, so let's put the yearning in there. It's always encouraging, especially after having a little bit of a bumpier cultist start, or Ludonaricon. It's nice to have a little bit more security in terms of just people being around and supporting the game. I hope you find it interesting. By the way, if you are watching in silence and you're on the fence about this game, there is a demo, first of all. But if you have any questions, obviously I am remarkably enthusiastic about this game. I probably wouldn't have been invited to do it on the channel if I wasn't. But I really like sharing this game with people, so if you've had some questions about this, if this has been on your wish list for a while and you're not 100% sure if it's for you, if you want to know what the heck is going on, if you've come in late, speak up. I love interacting with people. I love being able to talk about this game. If you just want to listen to the voice and watch the stuff go on, more power to you. This is also a fun thing to do with this game, but if I can do anything to either convince you to a purchase, because Weather Factory are very cool people and they've got some new employees who need to get paid. But no, this has been a really special game for me. This has been something that I've had a great time exploring, and if I can get a chance to share that with some of you, I'd feel very happy. So Talnell Ellen says, you've been following this game for a while, but still can't afford to buy it. Oh, well, that's fair. Actually, it's on sale right now, right? I think it's 50% off. I know there's also the Ancestors Edition, but if it makes you feel any better, and it probably won't, because obviously if you're deciding between things that you want to buy, I don't see how this can make you feel better. I started streaming around the time I was in grad school, so I completely appreciate I kind of appreciate the experience of sort of following stuff and having to decide where your gaming budget goes. If you have not wishlisted it yet, I highly recommend doing that, because when I was in your shoes, I found it really helpful to Basically, it would give me the notification when it went on sale and as I saved things, or when it was at a price that was attractive enough for me to pull the trigger. I found that pretty useful on its own. And if you want to live vicariously through the game, feel free to stop by. I put all these videos as an archive on YouTube, and if you want to stop by the channel, feel free to stop by, and you can ask me any questions, or you can poke me to do certain actions as best as I can. Okay, I guess I need to do the, guess I need to worry about the sickness. Now, this potentially could be a game end, right? Because I don't have any health. I've become unwell. If an illness cannot consume health, it will kill you unless you have special protection. But I'm not too worried about it because I am resting to recover from fatigue, and it's already picked it up. It's not going to end the game automatically there. But looks like I'm going to have some more restlessness coming up in a bit. Okay. Paint. I've finished a painting to the excitement of absolutely no one but me. Sometimes painting will gain you glimmerings. Study them to unlock more advanced painting options. So now we've got 180 seconds of a glimmering. You can almost think of a glimmering as sort of like a mini passion. My emotions run higher than usual. There are things I'll never understand, and those things will always be precious, but just now I am closer to them. Glimmering can be used with study to gain passion. It lasts only 3 minutes if unused, and it has the aspects of moth, influence, as well as advancement. A taste of what might be. With enough of these cards, you can grow an ability. So I sort of have a game plan in place because, of course, we see that the Season of Ambitions is going to be coming up relatively soon, and I know that the essentially what's going to be happening is I'm going to wind up with another restlessness, and I should have my passion back in time to work with that restlessness. And it looks like we found a patron, so this is interesting. It may not be the type of patron, it may not be Miss Nina, but at the moment it seems like this is just another good old-fashioned lore, which does give me pause in terms of where I go with this. In terms of where I go with this whole ghoul business. Oh, Korai, I think it's on sale. Let me just take a quick look on the channel. Oh, drat. There we go. I kind of like this layout. I know I need to, I'm going to have to scooch over the different verbs, but it makes things look neat. Sorry guys, I know this is not the most professional thing for me to do, but if it means the difference between somebody picking up this game and not. So I'm Canadian, but yes, the game is currently 50% off. Now keep in mind, this is the base game. So the base game is in Canadian dollars $11.39. It's half off. There is now also the Anthology Edition. So this will include Cultist Simulator, the Dancer DLC, the Priest DLC, the Ghoul DLC. So that would be the three bits of paid content that were released, $3.39 each. Again, this is all Canadian. And then I believe it also comes with the Cultist Simulator original soundtrack, which costs $11.49. It also seems like the DLC are not currently on sale. Obviously, 2 of them were just released, so that would be a little silly. But yeah, essentially, if you want the whole shebang, $28.09 Canadian, and whatever the equivalent is. Normally it's 15% off, but obviously you're getting the discount for the base game. If you just want the base game and you're going to fold in the DLC over time, it's $11.39, or again your regional equivalent. Who am I? I am System Chalk. I am somebody who's been streaming Cultist Simulator back when it was even before in back before it was in Kickstarter, actually. I didn't get to play the JavaScript prototype. I'm just gonna I'm gonna be on pause for a quick second here. That's just so I can collect my thoughts and think about what the next move is gonna be, but also to answer a couple of the questions. Oh, the player. Oh, gotcha. Okay, so you're talking about me. The new button. I haven't been able to. I don't know if Lyrazider's here, Dr. Frankenvender, but I haven't been able to see. I haven't been able to get this working for myself. I'm sure it has a purpose. I'm not sure if it's my. my settings that have messed around with this. Anyways, yes, this is a chance for me to whore myself out. So I've been playing the game. There was a demo that Alexis Kennedy did back in a JavaScript prototype. Now, I didn't get to play that when it was released, but he said something... I think I said something sarcastic to him, and he said something funny to me on Twitter, and that caused me to check out his itch page, and we got to see an early alpha version of this game right when they implemented this UI of the sort of the desk in the dark and you moving all of the cards around. And there wasn't a whole lot inside of the game, but it was obvious how well it could scale. It was this game where, you know, you could sort of see how all the pieces fit together and the idea of all the different rooms and avenues that it could go through. And so I am told that I was the first one to stream it. I don't know how to verify that, but I didn't see anybody else streaming the game at the time. Obviously, it had a successful Kickstarter, it became a big game, and I have absolutely loved every second of streaming this game. I've had a chance to meet some very cool people through it. Lyra Zyder in chat, try separating your funds into two... God bless you, Lyra Zyder. Thank you. But yeah, I've had an absolutely great time following this game's development. It's been 1 year since the full game came out. I've been playing it back when it was sort of in what they called the itchy access mode. But yeah, you have the full archive of all of my previous Cultist Simulator games on YouTube. It's not very well organized. I apologize for that. I have been on the Steam page a couple of times before, but if you want to watch this stuff live, I also do stream this game every Wednesday, except the third Wednesday of the month on twitch.tv. And basically, I'm System Chalk everywhere. So if you want to follow me, that's super cool. But if you're going to pick between buying the game and following me, please buy the game, because I'm really looking forward to the Book of Hours, and I really need to see them coming up. So anyways, there's the advertisement out of the way. By the way, if you guys are still on the fence, there's two things to keep in mind. Number one, obviously this is Steam, so you get a chance to refund the game within 2 hours if it's not your thing. But more importantly, they've also implemented a demo. So if you don't want to put any money on the line and you just want to see what this game is like, and maybe it's just my, I don't know, my Canadian accent that's making you into this game, you actually have an opportunity to see this. You can download the demo, you can see if it's for you. I think there's nothing else like this, and it's the reason why I always take the opportunity to play this game on Steam if I can, because it's just so cool to be able to share something like this with people. Let me just take a quick second to catch up with people. Dr. Frankenvinder, I think Lyra Zyder did a good job of showing us what that button does. And who else did we have? You'll also say that the game doesn't go on sale too often, so if you have disposable income, now may be the time to acquire the game. We also have Graveyard Coffee and Nagels in the break room. The demo has actually been taken out. Oh, damn it. Okay, I'm sorry, guys. Looks like the demo is no longer available, but you do still have that too. I can assure you, I mean, you can take a look at the reviews, right? There's no secrets. If you find somebody who's, you know, played the game and didn't like it, and that is enough to convince you otherwise, that's information that you should probably know. But for my part, I think, in my experience, you will know if this thing is for you within the 2 hours. So to me, I think it's worth it, but obviously it's your money. It's absolutely up to you. So let's carry on. The medicine is dark and bitter as tar. It would be easy to suspect I'm being poisoned. Now, I kind of cheated a little bit, so let me reverse here. I got sick. I now have an affliction. Disease has left me weak. I need rest and nourishment if I am to recover. Dream on an affliction to transform it back to health before the card decays. So we're a bit familiar with some of these. We've got aspect ill health. Perhaps I can rest and recover. We've got ingredient, fuel, ointment, pigment, patience. All are consumed in time. And we've got the aspect winter, which is just an ellipsis. And winter is the principle of silence, of endings, and of those things that are not quite dead. So the game has kind of already told us how we can get rid of, the affliction, right? Dream on an affliction to transform it back to health before the card decays. If we don't do it, if we wait 180 seconds, then it will turn into something else and we probably won't be able to recover. So there's one of two things that we need to put here. Resting will restore me if I have the necessary resources. So I could pay for a doctor's visit, but perhaps I just need a little rest. Now, unfortunately, we don't have any vitality. Exercise or something rarer has invigorated me. So as it is, we will pay to go to the doctor and hope that we turn out better. So the medicine is dark and bitter as tar. It would be easy to suspect that I am being poisoned. And moving up next, we've got a Season of Despair. Night waits for me. So in this case, I do need to be a little bit careful of getting a dread, sort of a dread card, because if I get a dread card during the Season of Despair, it's a little bit like when I I had that Fascination card during the Season of Visions. It potentially has negative effects for me. As yet, I have only the needs and desires of any other mortal, but what stirs in me. So, we've got our restlessness again. A restless longing has me. I feel I want to do something, but what exactly? And I've been paid my fee. It's difficult to say whether I've earned it. Fortunately, it's difficult for them to say whether I've earned it too. So, we still have Mystique for days. I've got restlessness, so I'm going to wait until I get my passion back, but we'll paint that away. Hopefully we'll get a glimmering, so that way we'll be able to upgrade one of my abilities. Reason is already on its way up. I think I'm going to be a little sneaky. There's only a few things that I can do with study. By the way, it's amusing. So because restlessness has influence, I can put it in the study, but the game has a sense of humor. Study restlessness? To study, one must generally sit quite still. Restlessness is rarely the ally of scholarship. So, for those of you who wanted to see if you could study your restlessness, the answer is no. Alright, so I'm going to study my reason here. Read whatever is to hand. The world is awash with printed words. Even the newspapers contain knowledge sometimes. And now we have the consequences of talking about the elixir Zeboim. We can learn from each other, so we've got some reason, more mystique, and we have found Sulochana Amavasya, the laconic, energetic, bright-eyed, unblinking owner of the Ecdysis Club. Alright, so let me think a little bit about what I want to do next. Normally I would want to talk about some lore, because that would give me an opportunity to, to try and get some more followers, but I know I'm going to need that passion to get rid of that restlessness. So let's paint again. I used to paint. I could paint those sites I half remember from my dreams. I might sell something, but I probably won't. And the next thing I'm going to do, because Sulochana has emerged as a potential resource, let's see if there's something that we can do. Actually, no, I need memories with Miss Nanya. I don't believe there's anything else I can talk with her about. So let's see what Sulochana will talk with me about. Sulochana stubs out her cigarette. Yes, if you want to study the language with me, yes you can. Was there something else? So we have all sorts of topics of conversation. We can talk about the weary detective. I just don't think she'll have much to say about him. But I figure there's one of two things that I can do. I could potentially talk about this lore, or I could talk about my temptation. Ah, on desire. That's what steers you. And let's see what happens. If I wanted, I could try exploring. I really only have the Ecdysis Club because I've used up my health at the moment, but there will be other opportunities. Okay, so we're going to dodge the despair if we can. Dark days, I must be careful not to let doubts creep in. Dread may provoke full-fledged despair. Sick room grows close and stale. Time to get up, so I've got my health back. If I wanted, I can do some exploration with that, or I can try and use my health for other activities. I think for now, let's try searching the city again. I've got my dream available if it comes down to it, and I will have some passion available if I can get my glimmering up. Of course, if I don't get my glimmering up right now, I may not have enough time to take advantage of this one. So, another hireling. I found someone whom I might pay to enact regrettable necessities. Add funds to hire them for a limited time. All right, the words contain knowledge, and now I contain it. It is a little like theft, and a little like feasting, and a little like the progress of an infectious disease. So I've got some erudition. I soak up knowledge as a shadow soaks up light. I may be close to advancement. Erudition can be used with study to gain reason. It lasts only 3 minutes if unused. So I've got 67 seconds of glimmering available here. If I don't get the glimmering at this moment, this is going to go away before I'm able to make anything out of it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to wait for this timer to tick down. And we'll see if I've got the glimmering to study, because that'll be able to get me another passion. And if we don't have the glimmering, that's fine. We'll just study the reason and carry on. Okay. We have no common ground here. I chose a different road a very long time ago, but if that's the road you wish to walk, speak to me again at the Ecdysis Club. Ah, so I think she's telling me that if I want to join her, her particular path. So yeah, this is definitely not going to work. Interesting. All right. I'm trying to find a way that I can eat someone. This should not be as difficult. I finished painting to the excitement of absolutely no one. Sometimes painting will gain you glimmerings, study them to unlock more advanced painting options. So regrettably, we're just shy of what we needed for the glimmering. That's fine, we'll live with that. We don't have the passion at the moment, so again, we'll read to whatever's to hand. And what else do I want to do with my dreams and whatnot? I think at the moment, I'm going to use one of these secrets. You know what, let's just use the formula. Or no, I want this formula available in case other opportunities come up. So let's speak of esoteric matters again. Talking publicly about the invisible arts will attract attention. Perhaps that's what I want. And let's think again. Okay, so the elixir Zevoim, I have a secret, a recipe of honey, asphodel, powdered ivory, and a mottled fungus that grows only where the dead are buried. And I'm mildly curious if I do the medium thing without information. My reputation as a performer is ruined, but my reputation as an oracle has only begun, but the authorities have their eye on me. So let's see what happens, because I am starting to run out of money a little bit. All right, the clouds part. The wolf despair prowls elsewhere. No dread empowers this despair. It's over for now. Now, I have a fleeting reminiscence. What's nice to know about this one is that I can convert this to restlessness, and I might get another opportunity to gain glimmering. But we'll take this one step at a time. Right now, trembling in the air, the sun flickers like a shadow. Dreams ripple behind the surface of mirrors. I must be careful not to drift from the waking world. Fascination may provoke visions. Okay, better not. I must be careful of the company I keep. So I can dream of the health right away to get it back. Notice here that this takes 30 seconds to restore, where the other one takes longer. So no one stops by my rooms today. It's for the best. I have nothing to tell them. Okay, so if I am so inclined, I can actually... This is a tricky one, actually, because if I could try painting right now... but the drawback is that I potentially don't get any income from it. So what I think I'm going to do instead is I'll take my reputation as a medium and I'm going to paint the fleeting reminiscence. And that's because I know this will make me money. Come with me. So in this case, this is a potential follower. And we've got the new erudition. So the word contained knowledge, and now I contain it. It is a little like theft, and a little like feasting, and a little like the progress of an infectious disease. So here we will double up the erudition, exercise the mind. I've picked up odd facts here and there. If I spend time studying what I've learnt, I could increase my reason. All right, so I've got my health back. Let's use that to explore the city again. Crowded thoroughfares by day, a fog-wrapped labyrinth by night. I'll walk the streets seeking secrets until I can walk no more. I'm just going to double check my options on dreaming again. So it already says here, there are colors in the world, there are colors in the mantis, and then there are colors lost. Their absence is the knife I cannot release. The remembrance temptation has its teeth in you, and no other temptation will touch you. I feel like maybe I do need to visit the Ecdysis Club just to see if there's anything interesting that I can do. Inspiration and desperation. I've been paid my fee. It's difficult to say whether I've earned it. Fortunately, it's difficult for them to say whether I've earned it too. So I've got enough money to kind of keep me afloat for the next 60 seconds, but I need to find a source of income pretty quickly. So the world as it is, mirrors are calm, the sun is steady, the glory recedes. I am sane, if that means anything. No fascination drives your visions, and it's over for now. So one of the things that's really neat about the Ghoul is that I'm definitely feeling the effects of... I'm definitely feeling the pinch as far as money is concerned. Now, this is also partly because I've reduced some of my income, or I don't have some of my income producing abilities. There are other ways that I can make a bit of money if it comes down to it. But for now, if I'm just following my medium job, I'm not doing a very good job of it. So let's think a bit. Lore. Oh. There's one very obvious thing I should have done with lore, which I haven't tried yet. So, okay, come with me. So here we have found Victor, an acquaintance. Victor is a sly fellow, and he knows an unusual opportunity when he sees it. You might be able to recruit this acquaintance as a follower. Okay, so I've been paid my fee. It's difficult to say whether I've earned it. Fortunately, it's difficult for them to say whether I've earned it too. So even more mystique. I don't think I want to work with the passion yet. I think there are other things that I should be doing. All right. My mind, the library. I've gained reason, but it'll be a little more difficult to gain reason next time. So now I've gained scholarship. I'm flush with clever quotations. Use this with 2 lessons learnt to gain more reason. This is aspect scholarship. I am a pillar of wisdoms. This currently only allows you to increase reason further. I don't think that's true right now. Aspect ability, brain or heart or eye, hand or eye. Most of us are born with most of them, and now I have 3 reason to show for it. Now I'm eventually going to try and do the same thing with study, but I do want to... just trying to think if there's another path that I can take with this. Yep, that won't allow me to touch that. Okay, so it's pretty clear now that I'm stuck. So I need only purchase a few final ingredients, and then I can prepare the mixture. I must summon my courage and find a suitable meal. So there are definitely ways I can get remains. I think at this point I'm going to have to start thinking about hiring someone to get rid of the weary detective. The bomb maker may not be the best choice. I'm a little short on cash at the moment. So I think what I'm going to do... Oh, I also need to think about what cult. Well, you know, I kind of feel I need to make it a winter cult. So, but that means that I don't have the appropriate lore for it yet. So... Excuse me, what's my next step? My next step is to get some more passion, I think. So in this case, this is going to take a little bit of time. I'm going to fast forward just because we're going to be redoing a few actions that I've done before. And the aim here, season of suspicion. Now he's not going to find anything because I only have mystique. But I have gained a fleeting reminiscence, and in this case, fleeting reminiscences are... the way I make money at the moment. So my reputation as a performer is ruined. My reputation as an oracle has only begun, but the authorities have their eye on me. And better not with the hireling. So let's get my health back. Now normally I'd want to try and get Victor to explore, but Victor is not a follower yet, and I want to make a winter cult, so we don't actually have a way of producing a winter cult yet. That will be coming up in a little bit. I'm just trying to think if there's anything I want to do with talk right now. I know I want to preserve the passion, so I've been paid my fee. It's difficult to say if I've earned it. Fortunately, it's difficult for them to say if I've earned it too. So there's more mystique, which the detective is going to gobble up. We've got my nap. I think instead of exploring, I'm going to do some unskilled labor. Backbreaking work for meager pay. Is this the best I can do? For now, it is. And as far as dreams are concerned, I don't think there's a lot that I can do. So I've passed the time. I've been inclined to tears and afterwards inclined to laughter. Meanwhile, the world continues. So we're going to do the same trick as we did with erudition, and we're just going to double up the passion, and this will give me an opportunity to get a little bit more done, particularly with painting. Of course, there are going to be some other consequences with painting, which were mentioned in the patch notes, which I sort of skipped over because we're currently playing. We kind of wanted to play the new content right away. So the sun flickers like a shadow, dreams ripple behind the surface of mirrors. I must be careful not to drift from the waking world. Fascination may provoke visions. So coming up next, another season of visions. This I know, unless I get fascination, is going to produce another fleeting reminiscence. And what I might want to try and do is produce a restlessness. There's a couple things that I might want to try out of that, which is number one, see if restlessness does anything better in the medium job. That's less likely. The other alternative is to use the restlessness as an input to painting. So the day is done and so am I, but I've earned my pay. So there's one funds. We are pretty tired after that, so let's go rest. Does the detective grab a random notoriety mystique, or is there more factored into it than that? So far as I can tell, it is a random choice. I haven't seen any systematic behavior behind it, would be the better way for me to answer that. So I've passed the time, I've been inclined to tears, and afterwards inclined to laughter. Meanwhile, the world continues. So let's double up the glimmering. Feed my imagination. The tigers of wrath are wiser than the horses of instruction. If I spend time studying what I've learned, I could increase my passion or gain a skill. So we will, of course, do both with that. Now, the Course of the Heart's particularly helpful here because the Course of the Heart is ultimately, so whenever the principle of heart is implicated, I may gain vitality. This is one of the things that's sort of interesting about this. Remember how I said that each of the different parts of you has sort of an association with one of the principles in this game? Well, in this particular case, because I'm doing physical labor, again, these sort of influences that exist just beneath the skin of the world are being felt, and in this particular case it has produced another vitality, and of course we raise our health through vitality as well. So in this particular case, this is a bit of an example where even though my particular character is really just a bundle of ambitions right now, they've got just a tantalizing glimpse on this world outside. They're not really able to make a whole lot out of it, and yet their awareness of what's going on has sort of allowed them to become sort of a better person. They had to work a bit, essentially they had to sort of work at the reason and the passion, but they're sort of abrim with some vigor, and this has turned into an opportunity to increase our health. So mirrors are calm, the sun is steady, the glory recedes. I am sane, if that means anything. No fascination drives your visions. It's over for now. So let's try and turn this into restlessness and see what happens. So Miss Nania's eyes are thoughtful. My own heart pumps more strongly today. So I still need to wait for the study to become available to feed my imagination. And I am refreshed. So if I want to work again, I can. Whoops. If I want to walk the streets again, I can. What's the best way for me to handle this? I think in this case I am going to work again just because it's nice to keep a roof over your head. So backbreaking work for meager pay, is this the best that I can do? At the moment it is. It is indeed, Pax Cecilia. I like it because it's keeping me on my toes. The best that I've sort of figured out right now is that I'm looking for remains, and the only way of getting remains is either to lock up Victor somehow, or to use the Weary Detective's mortality against them. So part of this is going to be a matter of taking out the detective. I'm not sure if you should be shocked or pleased that working as a medium isn't particularly lucrative. I just need to become a better medium. Oh, I meant to read that text. All right. Well, that's fine. This will give me something to paint, though. So yeah, I mean, I'm definitely running into. Oh, you know what? I'm going to lose a bit of mystique. I can work with that still. There are more windows to in my soul, but sunlight is not the only thing that passes through a window. I've gained passion, but it'll be more difficult to gain passion next time. So now we've got 2 passion. I still have restlessness that's burning away at me, and in the meantime, we will increase my health through exercise. I'm abrim with vitality. If I devote some time to exercise, I'll benefit. So right now, my idea at the moment is to try and take out the weary detective, to use his mortality to turn him into remains which I will be able to consume in the Elixir Zeboim. But it may be that there's some other opportunity to get some remains, which I'm not aware of right now. So thank you for that, Pax Cecilia. Miss Nania acknowledges that all will pass, even memory, but memory can be passed like a torch or a treasure. It has, but it's, I don't know, like, especially when I'm trying to discover things. And again, this is part of the fun of the game, in my view. I know sometimes people get a little anxious over not making a lot of progress, but for me, this is the fun part, discovering new bits. Obviously, the ability to sort of to talk through what's going on and to give the flavor text over and over again is one of the bits of added value. And more importantly, too, there are little secrets that are revealed inside the text that aren't always apparent at the very beginning. So you never know, this might be a living. Add passion to make distinctive paintings, add mystique and especially notoriety to attract attention and make more money. Be careful, if you use notoriety, exhibiting paintings will keep you in the public eye. Now, inspiration. So this is the painting mechanic. Now that I've moved up my passion, I've been able to turn that into a little bit more of a serious effort to try and produce some art. Inspiration. A worthy subject isn't essential, but it's useful. Some subjects will draw the authorities' attention, but aren't those the interesting ones? So I could potentially paint the formula. Those who know will understand, as will the Suppression Bureau. I'm not quite that ready to move forward with it. In this case, I'm going to try painting the restlessness. So it's going to be a mood piece that should hopefully have an impact. And let's think again. So a painting of a dark-skinned woman with snow-colored eyes and close-cropped ivory-colored hair. She stands before a small marble tomb overgrown with star jasmine. The painting is signed Jonas B. Munch, 1811. The colors of the night. I could spend money on better paints, or I could find more exotic pigments. So I'm putting my last coin into a painting. This thing had better work. I am refreshed, so if I need to improve myself, I can work. I have grown stronger, I've gained health, but it'll be more difficult to gain health next time. So I've gained a stronger physique. I've benefited from exercise. Use this with 2 lessons learned to gain more health. So this is the aspect strength. I am strong by day as well as by night. This may allow you to perform better as a manual laborer or as a dancer, and it is also the aspect ability. So this is helpful both when I'm running into trouble as far as my health is concerned, but it's also sort of helpful in terms of getting work done. I'm sort of strong enough now that I could sort of rotate through different tasks as a day laborer. Now, unfortunately, that doesn't seem to be a lot for me to study right now. I could obviously keep hammering away at the erudition and the passion and whatnot, and that might be a good idea. But at this case, again, so close. But I think at this point I need to be thinking about getting rid of that detective. So, a good day. This is coming out better than usual. I have not shirked. Looks like an overlooked place, so this has some benefits, some drawbacks. Oh, Moreland's shop. I found someplace unusual. The dim premises of Miss Moreland, who deals in rare and sometimes dangerous books. So this will be helpful for getting tomes, but of course I'm going to have my own challenges in terms of affording tomes. So, and looks like we have got a season of sickness coming up, so I want to make sure that I have some vitality set aside just in case. I need I need to go to the doctor. So we did gain some glimmering for that. We got a lot of contentment, which was nice. Unfortunately, we only got the 1 money. And so what this means, I ultimately didn't get that much from the painting. So the artist rewards, my recent work has attracted a couple of callers. With luck, something will sell. So ultimately what happened here is I really just made back the materials. And so this is a loss for me because, of course, I wasted time making that painting and I really didn't get any return for it. So what we're going to do now, we'll take our stronger physique, unskilled labor, arms of bronze, to work then. And now it's 55 seconds instead of the full minute. And what I'm doing right now is I'm going to sit on this vitality, knowing that the season of sickness is coming up. It'd be nice to buy something from Morelands, but of course we need to pay the rent, so we'll wait on that for a bit. I am refreshed. This, of course, is so I can continue my cycle of working. So there'll be basically, I mean, I'm going to get sick. So I'm only going to have that 1 health, but normally it'll be sort of a cycle of 1 health being recovered, 1 health being worked, and so on. And while I'm at it, I can actually start blabbing about the red secret. Talking publicly about the invisible arts will attract attention. Perhaps that's what I want. And the reason I can do that is because I know I have a spare passion available. There goes my health. I finished early. Here's my pay. So I'm going to nap to recover fatigue. I have enough time on my vitality to know that I'll be safe for using that to recover it. And then as far as work is concerned, I don't have any memories at the moment to be able to use my my consultation. So I'm very insistent on doing a winter cult though, so I'm making life a little more difficult for me by holding out like this. Oops, sorry guys. It would be nice to buy something if we have to pay the rent. Damn, the realism is cutting to the bone. Yeah, speaking of cutting to the bone, I really do want to find those remains. And again, part of it, I think, is trying to create those remains. But nap to recover fatigue, we've got that. Again, I normally like to explore, but I'm going to wait until after the sickness is gone. So we're going to keep working. Course of the Heart, so we've got some more vitality. Normally I'd double that up into a lesson learned, but we need to clear out the illness first. But while I'm at it, let's read some sentimental literature to get the glimmering up. Considering the evidence, if a hunter has found notoriety, they will try to use it or to create or upgrade evidence. If they're meticulous, they'll always succeed. If they're erratic, they're more likely to fail, but they can occasionally create evidence even without notoriety. So it looks like we've found an acquaintance. Come with me. And it looks like we've got some restlessness, which will be able to turn into some income. So the illness has damaged my health. I'll need to rest before I am fully recovered. Cure your affliction with funds or vitality. Well, we've got 5 seconds on vitality, so all I need now is time. Of course, this will take this out for a minute, so I'm going to need that time to recover my health. But of course, by then I should have some restlessness to either paint with or to do my medium thing with. So I'm safe for now. My adversary has not enough evidence to bring a case against me, and they found no new clues. So the weary detective is neutralized. I think it's a little more likely I'm going to be able to upgrade the vitality, to be completely honest, but the way I'm going to handle this is I'll double up the 2 glimmering first because this one's about to expire. I finished early. Here's my pay. And we're going to go straight... Oops, wrong one. Although I'm going to read that work again. So I hunger for what is lost. The way to that lies through another hunger. There is a secret I must study. I can't be referring to this. Anyways, we'll use my restlessness. Clandestine consultation. My reputation as a performer is ruined. My reputation as an oracle has only begun, but the authorities have their eye on me. So let's get that out of the way. So part of this right now is also managing these timers. So here we go. Read sentimental literature. I've passed the time. I've been inclined to tears and afterwards inclined to laughter. Meanwhile, the world continues. So let's double up my glimmerings. I'll try and double up the vitality if I can. There should still be 20 seconds on this, turn it into a lesson learned. And also the fact that I'm going to be working with my health will make it more likely that I get some more vitality anyway. Speaking of more vitality, I've actually already got some. And when I'm feeling a little more secure in my position, I should be able to... I believe this will get me another glimmering. Is there something to be learned from the satisfaction of desire? So we've got extra passion, or not extra passion, we've got our passion back. There's the red secret, and Tristan, an acquaintance. Tristan dislikes distractions. Tristan gets things done. You may be able to recruit this acquaintance as a follower. Okay, so again, as always, we have questions in terms of what I want to do with talk. I'm assuming if I talk with the adversary, perhaps we could parlay, or perhaps I could send something to ambush them. And of course, the drawback here is I don't have a lot of really helpful tools in terms of talking with them. I could try, you know, the formula, but I don't really think that's what I need at the moment. So I don't have a great reason for parlaying with the weary detective right now. I'll double check that if there's anything else that I can do. I still don't have the elegist's price. Don't have a memory. And those are the two things that they want. So let me think. Well, I don't have money for Moreland, so we're just going to let time go by. I suppose I can keep talking about the red secret, though. Alright, more restlessness. That's the only time I've been happy for restlessness, to be honest. Inspiration and desperation. I've been paid my fee. It's difficult to say whether I've earned it. Fortunately, it's difficult for them to say whether I've earned it, too. So in this particular case, I'm going to try a reputation-based painting. So we'll take the 2 Mystique. And we'll add the restlessness. Also, heal, the sick room grows close and stale. It's time to get up. Now I've got 25 seconds left on this health, so there's no reason for me to go and rest to recover from fatigue, because I believe that will take longer than I have. But what I will do is I'll use my health to search the city. And I'll have another health available once that painting's done. I found somewhere unusual. And Oriflamme's auction house. Oriflamme specializes in curios, perfumes, taxidermy, specimens, and rare texts. It operates from cramped new premises now, since the destruction of the old by an unexplained fire. You can buy or sell items at Oriflamme's. Also, I don't think I explained... Oh no, we did do the dim premises of Miss Moreland, who deals with rare and sometimes dangerous books. Okay, I'm fatigued, so let's dream about the health to get that back. We've got, as yet, I have only the needs and desires of any other mortal but what stirs in me, so I need to make sure I deal with this restlessness in a minute. And I'd like to go exploring with my health, but I don't have it quite yet, so this is something like enlightenment. So I've got another glimmering. I don't have an immediate use for it right now because we're already combining one. But I might get it through painting, so I don't have any money for the colors of the night, unfortunately. This is a pure reputation thing and of low quality, but that's the life of a starving artist for you. Alright, there are more windows in my soul, but sunlight is not the only thing that passes through a window. Now, right now I'm just going to try and preserve some of the vitality, so we'll exercise the body again. I've still got 100 seconds left on this vitality, and I'll probably be getting some money from... This will be a little hard to manage, actually. Let's see what the income is from this. I wrote effort. Honestly, I'm just going through the motions. The quality of the work will no doubt suffer. Worthless. I produced nothing of use or significance at all. I should be ashamed of myself. Still, I have a reputation. It might sell. My recent work has drawn some attention. Something should sell. All right. So we don't seem to be suffering the effects of banking on our reputation too much. We do have 2 funds to show for it, which makes me happy. I am refreshed. So let's think about what I'm going to do. Let's do... Okay, I'm going to search the city. This is in an effort to try and find somebody to make that a former detective. And I'm going to paint away the restlessness again, because I do have the 2 mystique. I'm going to bank on my reputation again, and I should have some money left over to make something special. Now, as far as dreaming is concerned, I don't have a lot to do. So a patron, okay, so another patron to work with. If we get Poppy, that'll actually help us out. I found someone who I might be able to help pay to enact regrettable necessities. Now, this is Nox, so this is not very helpful for killing weary detectives, so we'll pass them by. I'm going to throw some money at the painting. I could spend money on better paints, or perhaps I could find more exotic pigments. And I've got a minute left on this vitality, so I need to find some quick, otherwise I'm going to lose it. I think that will come through working again. Never guaranteed to get vitality, but it's a pretty high chance. Unfortunately, it's going to take 55 seconds to get it, so I think I've lost this. But that's life. Okay, my recent work is considered significant. I may yet earn a living from this, but nothing is certain. So, turns out I just made my own money back. And again, that's, in my view, that's a loss. But we did gain the second glimmering, so we'll be able to upgrade our vivid imagination. And let's make some real money by using my arms of bronze. Again, this vitality, it's a sunk cost. There's nothing I can do to recover it. And I'll just live with the consequences because I'm going to be upgrading my vivid imagination instead. All right, we can learn from each other. So I've got my reason back, I've got more mystique, there's the red secret, and Count Jannings. Count Gottlob Jannings represents a continental confraternity of physicians and duelists. He could use your assistance. So let's see, let's actually move my mentors down, and let's also put the weary detective in the people pile. So let's see what Jannings wants. The good Count's fraternity in Europe is seeking particular research. And the clouds depart, the wolf despair prowls elsewhere. No dread empowers this despair, it's over for now. So what's interesting here is that there's a good argument to keep one restless around so that I can keep doing my my medium work. Keeps me from painting too much. So yeah, if I use my restlessness can kind of become fuel for my my income. Can you bury vitality in a painting you like you can with restlessness, or does that not fit get consumed? Well, it won't get consumed. You can do a painting about vitality. Yeah, I suppose that was one way I could have preserved it. But of course, the drawback is that I need to generate vitality as well, and I don't think that's the best use of the study. So, all right. Count Jennings would pay... Okay, the Count will pay for information of interest. This time he'd like a very substantial research on the corporal mysteries of the heart. You'll need a matching lore fragment of at least 6 to complete this commission. So we don't actually have level 6 heart lore. We actually don't have any heart lore. So that's not too useful to me right now. Let's just talk about the red secret again. Talking publicly about the invisible arts will attract attention, but perhaps that's what I want. And we'll see, do you desperately need money and the painting isn't reliable, so it makes sense the way you've done things? Of course, I'm doing it. It always makes sense when I do it, right? I've never made a mistake at all in Cultist Simulator. All right, I'm refreshed. The tough call here is whether or not I want to go and get the money right away, or if I want to do some exploration as well. If I do some exploration right now, I'm not really going to be able to hire whoever I find. So in this case, I'm going to take I'm gonna do the. I'm gonna rest up right away. I've got another point of vitality. Again, we've already lost the one that we have. And obviously nobody gets wealthy doing manual labor. This is really paycheck to paycheck here, but because I am strong, I am able to sort of... I've got a 5-second lead on the counter here, so I can sort of outpace the passage of time. There are more windows in my soul, but sunlight is not the only thing that passes through a window. Now, in the meantime, I'm going to take my practice with painting, and I'm going to turn this into a higher imagination. Feed my imagination fiercer. He who desires but acts not breeds pestilence. Just make money by doctoring. Yeah, it's a little different than the physician, that's for sure. By the way, guys, these are the perfect times to be asking questions about the game if you're interested in it. We're in a little bit of a holding pattern just because... Oh, I need to remember to do something with my fleeting reminiscence. This is one of these points where I'm sort of on my way to doing some other task. I will still be able to turn that into money. Search the city, crowded thoroughfares by day, a fog-wrapped labyrinth by night. I'll walk the streets seeking secrets until I can walk no more. But while I'm sort of trying to get to my next level in terms of finding someone to hire or finding something to do, this is a great time to be asking some general questions about the game. Hulking fellow. I mean, 3 edge isn't the best in the world. I might hire him. We'll see. If I was a bad doctor, I'd have all the corpses I need. This is true. All right, let's rest up. I have some vitality, so I'll be able to double that up. Having an even stronger physique will make me a little bit better at my job. But in the meantime, let's take my reputation as a medium. And what I'm particularly interested in right now that I'm using a fleeting reminiscence, let's see how long it takes me. So... being a medium is actually a more sensible role for me, seeing as it takes 30 seconds to do one of these consultations. So I essentially, on a basically funds per minute, I can get 2 as a medium, and I get 1 as or a little bit more than 1 as a day laborer. So I'll keep that in mind. All right, my desires grow in number, and it may be that they will always outpace my actions. So here, I have a wild imagination. I've been known to break 6 pencils in a day. Use this with work to paint, or with study and 3 lessons learnt to gain more passion. So, in this case, I'll be able to sort of bank on my reputation here a little bit. Can you get more out of patrons other than commissions? It depends on the patron, but generally, if you wanna make money. I mean, commissions, you can sell the Spintrea, but generally you do commissions so that you can get the Spintrea. And for those of you who don't know what Spintrea are, that's totally fine. That is something that we haven't covered in the game yet. I'm abrim with vitality. If I devote some time to exercise, I will benefit. So in this case, this is getting me the 2nd vitality lesson learnt, and this is just to do the same thing that I did with my imagination. Nothing too surprising there. This is just me doing my holding pattern thing. All right, I'm sick again, which is less than ideal. The wolf despair prowls elsewhere. No dread empowers this despair. It's over for now. So I have an idea about how I'm going to handle my job. So it's I've been paid my fee. It's difficult to say whether I've earned it. Fortunately, it's difficult for them to say whether I've earned it too. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to try and convert this fleeting reminiscence into a restlessness, and this is because the restlessness doesn't go away, and I want to see if I can ride this to a slightly higher income level. In the meantime, though, let's try taking advantage of my increased ability to paint. And I think I will try and hire that hulking fellow. This is really not the first person I would want to hire, but it's what I've got. Okay, an acquaintance, come with me. Red Secret's back, Mystique is back, and we have got Saliba. Saliba is a man of prodigious appetites. He is long past the point where their satisfaction has given him any pleasure, but he has learnt so very much. You might be able to recruit this acquaintance as a follower. Okay, so let's think a bit about our next step. I don't have any health to sort of... I'm not able to just rest and get my health anymore. Unfortunately, I've also sort of stopped the generation of vitality as well, so I'm probably going to have to pay to get this illness dealt with, and I don't have any money for paint, so it may be that I don't generate a lot out of this, but I am going to be able to convert this into restlessness in a little bit. Oh, the Course of the Heart saves the day, so this will buy their loyalty for now. So let's dream about this health just to recover it. I'll still have 8 seconds left. This will give me the potential of generating some vitality if I need. We've got the Hulking Fellow, so this is not really going to be all that effective. But let's have a chat with the Weary Detective. Perhaps we could parlay, or perhaps I could send something to ambush him. And here we'll send the minion to murder the hunter. My minion skills are limited. This hunter will probably survive, and the attempt will draw attention. Failure will kill your minion. The other thing I could say, well, we can talk about the Temptation Remembrance, but I'm willing to guess that the Weary Detective will not willingly be devoured. So, of course, the other thing I could try and do is, if I had a cult, I could try and imprison this fellow, but... Alright, no money for the Colors of the Night, regrettably. We're not able to stiff the landlord in order to get some paints. Although, of course, I'd totally do that in real life. There's a wonderful art store in Ottawa called Wallach's. I just got a nice pen from there. Honestly, I'm only going through the motions. The quality of the work will no doubt suffer. I produce nothing of any use or significance at all. I should be ashamed of myself. Still, if I have a reputation, it might sell. The artist's reward, my recent work is considered significant. I may yet earn a living from this, but nothing is certain. So I'm going to put my fleeting reminiscence just beside the painting. We've got the Mystique that I started off with, as well as some extra Mystique, and I do not have a lot of money to show for this. So, let's start by using my... Let's start by using my stronger physique to get a little bit of work done. It's going to take more than 25 seconds to convert this fleeting reminiscence, so for the meantime I want to be generating some income. I now also have the vitality lesson learned, so I'm getting all my ducks in a row there. You think you finally made a breakthrough with your lantern run? I mean, you were talking a little bit about the advancement of your character. For those of you on Steam who are not familiar with Valken, Valken is a person who likes playing this game. He's somebody who visits my stream, and he has been making some progress. This becomes something that you sort of pursue your ambition with. It's going to be the way that you can get to sort of an end game state. And Valken has been making some rather encouraging progress towards it. So we've been following it on my channel, which is twitch.tv/systemchalk if the downtime is not boring you too much. Resting will restore me if I have the necessary resources. So this is the reason why we were happy to get the vitality, so we can recover this affliction. 50 seconds until we get some more money. The trembling in the air, the sun flickers like a shadow, dreams ripple behind the surface of mirrors. I must be careful not to drift from the waking world. Fascination may provoke visions. And is there anything interesting I can do with my study right now? I suppose I can try and upgrade my reason. Or I can do what? I don't think I can study a fleeting remnant. Well, if I wanted to upgrade Moth, I guess I could. But this does not seem the right call. So let's say we're going to go for a cheeky little reason. It's unlikely I'm going to get a lot out of this, but it doesn't hurt to have the study verb doing some things. I would certainly have the exploration on cooldown if I had, basically constantly ticking down if I didn't have the health problems. Of course, I'm going to have 3 health by the end of this, so I should be able to get a fairly decent rotation going. I await word, hunting a hunter. And let's see what happened. Oh, my minion is returned with a trophy. So the hulking fellow did the job. We've got notoriety for killing the the detective, and we have got a human corpse. The spirit is departed. At some point, the smell will be so bad you'll have to dispose of it, but here it is for now. It may attract attention, but it may be used to impress the impressionable. Even after the corpse is gone, notoriety will remain, and human corpses are ingredients, because why not? They are remnants, once another wore this flesh. Grail, hunger, lust, the drowning waters. The principle of the Grail honors both the birth and the feast. It is reputation level 2. Many fear their reputation, few their conscience. And winter. Winter is the principle of silence, of endings, and of those things that are not quite dead. Cool. So, I want to turn this into restlessness so that I can get my medium work done. And once my study becomes available, let's make sure... Oh, season of suspicion. So the real dilemma here is that the corpse might get picked up by the season of suspicion, and I will be unimaginably sad if that happens. Fortunately, it's like the lowest probability thing to get picked up, so... All right, we've got some money to show for it, so this will allow me to actually do the study. What do I want to do as far as work is concerned? Normally, I'd try and paint at this point, to be completely honest with you. The reason I'm not going to paint is because I want as much of this reputation down to prevent the notoriety from picking up this corpse. Of course, this is, by the way, one of the reasons I love this game, because nobody asked for it to turn out this way. It just so happens that after the weary detective who has, likes his pipe and his illustrated London evening news, within, a day of him going missing, not even, within hours of him going missing, there's already an investigation underway for whoever performed the deed. So that I find, again, you didn't sign up for that, but this is exactly how the story of Peter Ichabod has turned out. Okay, so I've got enough time to manage this. The words contain knowledge, and now I contain it. It is a little like theft, and a little like feasting, and a little like the progress of an infectious disease. Got my erudition now. I don't have money, unfortunately. Oh, the money is going to be a problem. Drat. The fastest way for me to get the money will be through the medium job. So, study the physique. In 1 second, I'll get the restlessness. So, Miss Nania acknowledges that all will pass, even memory, but that memory can be passed like a torch or a treasure. So here I'm going to see whether or not I can make this work a little bit better. Inspiration and desperation, I can cobble together enough half-truths to satisfy my client. So I have 30 seconds before I'll get some money. In this case, I don't need to worry about the money getting lost. Oop. I'm safe for now. The meddler's attention must be elsewhere. A relief. Okay, so it looks like this was the... Oh no! I'm going to lose the corpse! What can I do to preserve this? Because I... Sulachana, can you hide this for me? Yeah, I did that study thinking that, well, I did need to get the money, but I didn't need to lock that up for 30 seconds, so. I've been paid my fee. It's difficult to say whether I've earned it. Fortunately, it's difficult for them to say whether I've earned it too. Thank you, friendly. This is kind of like one of those movies. Okay, this is the Pulp Fiction moment where Samuel Jackson and John Travolta have that really regrettable scene with the filmmaker. But This is the we've got a body and we need to find a place to hide it scene in the story of Peter Ichabod. I also really want to find a way of like betraying and murdering the hulking fellow, but one thing at a time. So yeah, the restlessness, the restlessness money generating scheme seems to be the best. Yes, with the wolf. Quick, get some frankincense. Well, I bet some frankenvinder would also help me with that. Yeah, Harvey Keitel in that scene is really great. Are you sure it's not more Weekend at Bernie's? I've never seen Weekend at Bernie's, so I can say. It's obviously a much more cool reference to talk about a Tarantino film. Okay, bleak thoughts. We're about to eat a corpse. I don't see why there would be any bleak thoughts. The machine, my body ripples with power. So we're just a little bit off on the timing here. So we're going to need to wait the 3 seconds for the money. Again, the human corpse will last long enough for that. I don't know whether or not I'll be able to rehire the hulking fellow though. So, all right, inspiration and desperation. I've been paid my fee. It's difficult to say whether I've earned it. Fortunately, it's difficult for them to say whether I have earned it too. So let's just, I think at this point I'm going to keep banking on my reputation as a medium here. And now we do the bold experiment. I need only purchase a few final ingredients and then I can prepare the mixture. I must summon my courage and find a suitable meal. So, temptation. Old memories go into the earth and there they cannot be found, but they dwell in, but they dwell is another place first before they go to sleep. Taste. There is no turning back. We have one weary detective. And finally, materials. The first taste. I will dine alone. Or not exactly alone. Force of will. It is difficult. Oh, God! Why? Okay, so this is completely a normal person who is actually doing this for the first time, and you need to dedicate resources to getting this guy down. Oh, Jesus, that's horrifying. Okay. It's difficult to begin. I find that I have to concentrate my will into a jagged thing like a stone spearhead, but with each mouthful, it is easier. This is absolutely worth the money for that moment alone. Please buy a game. All right, Sulachana stubs out her cigarette. Yes, if you want to study the language with me, yes, you can. Was there something else? Hold on to this fellow for a little while for me, will you? I think I'm gonna have to let them go. Unfortunately, there's not a lot for me to get done with this. Is she disappointed? It's difficult to tell with Sulachana. Okay, let's say the hulking fellow gets off scot-free because we don't have a way of... I don't have a way of imprisoning him yet. So, I do want more restlessness, and this is just so I can do some painting. Peter, as he tries to force it down his throat. Don't think about it. Don't think about it. Ah, he's still looking at me. I should have eaten the head first. We each of us, I wrote much later in my journal, have a memory of a moment when things changed forever, though at the time we never knew it. Perhaps the world also had those memories. I recall then that I laid down my pen and looked out past the window into the dark, but I have forgotten the other side of that moment. Perhaps I wiped my mouth. Perhaps I licked my lips. So something unexpected. Every life has its impossible corners. So dedication, remembrance. The cool wind blew when the sun was red and low. The voice the waves once used. The shapes that loped beside us in the snow, all crushed behind the flat glass of time. I must revisit what was lost, though the taste of it be ripe and strange. All right, formula Elixir Zeboim, that formula which quickens the memories of decaying flesh in the bellies of the living. Such a thing could not exist without the consent of both the flower maker and the elegiast, and with the assistance of one more hour besides. So, the Feast of the Honeyed Dove. I can consume remnants to preserve a little of their knowledge from dust. I may yet have to. Cool. Okay, so this thing we need to be generating a bunch of bodies is pretty much the lesson I'm getting here. Well, that complicates things. I'm also trying to think. All right, well, let's one thing at a time. Okay, how do I want to play this? I'm going to be getting a fleeting reminiscence before too long. I really do need to found a cult, so at this point, this is very much a question of making money. I suspect something unexpected will allow me to make more money, but then I also don't know if using something unexpected with the painting will help me out as well, so... I don't know if I'm allowed to play copywritten music on Steam. But yeah, so obviously this is a game that I am really fond of, and clearly I was interested, but yeah, this thing is definitely, I want to see where this is going, so... I've been paid my fee. It's difficult to say whether I've earned it. Fortunately, it's difficult for them to say whether I've earned it too. Now, I have a feeling I'll probably make some decent money if I use this something unexpected, but I want to try and speak with Miss Nania first. So let's explore, let's search the city first. I need to really figure out how I'm going to balance... I have a season of suspicion coming up. Okay. I'm probably not going to have any money left over for the paints. Now, you know what? I'm going to be able to do this trick one more time. So this will give me my paints. You could just sing it. Please do, for the whole chat. Oh, and I should be doing something with my study verb. What do I want to do with my study verb? We can get more reason, I guess. All right. Miss Nania acknowledges that all will pass, even memory, but that memory can be passed like a torch or a treasure. Okay, so let's see what they have to say about something unexpected. Share an autre memory with Miss Nania. Miss Nania's expression is difficult to read today. I have become conscious of her eyes, her mouth, the lines of her face as separate objects, conjunct only by chance, like the contents of someone's pockets emptied onto a table. So I have to share something with you. There's a particular reason why this is resonating with me right now. In Ottawa, we've got a museum called the Canadian Museum of Science and Technology. And there's a special exhibit right now about the works of Leonardo da Vinci, and particularly there is an exhibit on this analysis that they did of the Mona Lisa with basically different sort of wavelengths, different types of photography, and it uncovered a few different features of it, such as the portraits that lie underneath it, some cases where the painting was damaged and repaired, as well as some cases where Da Vinci himself was sort of using his hands to blend the different portraits together rather than use a paintbrush or such. And it answered a number of sort of outstanding questions about the painting. Now, the thing is that I've never really seen it other than in a book, but they had a number of different versions of the painting and reproductions of it. And so it really was one of these cases where I finally got to sit down and just stare at it and study it for a while. And I really have not had a lot of opportunities to do that with a painting. And of course, to have all of this information about it and all of these secrets and all of these ideas, this concept of this character coming back to this painting is one that's particularly resonant right now, just because I've sort of been confronted with this very mysterious and this very obviously very storied painting. But what I also particularly like about this is, of course, this is a fantasy game. This is one where I've got a potentially dubious, potentially real medium, which has now consumed the dead in order to obtain their memories, and they keep going back to this painting, and they are sharing these events that are going through. And there's lots of different ways of taking that. That can sort of be, this can be a very ordinary thing of somebody, going and looking at a painting and this being about what's going on inside the head when they're seeing the painting. Or this can be completely, this is literally somebody who's eating the dead and getting the memories, and they come back to this painting that told them to do it, basically. So this is great fun. And this is one of the reasons why I like the game, because there's enough space between what's written that, again, there's the old saying, you never show the monster because the audience can always imagine something far worse. There's a little bit of that going on here, but there's just also simply a lot of your own little gaps and a lot of your own little experiences that are filling in the parts where the authors didn't feel the need to make it explicit. And I think that is one of the reasons why I've always found it so rewarding to come back to this game. And it's why I name the characters. I mean, this one, admittedly, some of you might actually know what this is a reference to, but this is one of the reasons why I keep coming back to Cultist Simulator, and why I name characters. Every single one of them, even if I don't give voice to it, it is a story that's being told, and I have some ideas about who these characters are, and I sometimes learn a little something about the character depending on what some of the actions are. Sometimes I lay out the table in accordance with, a little bit of their character and how it goes. I will admit, I actually rather like this setup. There's the one drawback where I have too many extra verbs that pop up and I need to move them around, but I rather like this setup. But yeah, this is really... This, to me, is the heart and soul of Cultist Simulator, that I've got, this wild story that's going on right now, and it's, it's spooky and it's gross and it's cool, but it is also a story that I'm very much making my own, both through the actions that I take in the game and also all of the memories that it brings up. And of course, that's what this one is all about remembrance, and this is immediately bringing me back to that experience of seeing that exhibit at the Canadian Sci-Tech Museum. And this is not the first time this game has done this for me. It's done a really wonderful job of sort of really lining up with some events that have happened in my life and bringing a new spin on them. So, all right. I want to read this again, though. Miss Nania's expression is difficult to read today. I have become conscious of her eyes, her mouth, the lines of her face as separate objects, conjunct only by chance, like the contents of someone's pockets emptied onto a table. Okay. So I am really curious what happens with this over time. And again, we're doing the medium thing just so that we can cover the rent, and I'll have some money left over for paints. All right, the wolf despair prowls elsewhere. No dread empowers this. Okay, fascination coming up next. I've been paid my fee. It's difficult to say whether I've earned it. Fortunately, it's difficult for them to say whether I've earned it too. So more mystique. I can sort of see why there were some nerfs, for lack of a better term, to the painting mechanics added to this one as well, because I feel like the medium is particularly well suited for abusing painting. Okay, so I'm going to take my reputation, and I'm going to use this restlessness because it'll turn into dread first, and then I'm going to use this one for my medium day job. Oh, thanks, Velkin. Or totally not Velkin, however you prefer. Not too much going on with the erudition and vitality. I just sort of accepted that I would be losing those, but that's because I don't have books. Oh, interesting. Miss Nania says nothing, but there in the gallery I snatch my pen from my pocket, and I write frenziedly as if I had been given directions by someone whispering in my ear. When I follow the directions, I will find something precious. God, again, this is just an image that I really like, is this person, after the first, the first act of cannibalism, you go to the painting, you take that memory, you look at the painting, and then all of a sudden it's, the painting stays, but there's now a possession. Now, Gildersleeve's Latin grammar is not exactly the sort of thing that I want to fall over myself, to obtain. But it does, you know, it does give me something, and I'll be able to work with it. So. All right, let's. Do I want to risk turning this into restlessness right now? I feel like I can manage it. I can always change it back. I am refreshed. Okay, I should probably still be searching the city at this point. I think there are a few things that I can find. Colors of the Night. It'll be done in just a few seconds, so there is always the risk that I don't generate enough money and it's a waste of time. Well, if I want to make bodies, the professional muscle is the way to do it. Read whatever is to hand. The words contain knowledge, and now I contain it. It's a little like theft, a little like feasting, and a little like the progress of an infectious disease. So if I want to upgrade my reason, I do need to turn this into a lesson learnt. I will. Gildersleeve's Latin grammar does not have an expiry date, so I'll hang on to that for now. Getting a little close to losing the restlessness, but I think we'll be okay. This, however, is going to be really close to the wire, so I think I'm actually going to buy myself some time. I'm going to convert this one again. I'm going to take it one at a time. There's nothing to be ashamed of here. My recent work is considered notable. I've exhibited the latest paintings publicly. Surely someone will buy something. Now, I kind of need to be careful if a season of suspicion is coming up. I'm not entirely sure I got a great return on that one. So it's going to be fascination I need to deal with next. This is partly just managing my restlessness at the moment. So I think I'm gonna risk it one more time. I really do need to let this notoriety decay, but for now, I'm gonna risk it. All right, we're gonna get another fleeting reminiscence. I don't think I want to hire this guy. I mean, they'd be good for producing corpses. I just think I need money for paints, so. And then at some point we'll be going to Moorlands to pick up some cash. One important thing to remember too is I don't just need to kill hunters. There are other ways for me to get money, so. She understands my restlessness. She has known it herself now and then. She reminds me that nothing endures. Of course, I can just turn this one into money from the medium work as well, seeing as I know that I'm going to have another fleeting reminiscence coming up. So whether I decide to do it, actually, you know what? I can turn this into restlessness now. Better not. I must be careful of the company I keep. But yeah, what I really need to work on right now is getting some more lore. I mine the library. Let's go. I think I'm gonna try and go for my erudition. Competent work. Recent work is considered significant. I may yet earn a living from this, but nothing is certain. So some glimmering, mystique. Oh, and again, we only got what we put into that, so not a good use of my time. Okay, and foolishly, I did not have something that I could use my reputation as a medium for, so we're just going to hang out for a little bit. I mean, I could do the hardened physique, but, well, you know what? Let's do it. It's 10 seconds off, so I'm still going to have to wait for this for a little bit, but we'll be in okay shape. Okay. And I can use my health here. Mirrors are calm, the sun is steady, the glory recedes. I am sane if that means anything. No fascination drives your visions. It's over for now. And you know what? I changed my mind. This is going to be a fleeting reminiscence. Reason for that is I'm going to have multiple fleeting reminiscences, so I'm going to turn those... the first thing I'm going to do is turn those into money. I'm going to have one restlessness to be sort of my constant stream of money, and then we'll consider the next. One thing that's kind of neat, I think, about how this is set up. So we haven't had a season of suspicion in a while. But obviously with generating so much mystique, if you didn't want to go and take strangers off the street, this in theory will still keep you in a fairly steady supply of detectives and journalists and whatnot. But of course, let's face it, like, you're probably just going to want to go and acquire your own memories. All right, another overlooked place. Possibly Street Strange by midnight, but we'll see. Yes, it is exactly... Or by moonlight, so... So as long as I keep one of these, I should be in decent enough shape. And let's explore these. It'll give me something to cool my my heels with. Okay. The others speak little to me, but now they nod when I pass. Here is my pay. So I got some vitality for it, nothing too special, but it'll cover the rent. And now I'm going to use my reputation as a medium to get rid of 2 of these fleeting reminiscences, and then the last one I will convert into money. The words contain knowledge, and now I contain it. It's a little like theft, a little like feasting, and a little like the progress of an infectious disease. So there is my erudition. I think we can make a run on getting an upgrade to skill scholarship. This will be helpful when I'm studying. I'm refreshed, so let's take this one. This is just recovering my health as early as I can. I don't need it at the moment, but it's something for me to do. And what I should have done in the meantime was take a red secret and try and get some more acquaintances. But I didn't have the presence of mind to do so. And so, okay, we'll get another restlessness coming up. In that case, I'm just going to take these fleeting reminiscences and turn them into money. This should get me through this season. And yeah, what we'll do now is we'll take the red secret. So because I know that in 1 minute there will be a series of events that wind up spawning restlessness for me, I don't need to worry too much about generating that on its own. Now, we've got a great opportunity here with some extra glimmering, so I'm going to explore with the streets again. I've been paid my fee. Difficult to say whether I've earned it. Fortunately, it's difficult for them to say whether I've earned it too. So, back in the money. And again, we're going to... just going to pick off the fleeting reminiscences. Nothing too special going on there. And what I'm going to do next... as far as study, this is going to be a little bit of a tough needle to thread, but I'm going to double up these 2 glimmering. I'm going to double up the 2 erudition next, then I'm going to take that erudition and use it to upgrade the scholarship. I don't think I'm going to be able to keep everything, but I'm going to give it my best shot. And in the meantime, we're just going to try and find some more people to bring into my my associations. All right, cool. So more glimmering. This might actually give me a chance to upgrade the wild imagination. It's going to be 3 lessons learned. It's going to be a tricky one to do, but given the fact that we're generating so much glimmering this way, it's also not outside the realm of possibility now. So 1 more fleeting reminiscence. Here's the erudition. So in order to preserve the glimmering, I could theoretically do 1 more action to generate another glimmering. But in this case here, I'm just going to try and preserve the oldest ones first. Then we're going to double these up, and then we'll see what happens with this remaining one. Obviously, even if I get 2 lessons learned, I'm still going to need to wind up getting the 3rd, and that's going to be a little tricky to preserve, but... Okay, this is what we were expecting, so this is going to generate my restlessness before too long. Our notoriety is going away, so that also eliminates a threat of a hunter turning me into a prisoner. The taste, the particular taste, the taste which is neither fair nor foul, it comes to trouble my mouth again. My tongue will swell, my lips will blacken. The elixir has set its spores within me, and only dead flesh can quell them. So visions pass me with pavane grace, a window over a wood, a garden of ice, a shivering sun, a woman of glass. I will return home with reluctance. So don't have much to do with the subtle fracture right now, unfortunately, but we still got something. So we'll go back to the streets. I've got a little bit of money, so I can start considering some trips to Moorlands just to be able to get some books to read, and more importantly, a cult to found. But for now, let's say we're going to... I've got 23 seconds, so let's go do manly work. I don't want to wait too long on this because it's nice to have a nice fresh It's nice to have a nice, fresh restlessness to work with. And I don't really have much to do with this subtle fracture right now. This will be very helpful. Something like this is actually quite helpful later on, but I am behind in terms of getting my cult established. So the taste, the particular taste, the taste. Oh, we've already got that here. So, oh, interesting. So I didn't get restlessness. I've created a problem for myself then because I don't have anything to feed my business. Well, it looks like I'm doing manual labor for a while. That was unexpected. Okay, so here's our glimmering. I need to double up the erudition, otherwise I lose it. And we've got contentment. This might generate a fascination or something like that, so I'm perfectly fine hammering away the street strange by moonlight. And I don't have anything to rest yet. Oh, more exotic cravings. Let's see if that turns into restlessness. Okay, we've got an acquaintance now, so passion's back, more mystique, red secrets free, and I've got a hanger-on. So this is the sort of person who I might want to consider eating if I get particularly desperate. Let's do the red secret again. I may want to have to speak with Miss Nania, depending on what happens here, but if this gives me a restlessness, I'll be perfectly fine with that too. The others will speak little to me, but now they nod when I pass. Here's my pay, so here we go. The real thing is this is never going to generate a lot of money, but what it does do is this is sort of my second best option compared to the medium work. Right now I don't have anything to feed that medium work, and so in this case I'm spending 50 seconds as opposed to 30. Once upon a time this would take a minute. So in this case having a stronger body will lower the amount of time that it takes, and as a result you're able to get more money per second. So visions pass me with pavane grace, a window over wood, a garden of ice, a shivering sun, a woman of glass. I will return home with reluctance. And again, depending on what happens, either the streets or the hunger that grows in dark earth will generate some restlessness for me. It's possible that this didn't generate restlessness because I'd just eaten someone, and it's possible now that this will be... Nope. Interesting. So I'm going to have to see a little bit about how that season of ambition works. Now, notice here the season of suspicion is coming up. It's very likely that this mystique will be sufficient to generate somebody who takes an interest in my activities. So in that case, I'll look into maybe acquiring someone to off them. But that's a future consideration. I need to kind of deal with some of my other issues first. This glimmering, unfortunately, is going to go away. I don't have any way of handling that while also preserving the erudition lesson learnt. And in this case, upgrading my scholarship is a higher priority. So, exercise the mind, wiser. Knowledge is a city built up stone by stone, but what waits in the darkness beyond the walls? Why would we need a fortress, except that we had something to fear? So I'm getting smarter. Okay. Oh, glimmering comes to save the day. All right. Well, again, there's still not a whole lot I can do about this. I mean, technically I could talk with Sulachana, but the glimmering isn't really worth it to hang on. And seeing as we don't have a restlessness, I'm going to see if I can generate some kind of... I'm going to see if there's something that I can do with the streets. So, more money. Again, a trip to Moorlands is not too far away in the future, but I do need to find a better way of generating income right now, so... Still getting enough acquaintances. I just don't have a way of turning them into cultists yet, and to turn them into the cult that I want. Okay, let's see what we've got here. By the way, guys, if you have any friends that you'd like to recommend, I believe we are in shooting distance of making it to the Steam front page. It's tough, like it's still about 100 off, but if we carry on at this rate, I believe we will be able to show the broader world Cultist Simulator. I have a feeling if I'd started earlier, if I did the usual starts, we'd probably be on the front page. But Imperator is also causing us some problems with that, because Imperator, as much as people want to be cranky about it, is still a really good game, at least in my opinion. All right, let's see where we're at. Yeah, I think I'm gonna keep going Street Strange by Moonlight. The thing is, there's not a whole lot for me to lose. So someone is meddling. If I get Fascination, it gets me a memory to work with my dedication with. If I get Glimmerings and such, that gives me something I can improve my wild imagination with. And if I get Vitality, that gets me something that I can upgrade my my labor with, and as a result, I'll be able to basically pick up more. So while it would be nice for me to go to Moorlands and start picking up some books, at the moment I'm getting myself a little bit of a cushion. The one drawback is that does create a little bit of difficulty in terms of showing off the game to people. I realize that this may not be as exciting as maybe some of the early moments of the game, but in this case I'm kind of taking advantage of the fact that I have roughly some ideas about what I want to accomplish in the next couple of turns, and so I want to try and create a little bit more of a little bit of a loop for myself to make sure I've got a steady source of money, which I can then turn into a steady source of books. So it's telling, right, that in theory, if you time it perfectly, you should generate 2 funds at the medium job with Restlessness, and you just keep doing that day by day. You're not going to get rich doing it, but what it does mean is that you're going to have enough money to be able to go and get a book. And of course, once you get that book, you're going to be able to form a cult, and you're going to be able to get some people to go and do some other tasks, which will either generate you money or it will generate you some bodies that you can work with. So in this case, it took me a little bit to find my feet, but at this point, I'm just trying to set up a few systems in place to be able to accomplish some of my goals that I have in my mind. So. And here we've got the weary detective again. This gentleman would much rather be left alone with his pipe and his illustrated London news. But no, apparently some conjurer of abominations has to be hunted down like a mad dog, and apparently no one else can find the time. Alright, I don't think I have anything to do with Dream right now. I can try Passion. Unfortunately, I don't have much to combine that Passion with, so. I've reordered the boundaries of my ignorance. Korean language? I don't believe that's one of the localization plans, No Jam Game. I should caution you, I'm not actually a member of the development team. I'm just an overly enthusiastic fan of the game. But I completely appreciate your desire for that, because this is a really interesting game. It's a really well-written game, and if more people could experience it, that would be better. But I believe the localization efforts right now are focused on Chinese and Russian. All right. I have learned enough to know how little I know. Use this with 3 lessons learned to gain more reason. I should think about what I want to do with study next. I suppose I'll get my Latin down, so I recall a certain amount from my school days, but I will need to brush up. Alright, Arms of Iron. The others still speak little to me, but now they nod when I pass. Here's my pay. So again, we've got a fairly healthy stock of vitality that I could combine here. We'll figure out, even after improving my Latin, I should still have enough to get by with. Although I am starting to let the lore... I'm starting to infect the lore with things that are not lore. I mean, technically I could drag these down. Yeah, you know what? Let's rearrange this a little bit. I don't think this is still good. I think this is still going to be a little dodgy, but... what else can we do in the meantime? Oh, I need to work. Oh, here we go. Visions pass me with Pavane grace. A window over a wood, a garden of ice, a shivering sun, a woman of glass. I will return home with reluctance. So Dread's coming up next. I don't need to worry too much about that. So in the meantime, let's see what I can do with this fascination. I know we've had this before, but I want to take a minute and see what happens when I do a reading with fascination. I can cobble together enough half-truths to satisfy my client. And here we go, bleak thoughts. So with bleak thoughts, I'll be able to turn this into restlessness if I get into a sufficiently desperate situation. So come with me. We've got Mystique, Red Secret. Let me think a little bit about what I want to do with the talk verb. I can still bring someone in. It's probably going to take 2 minutes, so I want to be a little bit careful with things like restlessness and fleeting reminiscence, but I should be good. And again, unfortunately, I don't have a lot of creative things to do with my dream slot right now. So if it comes down to it, if the fascination stays, then I'm going to have a chat with Miss Nanya. And if the fascination goes away, then I'll know that for future, and then I'll just convert the fleeting reminiscence. So fascination stays. That means I'm due for a chat with the milady. But this does still only take 30 seconds. So in this case, I'm just going to ride this fascination for a bit. Looks like I've got another glimmering, so I will be able to combine that when the time comes. And what else do I want to do for exploration? Because I've already got what I need as far as memories are concerned. Let's take a visit to Moorlands. And it takes time to sort the gold from the dross, the wheat from the chaff, the blood from the water. If I buy enough books, I will find something interesting. And I could have used the dream to improve my health, but I kind of blew it there, so. Let me just take a minute and have a quick sip of coffee. What are we at for time? So we've been doing this for, I guess, about 3 hours now? This is definitely slow progress for 3 hours, but I don't know. The thing is that I really like playing this game at a leisurely pace. The Book of Hours, which again, if you guys have not checked it out, this is going to be the next game from Weather Factory. And if you think that this is maybe a little too intense or maybe asks a little too much from you, I think the Book of Hours is definitely going to be your kind of thing. Because the idea behind that is to take the good writing from Cultist Simulator and put it in a little bit more of a relaxed environment. The thing for me is I find Cultist Simulator reasonably relaxing to play. So I don't feel particularly bad about, just taking my time playing this game, because it's one of these things, like, it's kind of like doing a Sudoku puzzle or something like that. Just being able to kick back and have the experience and just, drink it all in is as enjoyable as, some of the other, as like hunching over the monitor, really trying to get the most out of your strategies or whatever. So the writing is the one thing that you adore. Well, it's also the main thing there. Like, it's got a very beautiful and unique art style. All right, so this is the better, the Gildersleeves I'm reading right now is the better, or that I read is clearly the superior one, because the spooky painting gave it to me. Let's go to Oriflamme's and sell that right now. So I should read this first. So we perch on alarming Rietveld chairs in a windowless auction room with vividly burnt orange walls, waiting for the auctioneer to announce what he's offering. The reek of new paint makes the brain spin. Sell something of minimal value. This oddity is probably worth something, but it's hard to be sure. So watch, I'm not going to get anything for this, and I'm just going to be sad. Okay, so this is going to turn into fleeting reminiscence in 0.4 seconds. I suppose I can let the fascination... Oh, damn it. This is going to turn into a problem. There's a really corny way I'm going to be able to deal with this, so... Here's my fleeting reminiscence. Oh, you know what? I don't think I'm going to be able to deal with that. If I'm quick on the pause button, I'll be able to deal with it. But yeah, I mean, it's a very beautiful and unique art style. But obviously, the ability to... So one of the things I really like about the writing is that it allows you... This is a little cheat that you can do. So the real question is, what do I want to do as far as the... So the thing is that the consumption is not going to trigger until I unpause. So I can go to the medium job again. And that will that'll still have a hangover of 0.3 seconds, which means that this is probably going to get sucked up by the trembling in the air. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to combine this. We're going to get composure. The doors of vision swing wide, a little darkness will mellow my light, even dread has its uses. So in 30 seconds, this is going to turn into a fleeting reminiscence. And I'm going to, don't have a memory, so what I'm going to do instead is take, I could try and extend this glimmering. Yeah, let's give this a shot, actually. I'm going to use my reputation to see if I can get that last level of of passion. Actually, you know what? I might have this wrong. I need 3 lessons learned. So I've got 1 right now, 1 coming out of this study. And if I get enough glimmering, I'll have my 3rd. Sure, I've got enough money to do some... Okay. There are more windows in my soul, but sunlight is not the only thing that passes through a window. Do I want to study anything right now? I guess I can't. Oh, well, I can combine this into a lesson learned. This is probably not the smartest thing for me to do. I should probably be studying passion to turn it into a glimmering in case this doesn't turn out, but I think we'll be okay. So the auctioneer's gavel bangs and my item is sold, and apparently I'm actually much better as a broker because I turned a Gildersleeves that I paid 1 coin for into a two funds Latin. So let's go back to the moorlands. It takes time to sort the gold from the dross, the wheat from the chaff, the blood from the water. If I buy enough books, I will find something interesting. So yeah, Velkin, the one thing about the writing though is the one thing that I like the most is how, and I've learned this the more I play the game, how it does a really good job of just nudging you exactly where you need to go. I can remember a lot of decisions that I've made in this game, which have always been, I can't explain exactly why, but I feel like I should be doing this thing. And it's turned out that, again, I'm never 100% clear as to why I feel that way about it. And yet it's always resulted in me, getting some progress. And again, it's one of these things that's sort of hard to, it's hard to explain. And it took me a little bit of sitting down and thinking about it for a bit. But I don't know, I'm pretty sure that's intentional. Sorry, I just had a quick message I needed to send on someone to someone who's a little curious as to where I am. We are back at it. So Neville, the beloved Neville. Neville pauses before he speaks and flinches easily. He laughs whenever he thinks you've made a joke. You might be able to recruit this acquaintance as a follower. So let's get him in the... Let's get him by the A team. And sorry, the intuition thing, I don't know if I explained very well, but it's it's the thing that really impressed me a lot when I was playing the game, and I sort of felt it's like, this all sort of hangs together in a way that I think makes sense. Oh, hang on. Graveyard Mouth is going up. Now that I've tasted the graveyard fruit, the hunger comes often to trouble me. My mouth waters at the fragrances of decay, and my belly growls like a dog. Reduce this by feeding on remnants. Do not ever permit it to reach 7. The game may end, and not pleasantly. I absolutely need to be paying attention to that. A special credit to Lyra Zyder for... Oh, well, if I wanted my restlessness, now I've got it. All right, my recent work is considered significant. I may yet earn a living from this, but nothing is certain. So, okay, so I got some fascination for my troubles. I did get glimmering, which was what we were shooting for. I got 2 glimmering. Oh, 3 glimmering. Okay. So I've got a little bit of management to work with, but I think I can manage this all. And 3 funds. Okay, we're in decent shape. I'm gonna need to balance all of this out, but I can sort of see an end to all of this. So first things first, I still need some income. I'm actually gonna leave my work alone here. That's for a pretty, actually 10 seconds is not the worst thing for me to wait for. Or is it? Nope, I'm gonna run it out actually. Okay, so we've got the Victory of the Crowns. I'm gonna set that aside because I'm gonna need this study for a little bit. Oh, but I'm gonna need to paint this. Okay. I am going to need to balance a few priorities. So number 1, I'm going to Mystique this again to preserve it. How you doing, automobile wreck sniffer? Okay, the Victory of the Crowns. Erratic accounts by one Arun of the hunting and consumption of supposed immortals by shadowy cults of assassins, published in the late 19th century. And Skinny Man Gamer, good to see you. How you doing? Okay, so here's how I'm going to plan with this. So this is where the game kind of becomes interesting, almost like a strategy game. So there's a few different priorities that I have. 1, there's fascination on the board. That's going to become a little bit of a problem. I've been looking for some restlessness. I'm going to get it by talking with Miss Nania, but I'm also going to be getting restlessness from the Old and Happy Far Off Things, which will complete in about 18 seconds. So one of the things I can do is let the restlessness decay into dread, and then I'll just use that to nullify the fascination. I could also neutralize the fascination by talking to Miss Nania again, and then do the same for the restlessness that emerges. Another ticking timer is my glimmering lessons learned. So I've got 260 here. I'm combining this to vitality, so this is kind of going to be a 22 wasted seconds. I want to double up this glimmering, and I'm preserving this glimmering through painting it, but that might generate another fascination, and I might be creating some situations in which my fascination gets ahead of me. So, and then on top of that, where's my... Oh, it's here. So I want to see what happens, because I believe you can explore with this. So when it says exploration, it does take Graveyard Mouth. So... search for promising cemeteries. Prowl the cemetery seeking places of burial which are close, but not too close. Populous, but not too busy. So it turns out I don't need to be exterminating weary detectives all the time. Okay, so do I want to use this as my source of medium money? I mean, I could also just try painting the restlessness away too. Well, one way or the other, I'm going to need to figure out what to do. I think I'll turn this into Fleeting Reminiscence. Because 30 seconds, it's a difference of like 19 seconds, but this will turn into Fleeting Reminiscence. I can eliminate the fascination with that. We'll use money for the colors of the night. This is Skinny Man Gamer, so the priest isn't going away. I've saved that file. But I thought because we'd already done something special with the priest for Ludonaricon, I would do the story of Peter Ichabod, medium and consumer of human flesh. Okay, so I might also need to wait. Oh yeah, let's double up the glimmering. They're all fairly this. Oh yeah, they're all made at exactly the same time. Dreaming wise, we'll wait the 19 seconds and we'll double this with fascination. This guy's going to eat up all my mystique, and I don't have any notoriety, so I don't need to worry about that. And I think the I just need to think about this for a moment. I'm pretty sure the glimmering will survive for me to do my medium thing, but Okay, so we're now at level 4. I can't let 3 more seasons of hunger or of ambition, and this becomes a problem. So I found promising burial ground. In the waking world, as in dreams, the dead are most often found below. So for 300 seconds, I can mess around with a cemetery. I'll need to deploy my own strength or that of a friend. So I can either take a follower or my health. And right now, I don't have anybody who likes me enough to go digging up bodies. So stealthy excavations by the soft light of a hooded lantern. Okay. So she understands my restlessness. She has known it herself now and then. She reminds me that nothing endures. So I can now turn this into composure. In 4 seconds, I should be able to go back to being a medium. All right. So I've got 65 seconds on the lesson learned, 34 seconds on my final lesson learned. So we're in good shape there. I've got even more glimmerings, more than I know what to do with at this point. This is going to result in so the weary detective is going to be on the hunt for a while. Now, it's entirely possible. I mean, you know, disinterment is not exactly the sort of thing that goes unnoticed. So I have a feeling this might generate notoriety for me. And at that point, I want to start thinking a little bit about how I'm going to get, you know, how I'm either going to get rid of the reputation or how I'm going to get rid of the hunter. Or alternatively, the evidence. But for the meantime, I'm going to go back to my most reliable means of generating income. So every 30 seconds, I'm going to be able to get 1 wealth. I'm also going to take the opportunity to try and... it's a really tough call as to whether or not I want to do my medium thing. I might want to see how much money I can get out of it, because obviously talking to Miss Nania will give me items potentially. But for now, no need to chat with them. Let's talk instead about secrets. Speak of esoteric matters, talking publicly about the invisible arts will attract attention. Perhaps that's what I want. So I can cobble together enough half-truths to satisfy my client. So the trade-off here is that if I turn this into fleeting reminiscence, I only get to use it once. If I turn it into restlessness, I get a source of sort of 1 funds every 30 seconds. Okay, a disinterment. Oh, I got to eat this right away. The shovel strikes wood. That's a good sign. If the coffin is too far rotted, usually the remains are scant. Okay. This is precarious, because I want to turn all these glimmerings into a higher level of imagination. I've got 53 seconds. I have options available to me. Okay. So here's the problem. I need to get rid of this human corpse. The longer that I keep the human corpse around, the more of a liability it becomes, both in terms of my dedication, but also in terms of the detective. So the worst thing that can happen here is this detective finding the body. If the detective finds the body, not only do I lose my meal, I get him into a state where he's ready to take me out. So I also have a restlessness that I need to deal with. I also have a study verb which I want to use to do painting with. So here's how I'm going to preserve here's basically how I'm going to reconcile all of these priorities. First thing I'm going to do is take my wild imagination. I'm going to do the same thing with all of my reputation. Just got to think, do I want... No, I'll keep them around like this. I'm going to keep the restlessness as my inspiration first. No. Hang on, let me think about this for a minute. Yes, I'm keeping the restlessness around for a little bit. just long enough to get the esoteric. Nope, actually this is going to need a full minute, so I think this restlessness is turning into dread no matter what. Okay, so now I'm going to use the glimmering as my inspiration. I could have played this better, actually. If I kept the painting around and just delayed this long enough, I would have been able to use these 3 lessons learned to upgrade them. Anyways, doesn't matter. I've made my choice. So now we're going to take the Feast of the Honeyed Dove. So I can consume remnants to preserve a little of their knowledge from dust. I may yet have to. So take my dedication remembrance. We've got a feast, so here's the human corpse. When the elixir is consumed, the enzymes of digestion become the messengers of resurrection. The dead live again, if only in my memories. So feast upon a remnant. Once again, my appetite rises, flecked once again with shivers of revulsion. There's sometimes something left over which must be buried again, but one can be efficient. So 30 seconds, I'm in good shape there. Got a trembling in the air. Let's see what's coming up next. Season of sickness, so I'm going to also have to prepare for losing some health. Now, in reality, with restlessness, I'm probably going to have to accept that this will turn into dread, and so I'm either going to need to find some contentment, colors of the night. Let's pay some money for paints. I could spend money on better paints, or perhaps I could find more exotic pigments. Okay, I've got my composure now. So what I'm really interested in here is if there's a way that I can get rid of this restlessness without it turning into dread, and I don't think I have that option. So I also should be going to Moorlands because obviously I have the means of getting more books, so it takes time to sort gold from the dross, the wheat from the chaff, the blood from the water. If I buy enough books, I might find something interesting. Okay, as expected, we've got a minute on the on getting the acquaintance. So I'll have a restlessness left over, but I am going to need to deal with this dread. All right, there is sometimes some. Oh, we've got that still. So this is turned to a 3. So I actually still need to get some more. I still need to get some more corpses. Something menacing. The great mercy of dreams is that they do not often intrude into waking life. So I've got 300 seconds on this, and I still have my formula to... I'm actually going to put the formula over here because this is related to my temptation. So, the current time bombs. If I get a Season of Despair, this dread is going to activate. I only have 54 seconds to deal with this restlessness, and I need to find a way of getting contentment to deal with this dread. As far as dreaming is concerned, eventually, well, I mean, I'll get a fleeting reminiscence, but that's not going to help me at the moment. So for the time being, let's say I'm going to keep study open so that I can take the glimmerings and put them into yet another lesson learnt. Honestly, I'm only going through the motions. The quality of my work will no doubt suffer. It's finished. There's nothing to be ashamed of here. And my recent work is considered significant. I may yet earn a living from this, but nothing is certain. So there is the glimmering I was preserving. So this is good news. This contentment will now neutralize the dread, so I'm covered there. I've gotten some more mystique. Obviously, I'm painting weird paintings, and I'm building my reputation. Now, this is worth noting. We've got staleness level 2. I've begun to repeat myself. The higher this grows, the greater the impact on your work. Producing the very highest quality work will gradually reduce staleness. So I'm probably going to have to put some passion towards this. But for now, we did generate a fairly decent return, a net of 2, and that's for less than 60 seconds worth. So that's better than our current medium job. So let's think a little bit about what the next moves are going to be. I do have restlessness. That's 39 seconds down, so I can still work with that. Better still... Oh no, I can't. I need to upgrade this. So here are my 3 lessons learnt. Sooner murder an infant in its cradle than nurse unacted desires. This might actually also wind up I don't know if this will get rid of my staleness. So yeah, it's in now, Immortal Psychologist. I think this is the last patch. Like, I think everything is implemented in the game now, but I've not followed Gate of Horn too carefully, so don't consider that an official. I know it's on the Steam page, but it's definitely not the official word. Okay, let's think about the next. So we've more or less dealt with the immediate fires. What I might eventually do is turn this restlessness into some kind of income and then convert this fleeting reminiscence into restlessness that has a more healthy timer. But for now, let's go back to doing my medium job. And I'm really tempted to see what happens with something menacing, but I also want to see what happens with Miss Nania. So I'm gonna run with that for now. We've got the 6 letters of necessity, warnings and confessions about the cost of the invisible arts, addressed to a student and 17th century, to a student by the 17th century magus and reputed immortal Julian Cosley. Sadly, we're a couple of updates behind in mobile, but I'm glad I can see it on PC. Yes, I actually have a copy of the mobile game as well. I like it quite a bit, but I suspect that it's going to be... I have a feeling that localization is probably the first priority, and then... I've heard that there is a plan for the DLC, but I have not heard anything official in terms of the roadmap for it. But I know the mobile game was very, very popular, and it's easy to see why. It's a really well done game. But at the moment, I'm not 100% clear on what the future holds in terms of when/if new content comes in. All right, back to Moorlands. It takes time to sort the gold from the dross, the wheat from the chaff, the blood from the water. If I buy enough books, I will find something interesting. Sorry, guys, just need a quick minute here. All right. So yeah, I'm more or less happy where everything is. I forgot that we've got health problems coming up. So here's my fleeting reminiscence. I'll probably turn this into a oh, more restlessness. Okay. Inspiration, desperation. I've been paid my fee. It's difficult to say whether I've earned it. Fortunately, it's difficult for them to say whether I've earned it too. So this is the interesting it's kind of the interesting penalty for abusing restlessness as far as the medium is concerned. Because it has moth, it has the potential of generating old, unhappy, far-off things, and old, unhappy, far-off things will give you additional restlessness. Now, I have ways of dealing with that. Ultimately, I just go back to Miss Nania and turn it into fleeting reminiscence, which can be a source of income. Do you know of a way to start a medium run? Any endings that guarantee loading into it? I believe, if memory serves, so each of the endings has sort of one guaranteed... there's like... So every ending has a random draw to turn it in, or to show up. But I believe the Ghoul Legacy is always available if you get the Dread ending. And I think the Priest is available if you... I think it's a Fascination ending. Yeah, so basically, if you die to Dread, you will always get the Ghoul. If you die to Fascination, you will always get the Priest. And then, of course, there's always the 2 other options. But that's the guaranteed way to get the Ghoul. And, of course, you can, if you're on PC, you can always mess with your save file. And if you're lucky, it might be the random draw. Yeah, well, I think also the police ending you're guaranteed if you lose to like Bars Across the Sun. So I'm pretty sure there's always, there's a logical progression in terms of the legacies that you get, just because generally a legacy winds up like the legacy you get as a guaranteed one is sort of something that feeds into the problems that you had the previous time through. Like the Bright Young Thing almost never has problems with starving. The Aspirant almost always has problems with starving. So, and then New Game Plus, obviously you need to get a traditional victory, so that's probably not surprising to find out. Okay, I've also been wasting my my work slot. So we've got my acquaintance, so good news there. Still lots of mystique, so I'm not going to be able to get any more corpses for a bit. New hanger-on. I've got The Locksmith's Dream, Portions and Proportions, the second volume of Teresa Gallmer's examination of the parallels in the mystic dreams of artisans. The frontispiece has been slashed with a razor. I've got Moorlands again. I am very tempted to go and buy, but it is important to remember that I don't have an unlimited supply of money. This restlessness will turn into dread in 30.8 seconds. 21 seconds here. Okay. Fleeting Reminiscence up first. I don't have a good way of working this out. All right, Nania will convert this one. And I think I'm just going to have the hangover of a slightly old restlessness. That or I hit Nania, like, I hit it twice. I turned it into Fleeting Reminiscence and then into restlessness again. You just had your first New Game Plus victory today. Was trying to bang it out in time to play one of the DLC runs. Oh, so have you not done the Dancer yet? The Dancer was a really interesting one, especially because it introduced, like, the way it introduced the new legacies and the new temptations. Like, it's really been the story of all of these DLC. It's not just that you get more delicious words, it gives you new ways of playing the game. Each of the ascensions and each of the legacies will give you a different set of challenges to work through, and I find that a really exciting way to play the game. All right, so in another time I would have been a seer or a heretic. Scale of fevered imagination, phantoms ride my waking mind. Use this with 4 lessons learnt to gain more passion. Okay, so what I might try and do is remove some of this staleness. That'll slightly change my plans as far as restlessness is concerned, but that's fine because I just need 1 to keep going. So clear my mind, the sun still moves, the wind still walks, my journals are the labyrinth clue. So I now actually have 1 too many fleeting reminiscences, but I can still work with that. Let's get some serious work done and start reading these books from Moorlands. So we'll start with The Victory of Crowns. Erratic accounts by one Arun of the hunting and consumption of supposed immortals by shadowy cults of assassins, published in the late 19th century. The assassins are, according to Arun, the agents of a power called the Coronel, a soldier of the Secret Masters. The accounts go all the way back to Roman times. Okay, so that's turned into restlessness. Again, I'm not too worried about any of this. Did I get that right? Yeah, Coronel. I've been paid my fee. It's difficult to say whether I've earned it, but it's difficult for them to say whether I've earned it too. Okay, so it seems to me to make the most sense to paint away the restlessness, and this is going to be a passion work. So let's start with that. This should have an impact. We found Kittling Ripe and Moldywarp's Grave and Other Stories, a lusciously illustrated tome of loosely connected children's stories, collected by one N.K. Field. Few of them are remotely suitable for children. Okay, so the cemetery is not getting any younger, but I also don't want to risk the possibility of the weary detective catching wise to my disinterment. So let's take a minute. I've got a breather now as far as using my abilities. So let's have a chat with Miss Nania about something menacing. The great mercy of dreams is that they do not often intrude into waking life. Her eyes are watchful. Yep, the challenge is that I always prefer to, every game that I play on stream, I usually do the direct drag just because I think it's a lot more obvious to people watching about what's going on. Double clicking, admittedly in this game there's an animation associated with it, but I've always preferred doing the explicit moves. I've never found it uncomfortable to do it in the game. I understand some people find that more helpful, but it's not been one that I've needed to take advantage of myself. So I'd love to turn this into something a little bit less refined. I'm kind of tempted to let the affliction run down a bit so that I can let this vitality go down to just a standard vitality. The risk is if I wind up occupying my dream slot with something else, that's gonna kill me. Well, not kill me, but I'll have an affliction problem. So let's say feel like another Moorlands trip. Although I'm getting a little short on money. So the reason I'm not getting rid of this affliction right away is just again, it's because it's cheaper for me to use vitality than it is for me to use my my money, and we will spend money on the painting. 3 6s. Unfortunately, I cannot pronounce the name. Miss Nania says nothing. Silence pools like shadow between the galley lamps. So this is going to be tricky to deal with, because ultimately I don't have anything to sort of dump the icy atmosphere into, and it's going to turn into a dread given enough time. So what I ultimately need to do is just prepare for this to be turned into dread rather than try to get rid of it on its own. If I were to bring somebody into the cult, that's a way I could get rid of it, but it turns out that it probably would have been better for me to turn the memory into money. But I mean, that's part of what we're learning about here, right? Is how the Ghoul legacy works. Okay, knowing that. Let's just see the position. I'm not convinced I'm ready to turn these things into restlessness yet. I'll probably get some contentment. Oh yeah, I'll get some contentment out of the painting I'm doing, but I'm not quite ready to use it, so. I think at this point it's a matter of grabbing books. Viennese Conundra. Nico van Dreel describes odd events in Vienna, the disappearance of children, epidemics of parasite activity, animal mutilations, nightmares of worms, the activities of a charitable organization, the New Legions, that fund the burial of the poor. She proposes peculiar connections between these activities. Okay. So I'm still looking for a book that'll give me some winter. At this point, I'm going to hold off on spending money because I'm going to need 1 in 20 seconds to pay the rent. I'm going to need 1 to consume a body. Actually, I'm going to do that right away if I can. Utter focus. All that I am is here. I'm not going to have any passion for bringing somebody into the into my little stable of acquaintances. Arun's scholarship is dubious, but she writes pithily. Incidents of sudden and violent death are interspersed with aphorisms. Hours don't dream, long try not to. A knife secret. When our ancestors forged swords, taught the arts of martial movement, spoke curses on the eve of battle, all these things shared certain patterns. Use this in a rite with a corpse and winter power, and the corpse will rise. So, moving on. I do want to go to the graveyard. I just don't remember how long it takes me to get a body out, so... Stealthy excavations by soft light, hooded lantern. 30 seconds. Okay, so we're good. I basically just need to get the bodies up in between. We need to leave basically enough mystique to keep the weary detective occupied to bring up the bodies and eat them in time. Which is a completely normal statement to to say in any video game. Hello to everyone. Just a quick warning. I unfortunately am I only know English. I know a little bit of French, but not enough to have a meaningful conversation. So I appreciate the support. I encourage you guys, you can have a chat amongst yourselves. I know there is a lot of popularity for this game outside of the West, but regrettably I am not able to greet you in your own language, as I do not have any sophistication with languages. But welcome, and I hope you guys enjoy it. This is the Ghoul DLC. All right, so we've got 63 seconds. Let's just take a quick look. All right, so I do still have a point of staleness. I think I can afford to turn this one into restlessness, so we'll do that. Actually, I can afford to turn both of them into restlessness. So let's wait the 30 seconds. Wait a minute. What was that before? Let me see if I can find the stream. Sorry guys, I'm really curious what that thing that just turned into funds was. Ah, it's the overexposure. Okay, so it looks like you still get something in return for being a well-known artist. So the drawback here with this icy atmosphere is that it's going to turn into dread before I get my contentment back, but the painting will hopefully help me out with that. Okay, more exotic cravings, so that's going to turn into restlessness. Oh, I'm also going to need to... Oh, crap. This is going to leave me a bit exposed as far as the corpse is concerned. Ooh, that's ugly. Okay, so we gotta hope. Okay, I gotta pause this at exactly the right time. I'll get the restlessness from here. Okay, so let's think about this next move. So I need 30 seconds to get my passion back for painting. Do I want to talk about anything? Yeah, I'm okay turning this into a restlessness too. Do I want to do anything with study, though? I should probably be focusing on that. So let's read the 6 letters on necessity. Warnings and confessions about the cost of the invisible arts, addressed to a student by the 17th century magus and reputed immortal Julian Cosley. Cosley's tone is urgent, as if he suspected that he might have little time left. So the reason why I'm using all the passion is just to get rid of the overexposure, the staleness. So again, I'm going to rely on the taste, the particular taste, the taste which is neither fair nor foul. It comes to trouble when with my mouth again. My tongue will swell, my lips will blacken. The elixir has set its spores within me, and only the dead flesh can quell them. So, oh, but I used up the study. Why am I such an idiot? Okay, yeah, so I need to hope that the human corpse sticks around. Oh no! Oh, that's so bad. If I did read the 6 letters on necessity, that wouldn't have happened. All right, well, now I need to find somebody who's good at moth. Okay, can't do anything about the situation we find ourselves in right now, so let's use our passion. I'm gonna paint away the restlessness. This is gonna get turned into restlessness again. Why did I do that? I'm not sure, but obviously I need to... Oh, I think it was to extend the life of that. So here I definitely want this to be fleeting reminiscence for a little while. With any luck, I'll get some contentment out of the painting. Oh, well, I get contentment out of this event for sure, so I'm not concerned one way or the other. Let's get my health back, so we're good there. Contentment, which we'll deal with this dread in a minute. And my next priority is going to be to go around the street. Okay, so number one, I actually really need to eat something. So there's the cemetery there still. I think for the time being, I'm going to use my health to search the city. And this is going to be so I can, let's pay for paints. She understands my restlessness. She has known it herself now and then. She reminds me that nothing endures. Okay, so the next the next little plan is going to be to try and get someone with a fairly high moth aspect to deal with the evidence that will emerge as a result of this. So, even the sun can be divided, though it requires the Forge of Days for its division. So we've got the Smith's secret. In 5 continents, Smiths have whispered the same words to the iron. Murderers have been known to whisper these words too, and adepts, of course. These words are spoken in ritual to inspire an unmerciful change. So let's take a look. I don't think I ever actually read the knife's secret. So when our ancestors forged swords, taught the arts of martial movement, spoke curses on the eve of battle, all of these things shared certain patterns. Use this in a rite with a corpse and winter power, and the corpse will rise. Why? Who's gonna eat? Come on. Would you want your hamburger to start mooing while you were chowing down on it? Okay. I'm out of money, so I need to wait a couple seconds for this thing to turn out. I don't think I want to do anything with a talk verb right now. Okay. This is not ideal, but I'll take it. I just hope I can make enough money in time. And I think this contentment might be going away. If the hunter has found notoriety, they will try to use it to create or upgrade evidence. If they're meticulous, they'll always succeed. If they're erratic, they're more likely to fail, but they can occasionally create evidence without notoriety. Okay, so my recent work has attracted a couple of callers. With luck, something will sell. So I've got, again, a dump truck of passion. Extra. Okay, looks like I don't have that much in terms of cash as a result of this. Did I at least lose? Okay, so I can start banking on my reputation a little bit more. So, Season of Suspicion's coming up again. This contentment's going to be gone in 16.2 seconds, so if I'm really fast on the pause again, but I've got a better alternative, which is to just throw a bunch of mystique into this. We'll use it to extend my contentment, then I can use it to neutralize the dread. Yep, I don't have any money for the elixir, though. Oh, hang on, maybe I don't need the tools for the elixir anymore. I don't. Okay, so I'm in good news. I'm in good shape. Once again, my appetite rises, flecked once again with shivers of revulsion. All right, they took the money. I mean, this is not ideal for getting rid of evidence, but it's what I've got right now. At least until I found a cult. Colors of the night. I could spend money on better paints, or perhaps I could find more exotic pigments. Now this is definitely... Oh! That was unexpected. Okay, well, I'll just eat another one. So I'm safe for now. My adversary has not found enough evidence to bring the case against me, and they found no new clues. This was not an incriminating human corpse. This is one of the non-incriminating human corpses, apparently. I don't believe I'm going to be getting any money from any other sources, so this is a little unlucky. There's sometimes something left over which must be buried again, but one can be efficient. So I've got something joyful. I'm going to be able to, I think I'm going to use this with the medium job next. Again, no money that I'm going to be able to throw at this, and unfortunately that means that I miss out on the shifty woman as well. Let's chow down again. And Season of Despair is coming up in 30 seconds, so I really hope I get some contentment, otherwise this is a liability. Better not. I must be careful of the company I keep. Let's get this cemetery going. Oh wait, I know I'm going to get contentment because I'm painting it. So that's dealt with. I remember that I was different before. I've got a light in the skull, so this will wind up giving me erudition. I've got my mystique, so that's a little bit more reputation and whatnot. I'm not as worried about that. The contentment is, of course, always welcome at this point. And looks like I have some staleness again, so I'm not going to get back on that treadmill. That wound up... Wait, I didn't make any money off of that? That's a shame. Okay. I have enough time to do both, so let's start with something joyful. Delight does not endure for long, but sometimes it endures longer than do we. So my reputation as a performer is ruined, but my reputation as an oracle has only begun, but the authorities have their eye on me. Remembering the dead, something joyful. It may not necessarily be memories of my client, but it's something true. And do I want to do anything with Miss Nania? So I can, of course, turn this back into restlessness for a constant stream of income. I think I'm going to do that, actually. Okay, we're slowly getting back on track, so... There is sometimes something left over which must be buried again, but one can be efficient. Something shameful. Okay, I think this time I'm going to take this to the painting, because we do get stuff. Sometimes it's stuff we don't want, like winter influence. But I'm curious if it's sort of a random distribution or if it gets us. Or if it's determined by the type of memory that you feed it. I'm leaving the study open just so I can chow down again. I need to get this thing taken care of. Course of the Heart's always nice to get, but not really important right now. Shovel strikes wood, and that's a good sign. If the coffin is too far rotted, usually the remains are scant. Oops, these are all tuckered out. So, tonight we dine in probably London? There is sometimes something left over which must be buried again, but one can be efficient. Okay, we avoided the bleak thoughts. Enough for now. My clients' tears are welcome, even to them. So we did get a little bit more money for this. So this is effectively, as far if we use like sort of the minute as our standard, this is worth 4. So definitely pays a lot better than the manual labor. Then I got some contentment for it. I suppose that's something. I've got erudition. It'd be nice to work with it, but I don't really think I have anything that I can do. So yeah, let's get back into our little rotation of using our restlessness. And I'm gonna make the most I can out of the cemetery. Miss Nania acknowledges that all will pass, even memory, but that memory can be passed like a torch or a treasure. And let's bring something shameful to her. Share a memory of a secret sin with Miss Nania. Today, Miss Nania's eyes are almost sly. So it'd be nice to double these up into a lesson learned, but I'm going to need 3 of them, and I don't think I have the resources to dedicate. Suspicion's coming up next, so I got to be careful about the corpse, but I believe we'll have a free slot. Alright, my own heart pumps more strongly today. And There's sometimes something left over which must be buried again, but one can be efficient. So we've got something menacing again. Now this seemed to result in winter influence. So I'm curious if we can duplicate that. It's not exactly an experiment I want to recreate because obviously dread is a little hard to get rid of, but at least when you're low on money. But it's probably better that I start learning these quirks now rather than wait for a time when it's really desperate. So we will leave the study open. Again, I really want to make a cult because that's going to be a lot more efficient in terms of dealing with some of these issues. But at the moment, I kind of need to get my money back up. I need to get the books read. I need to find some winter lore because that's the kind of cult that I want to found. And unfortunately, I only have so many slots. So, all right, the sun still moves, the wind still walks, and my journals are the labyrinth clue. Okay, Miss Nania says nothing, but her mouth curves slowly. Slowly I realize that I have never seen her part her lips. So again, influence isn't too helpful for me at the moment, but we'll see if this is a usual thing. So her eyes are watchful. We'll share a menacing memory with Miss Nania. I've been paid my fee. It's difficult to say whether I've earned it. Fortunately, it's difficult for them to say whether I have earned it too. So if I want, I can paint this away. Because I am going to have a fleeting reminiscence that I can turn into another. Yeah, I think I'm going to do that. This will sort of be a natural way for me to deal with the staleness. All right, the shovel strikes wood. That's a good sign. If the coffin is too far rotted, usually the remains are scant. So I can consume remnants to preserve a little of their knowledge from dust. I may yet have to. Once again, my appetite rises, flecked once again with shivers of revulsion. There is sometimes something left over which must be buried again, but one can be efficient. One of the challenges I'm encountering here is that it's not immediately clear. So it's clear. Oh, closely watched cemetery. The authorities have noticed peculiar activity in this place. They have set a watch upon it. Visits will take longer, and very soon they will no longer be possible at all. Ah. Interesting. I wonder if I've just burned this location forever then. I'm going to let this thing run out, but I might be setting myself up for a big disappointment. Okay, the clouds part. The wolf despair prowls elsewhere. No dread empowers this despair. It's over for now. Okay, so looks like we do get the same result for each memory. That's good to know. Miss Nania says nothing. Silence pools like shadow between the gallery lamps. Okay, so this is a liability, but we'll work with it. Something shameful. So I believe that gave us Grail. So I will be using that in my medium job. All right. I'm really curious what happens when I let this decay. So as far as my appetite goes, the claws of memory. Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how I can advance this. Rest, reconsider your priorities, or risk yourself in the exploration of the kingdoms of sleep. Obviously, I can't do that. Okay, I've kind of got. I'm back to a little bit of equilibrium. So, at some point, I'm going to need contentment. At some point, I'm going to need a source of corpses, but I suspect right now I'm not actually going to be able to eat anymore. So let's start by reading The Locksmith's Dream. In this volume, Gallagher records fewer dreams and explicates more on her own elaborate theories. We see this again and again. What is below can't escape what is above. And I think I'm going to start yammering on about esoteric matters again. So talking publicly about the invisible arts will attract attention. Perhaps that's what I want. And I don't think I have any use for dream quite yet. I'm going to at least need to read one of the moth texts for that. With any luck, we'll get a little bit of money for this, but if we don't, that's not a huge deal. This is something special. It may provoke a reaction. So again, we'll see what happens after 10 seconds. The contentment is always welcome. It's just a little too late for what I need. And it looks like we did make some money at this, so that's good news. I don't know if that's enough for a trip to Moorlands, though. So let's take my job. I'm going to get rid of some of these fleeting reminiscence. And do I want to do anything else at the moment? No, I think I'm in decent enough shape. The only thing I might want to do at some point is to convert this to a restlessness, but I don't think this is going to last long enough for that to happen. So let's go to Moorlands instead. I know I'm going to get 2 from something shameful, and I'm going to get the 1 from this inspiration and desperation. I've been paid my fee, and it's difficult to say whether I've earned it. Fortunately, it was difficult for them to say whether I've earned it too. So another 30 seconds. Finest artisans all dream of the white door in the end. I'm no artisan, only a scholar. I think there's a secret that all these artisans know, but I think that secret is only half the story. So there's our knock. Now we will read Kittling Ripe and the Mouldywarp's Grave and Other Stories, a lusciously illustrated tome of loosely connected children's stories collected by one N.K. Field. Few of them are remotely suitable for children. The protagonist, a speechless cat thing called Kittling Ripe, performs a series of elaborate rites to rescue members of her extended family, culminating in the resurrection of her other grandmother, Mouldywarp. So let's just take a quick minute here. And again, I don't really have a lot of use for Dream. Once I get the Moth, then we can start going into the Mantis. But for now, I'm gonna rest with what I've got. I'm sort of back on my on track in terms of being able to have enough money to pay the rent as well as buy books. But the big challenge now is that I'm maintaining, but I'm not necessarily flourishing. Part of that will be addressed by being able to found a cult, but I am at some point going to need to find out to what end this dedication will help me. Okay. We're continuing to run the scam. This time I'll bring something shameful in, so... I found someone who will purchase my silence. Oh, that's great. Okay, we've got a collection of poetry. Now this is particularly helpful at this point because I'm going to need 4 lessons learnt to gain more passion. I believe at this level I'm also going to need... I believe I'm actually also going to need a piece of lore to be able to do this transformation. So collections of poetry are kind of like pocket lessons learned, and if you can pop them all at the right time, they'll give you what you need as far as that final upgrade. So it's not something I'm overjoyed with getting now, but it will be helpful. So I think I'm gonna maybe move these into a slightly more sensible position. In fact, let's just do a quick. This is the heart and soul of Cultist Simulator. A little bit of board tidying. I feel my verb pile is getting a little crowded too. So let's move the locations down. We'll make a special pile for erudition and glimmering and vitality. I don't need to keep those here anymore. We'll maybe bring a little more symmetry in. I'm okay with this setup, but let's say have a little more space between everyone else, and I'm going to be a little more consistent in terms of where... I'll leave this be for now. I think eventually when I upgrade these people, I'm going to put them above their lore, but this is slightly more orderly. Although I should be taking advantage of the exploration, so let's get another book. It's just because right now the Viennese Conundra is it's the last book that I have, and I don't have anything else to do with study other than just spin off a bunch of extra, you know, lessons learned or whatever. Which, again, it's not terrible. There's you know, there is utility in that, but I just feel like there are other things that I can do. Okay, so I know what I'm doing with study now. I'm going to get the vitality to recover that. We can learn from each other. So we've got more mystique. We've got a red secret. I guess I had that here. And we've got Poppy. So Poppy will give me a nice big stack of money, but I don't have a cult yet, so I don't actually want to talk with her. So let's keep talking about the red secret. Everybody likes that. A shabby transaction, but a profitable one. And I don't believe I have any memories to work with right now. I kind of blew that. So I can find something to paint about, and it seems that dread is as good of a subject as anything else. So let's take... I'm going to be banking a little... No, you know what? I'm going to put all my passion into it. This might be a mistake. I'll have a fleeting reminiscence that I'll be able to convert into some money too, so... When the Snake Witch killed the stag, Kitling snatched one of its eyes. When Dry Witch killed the sow, Kitling stole a cup of its blood. And then she took them to the place Moldywarp lay buried, and she shook out her hair, and she began to dance. A wood whisper, lie awake and listen. The wind speaks in the branches. The house cries out in its sleep. These are the roads that chaos ride. Speak this over a corpse and a rite with winter influence present, and the corpse will rise. So this is our moth. Lore, and this is going to be helpful when I take... Oh, I've used up my passion, so this is the worst time I could have got that. Okay, so instead we've got The Burning of the Unburnt God, compiled by J. Wrigglesworth Jensen from Oral Traditions in Rural Persia. Moorlands, actually I don't need to put that on ice for now. Well, let me think about this. I'm willing to risk the possibility I don't make money on that painting. Takes time to sort the gold from the dross, the wheat from the chaff, the blood from the water. If I buy enough books, I'll find something interesting. When I run out of books at Moorlands, we can also buy them from Oriflamme's auction house, but I would like to be a little more secure in my funding before I do that. Oop, let's read the Viennese Conundra. The reason for that is that sometimes you can get into a bidding war, and if you don't have money available at the time, you're in trouble as far as being able to actually get the item bought. So... The Viennese Conundra. Nico van Drill describes odd events in Vienna, the disappearance of children, epidemics of parasite activity, animal mutilations, nightmares of worms, the activities of a charitable organization, the New Legions, that funds the burial of the poor. She proposes peculiar connections between these activities. When the individual K attends the meetings, black dogs are sacrificed and quartered. When the individual M is in attendance, black mares are found with their throats slashed. I propose that these sacrifices are not necessary, but that our Legion friends may consider them fitting. Herewith, diagrams of the mutilations. Sounds like my guy's going to get some ideas. Another thing I'm kind of interested in is once this notoriety kind of calms down, it'd be interesting to see whether or not I can consume bodies when I don't have the hunger. I can't find the graveyard right now, but so, Colors of the Night, I could spend money on better paints, or perhaps I could find more exotic pigments. And normally here I would be dreaming with the Wood Whisper, but all my passion is taken up. So, all right, we've got a collection of essays. Again, nothing to get too excited about, but it's what I've got right now. And while I'd love to go back to Moorlands, in this particular case, I'm not going to because I might need this for rent. Outer focus, all that I am is here. Now again, this isn't going to get rid of the dread, but hopefully we'll get some contentment for our effort. Okay, so Fascination's coming up. We've got an Affliction, but we already know how we're going to deal with that. Okay, So my recent work is considered significant. I may yet earn a living from this, but nothing is certain. So Mystique, this is going to keep the detective on our heels for a while. All my passion gone, and looks like we did make some money out of this. So that's good news. Drat. Okay, I did not get contentment out of that, though. So, maybe I don't need to worry about dread this way. What do we got coming up? Season of Ardors, so that'll turn into contentment anyway. I'm actually going to keep this dread around because it occurred to me that I can actually do something with this. And I've been a little dumb about that. So, also, I believe dread is a memory, so if I want, I can make some money off of it. So, let's start with... Oh, okay. I can't dream with that. So let's just start... Yeah, we'll just make money. I can cobble together enough half-truths to satisfy my client. And they want passion. I will have that in 52 seconds, so we'll be good. We'll get another person for the group, but we don't actually have... we don't have a cult for them to join yet. One dilemma right now is that I'm basically going to be in a permanent state of investigation because I think I generate Mystique faster than they remove it. But Medusa's riddle, then, I choose to render as what is not seen. Yeah, as what is not seen. There's another riddle, one that I have heard rendered as what may be lost. I will delineate some historic attempts to answer it. These are, in themselves, in some sense, sacrifices. The Ecdysist's Parable. The Ecdysist's riddle is what may be lost. Each Ecdysist's Parable is an attempt to answer that riddle. Now, it's maybe not clear because this is the first that we've started to see some more lore, but this is really where the game becomes quite interesting. And especially when you play the game for the very first time as the aspirant, again, you've been sort of given this glimpse at sort of the world... or what, sort of this world just beneath the skin of the apparent one. And the game does not give you any kind of guidance in terms of what any of this really means. It's just it's just these hints. And as I'm fond of saying, there's no real running cults for dummies book. Even Moreland's doesn't carry that. And so... essentially, a lot of this game is you, the player, in addition to the character you're playing, figuring out all of these little scraps of knowledge. And this is exactly what we have here. This sort of secret world is divided into all of these principles. Right now, we've got the Grail. We've got the... Oops, sorry. We've got the Grail. We've got the Edge. We've got the Forge. We've got the Knock, and we've got the Moth. We also have the Secret Histories, which of course are their own lore, but we're only ever given little glimpses of them. And we've got little bits of text that we can follow as well, but we've got also increasingly significant intensity. We've got Intensity 4 and Intensity 6 Moth lore, whereas we only have Intensity 2 Knock lore. And essentially part of this game is finding all of the little bits, all of the little secrets, all of the little bits of information and trying to combine them in ways that make more sense of the world around us. And that's ultimately what I'm trying to do with these trips to Moorlands, although of course, again, you are limited in terms of the amount of money that you have. So, but we did come into a bit of cash through bribing someone, or not bribing someone, through having them pay us off. So we will go back to Moorlands and see if we can get a new book. And I think, I'm just trying to think if there's anything else I want to do. Yeah, with study, we'll do the Burning of the Unburnt God. So Jensen's hypothesizes a pre-Zoroastrian fire deity whose rites were the rites of smiths. Okay. I've been paid my fee. It's difficult to say whether I've earned it. Unfortunately, it's difficult for them to say whether I've earned it too. So here I got to keep riding this dread until I come up with a way of converting it, but I'm going to need to wait for the passion on that. So here we will take the medium job, take the information, and run with it. The problem with this one is it doesn't give me an effective way of eliminating the dread. So the best I can do is tread water until we get a Season of Despair. But I have some plans in terms of getting rid of the dread. If I want, I just let the Season of Ardors take care of it for me, but I actually have a slightly more sophisticated plan. All right, let's take a look at what we've got. Another collection of poetry. This is not exactly what I would want, to be completely honest, but it gets us back to Moorlands. Did I miss a vitality somewhere? I could have sworn... The world as it is. Mirrors are calm. The sun is steady. The glory recedes. I am sane, if that means anything. No fascination dries your visions. It's over for now. Okay. I am actually going to need to study some health pretty soon. Otherwise, bad things will happen to me. Okay, so we've got our new recruit. That's good news. I also have passion, so let's take the moonlit road. I know this dream. A road crests a hilltop, and the air is silver bright. This, by the way, I haven't pointed out before, but this is you do see these bits of art that appear in reaction to certain actions. So you can add lore to your dreams. If I engage in an occult practice before I sleep, I might find the way to a deeper dream. The Thrice-Seen Way. I could cut a lock of hair before I sleep to honor the power of the wood. And that is exactly what we'll do. Okay, I've been paid my fee, but it's difficult to say whether I've earned it. Let's change things up a bit. Okay, so here's the passion, there's the mystique, there's a red secret, here's a new hanger-on, not the most exciting person to get in the cult. I need to wait the 21 seconds for the book to finish. I can't get rid of the dread in dream, but I can convert the dread through memory. So should I really share my fears with her? I do not think she is a kindly painting. Not exactly. So in 30 seconds, this will convert into something else. I think possibly rest. No, I think this might turn into fleeting reminiscence. Oh, I should actually be paint. This one I can use the fleeting reminiscence to get money though. And my reputation is intact. Oops, sorry. Okay, so we've got Jensen's burning of the unburnt god. Jensen ultimately concludes with apparent reluctance that the deity was a goddess. He suggests that gender may have been the cause for its suppression. The rites described are often eerie, sometimes grisly. So we've got our first rite. This rite uses an instrument of power to set the blood afire. Fire is the lesion in the skin of the world. The assistant rarely survives unharmed. And we also got the Ardent Orison. When we watch a fire, what are we watching for? When we find it, what are the words it will speak? The world that sanctifies the change that comes with this when the seared skin peels. And if you give me a quick second here, guys, I do have an incoming call. I will try and get rid of it, but it is a family member, so I need to take this. So I'm just going to mute the cast very quickly, and I'll be back. I'll still be doing the gameplay. I'm just not going to have the commentary for a very brief moment. Okay, really sorry about that. I did my best. All right, unfortunately, I had to unmute the mic, so now I'm out of the game. So a couple of big things that we want to pay attention to. Deoris, so we need to translate this book before we can work with it. I also wanted to study my health to get my vitality to be able to cure the affliction, and this is just so that I don't need to spend, I can spend the money on books rather than my health. So, in Latin, 19th century reprint of a 14th century Latin translation of a 4th century work. And do I want to go to Moorlands? I think I'll have the money for it, but I want to be careful. You suck at this game? Scode Pie, I actually don't really think there's a way to suck at this game. If you're having fun with it, if it's a fun ride, I think you're doing it right. But it is an easy game to get endings which are not necessarily ones you'd associate as happy endings. One thing I should let you know, so we're doing the new Ghoul DLC that came out. The important thing to remember is to access the Ghoul DLC, you actually, you are guaranteed access to it if you lose to despair. And you get the Priest well, assuming you bought the DLC, obviously. And if you have the Priest DLC, you get the Priest DLC if you lose to Fascination. And so different parts of the game become accessible to you as soon as you suffer what I think most people would reasonably consider as a loss. I always kind of like that feature of the game personally. But yeah, so, but if there's any questions that you have or anything you'd like to know, let me know. The thing that's really cool about the Ghoul is that this is the first I've ever played it. So I'm personally finding it pretty interesting. But yeah, welcome. I hope you have a good time with it. All right, so let's add to our library. Again, we'll take care of we'll have 20 seconds to deal with the affliction. I just need to make sure that I keep my dream open. Oh, I messed that one up. The longer I look at Miss Nanya's smile, the more I am conscious of her teeth. I forgot that doesn't help. Okay. I don't think there's really a way that I can preserve this contentment in time. So now I have got a bit of a dilemma. Contentment will be something that gets me out of the dread problem. For now, I think I'm gonna keep doing the medium thing with the younger dread, or sorry, the older dread, and the idea there is that when I get contentment from somewhere, it doesn't really matter. I'm just gonna have it. So, all right, the Thrycene Way. The road ducks into the trees. Pale wings move deep into the wood. I am stumbling over roots now. It's tempting to drop to all fours to avoid low branches. The moon passes behind the black leaves, though her fingers remain in my hair. I will not forget the way to this place. So I've got my Wood Whisper back. I've got a buzzing in the brain. That's going to turn into restlessness. And there's passion, and we've now found our way to the wood. Let's say that's a location that goes here. So Scout Pie says, I heard he said something about how I am bad. Hopefully it was nothing important, as this is extremely interesting to watch. Nope, I was just going to say, I don't think there's any way that one can be bad at this game. I think that it's important to remember, so I'm playing the Ghoul DLC right now. I don't know if you got the Perpetual Edition of the game, but the DLCs are like $3. It's $3.40 if you're Canadian like I am. What's important to remember about this game is that even if you die to what most people would consider to be losses, if you want to be guaranteed to get the Ghoul, you have to die to despair. If you want to be guaranteed to get the Priest, again, assuming you own the DLC, you have to die to Fascination. Some of the endings actually become unlocked by you losing. And so as long as you're enjoying the ride, you're having a good one. So in this case, I know what people mean when they say they suck at the game, but in my view, this is like the one game you cannot be bad at. But yeah, if you have any questions, feel free to speak up. I love talking about this game. So Right now I'm just waiting to get my vitality from study so that I can get rid of the affliction. I think what I'm going to try and do here is generate contentment if I can. I need to think a little bit about how I'm going to accomplish that. Maybe now would be a good time for me to paint. Let's coast on my reputation for a little bit, but I'm going to throw 2 passion in it as well. And I will go through that. Actually, you know what? I need to wait for the affliction to finish, but I am going to show you what the Mansis looks like in a minute too. What is the Mansis, you say? Well, hang on, you'll see. It's a very, very attention-getting moment in the game, and I've been holding it off for a big reveal. Okay. So, all according to plan, we bring our health back. Is there anything I want to study for? If I had a restlessness, this would be helpful. This is edge, so I don't have... if I had winter too. Okay. Nope, let's translate Deoris then. I lock the study's door and the work begins. Can pay... Oh, right. We'll paint the old dread. Again, the hope here is that I can get some contentment from painting, but the taste, the particular taste, the taste for which is neither fair nor foul, it comes to trouble my mouth again. My tongue will swell, my lips will blacken. My elixir has set its spores within me, and only the dead flesh can quell them. Yeah, so, I mean, the thing is that I believe there's always a random chance of you getting any of your... there's always a random chance of you getting any of the legacies, but I believe you're guaranteed to get the police legacy if you are arrested. Again, if you die to despair, then you're guaranteed to get the Ghoul, though you can select one of the other options. If you... Actually, you know what? I can get the graveyard again. I just need to be careful about... how I pursue it. Oh. Well, I should have seen that coming. All right. Well, there's restlessness. Debatable if I want to do my medium thing with it now, though. I probably should. So exceptional work. This is something special. It may provoke a reaction. But yeah, so it's just one of these ones where, I mean, my view is always that in a game like this, which is so focused on the story, a quote-unquote losing ending can still be an interesting place for the story to go, and so is not a traditional end. So, like, if you get to health 0 in... if you get to health 0 in Wolfenstein, you have lost the game. You know, the aim of the game is to not have what just happened to you happen. I think I'm going to buy myself a little time by converting this restlessness into a fleeting reminiscence, and I think I'm going to edge a little bit more on the reputation thing and also throw some passion in. This will hide the despair, the dread long enough to buy me some time with bleak thoughts. Alright, so I found a cemetery. Now I gotta time this one particularly carefully. But yeah, so the big thing about these endings are, like, for those of you who haven't played this game, there is an ending where you can basically say, you know what, cults aren't for me, I'm gonna get an office job. That's my real passion. And the thing that's neat about these games is that it's a story. You know, you are telling the story. I'm telling the story of Peter Ichabod right now, and it has its own twists and turns, and maybe you don't like where it's going. But it's my story, and it's one that I'm enjoying. And I think that's true of everyone who plays this game. So in the end, the endings of it are just a closing of a particular one. Now, again, there's always the challenge, you know, if you die to Fascination and you've put 40 hours into it and you're so close to getting your first win, that's going to suck if you die to that. So it's not to suggest that all endings are equal, but definitely the game gives you something in return for a loss. So how do you do the graveyard? So, oh yeah, 4 hour stream is a throat clearing when I'm on Steam. So we're still going strong on this one, Skinny Man Gamer. So how do you get the graveyard? So Fusilor, it's a little special. So right now I've got Dedication Remembrance, and in this particular case I had a Season of Ambitions, and so I'm feeling peckish. And what you notice now with the Explore verb is that it does accept Graveyard Mouth. So now that I've tasted the Graveyard Fruit, the hunger comes often to trouble me. My mouth waters at the fragrances of decay, and my belly growls like a dog. Reduce this by feeding on remnants. Do not ever permit it to reach 7. The game may end, and not pleasantly. So essentially, if you have at least 1 point of Graveyard Mouth, you should be able to take your Dedication and explore with it. So again, I want to be a little careful what I do with the cemetery. I need to make sure that my study verb as well as the investigation is sort of free. But it'll keep me from spending money, so that's good. We'll wait this one out a little bit. I'm back to being poor, so that's not fun. Alright, I've prepared the text for study, an occasionally coherent catalog of secret gods. This is an English translation of a volume dealing with the powers of the wood. So again, I don't really need more moth influence, but it's what I got. The sick room grows close and stale, time to get up. And now what we'll do, we will take our way to the wood. If I have enough passion, I can walk the dream road to the wood. If I have the right knowledge, I might be able to find a way beyond it. Now, I believe I can't put moth in there again, so we'll take passion. Entering the wood. Now I pass between the scar-barked trees. The moon passes behind branches. Though her fingers remain in my hair, I am stumbling over roots now. It is tempting to drop to all fours to avoid the low branches. Pale wings move deep in the night. So we're just waiting for this to turn over. Alright, so now we'll take the cemetery, we'll take my muscle, disinterment, stealthy excavations by the soft light of a hooded lantern. So we've got 30 seconds, plenty of time to get this done. Let's spend money on paints, although they might get scooped up. Yeah, they're going to get scooped up by the passage of time, unfortunately. And she understands my restlessness. She has known it herself, and now and then she reminds me that nothing endures. So here I'm just going to hang out a little bit with the fleeting reminiscence. I don't have anything I want to do with it. I do eventually want to turn it back to restlessness so that I can get a nice little loop of the medium work. Although I'll probably get some more cash out of the disinterment, to be completely honest. Oop, that's a liability. So I'm going to have a corpse just in time to for this guy to get another pull. Day's work I have not shirked. Okay, so more mystique, a human corpse. We probably don't want to have that thing hanging out, but unfortunately it's what I got. So I got 29.2 seconds, so I have like a 0.1 second window to get this right. Okay. My recent work is considered magnificent. I may yet earn a living from this, but nothing is certain. So more mystique. Yep, there's the contentment that I need. So we gotta wait a little bit on this, but I'll be able to put this towards the dread. Oops. Glimmering, which unfortunately I'm not gonna have much use for, and mystique. I'm curious if Nope, I was able to maintain. So I didn't. This is kind of neat now that the reputation is is sort of a finite resource. It's kind of neat to try and balance that all out. Okay, so I guess the question now is, does it make any sense for me to worry about restlessness? I don't think it does. Oh crap! But I do actually need to worry about the dread. So. Oh, I've used up all the passion too. I can pillage this. So the problem I have is that despair is still active. I've got a contentment that it can work with. Unless I can, nope, that's not going where I want it. So if I leave this open, it's much more likely it's going to pull up the dread than the contentment. I want it to pull the contentment. So what I got to do right now is I need to delay the use of the dread. So in this case, I'm going to throw a bunch of mystique at the problem. Again, this is partly just to get some money. I'll put one passion towards it so my work doesn't become boring. Where the hell is the passion? There we go. So we start that. My dread will be my inspiration. No, it's still going to pull it out. I really screwed this one up. All right, well, I'll accept my fate. Hey, it took the contentment. Okay, life is good. We'll put this back to the dream. With that in mind, then, I answered you, Fusilator. You take your dedication. You get aspect graveyard mouth. If it doesn't have it, you can't use it. But you just put it on the explorer. I mean, obviously, if you heard it, you don't need to let me know. But I did answer before. If somebody in chat, could just repeat that if it seems that it didn't go through. I'd appreciate that. But yeah, it's just a matter of it's essentially just a matter of looking at what cards the Explore Verbs takes. Okay, let's think about the next move. So I want to keep study open so that I can get rid of the corpse. I want to ideally double up the contentment with the... Yeah, let's do a painting on Fleeting Reminiscence instead. Okay, I should be able to survive all of this. Oh wait, what's that about your reputation? Sorry, Scout Pie, I didn't see that that one. So, you can use your reputation to increase the value of your paintings. This is sort of like, if you think about it right, if you think about really avant-garde art, this is going to be the sort of stuff that inspires people to say, my kid can draw that. And it doesn't necessarily get recognition in the artist's lifetime, or at all. And you also have people who are essentially famous for being famous. And this can be anything from like Banksy to Kim Kardashian, basically. And so they've sort of quote-unquote nerfed painting a bit in this patch by making it so that if you just keep using your mystique and your notoriety, you get a trait what's known as staleness, and it basically affects your ability to get paintings done. And so it means that painting is no longer a dominant strategy for earning money. It's a really interesting way of handling that problem, to be honest, because what I've noticed about the Ghoul DLC is that you wind up generating a lot of mystique through the work that you do. So hopefully that answers your question. I know there's a bit of a delay in terms of the stream, but let me know if any of that wasn't clear. Okay, what have we got? Let's go to... I always go to the well first. Vitality it is. Exercise or something rarer has invigorated me. So that was the Mansus. That's the secret world behind everything. The well in the wood is sacred to the Grail, the hour that hungers, and to the Velvet, the hour that guards secrets. Tonight, as I approached, it heaved with the Velvet's moss, struggling waves of deep and vibrant green, pulsing again and again from its throat. It surged around my calves, rose to my thighs, and in the morning, I still feel the Velvet's breath strong within me. Yeah, well, that's a part. I mean, if you think of it too, right? If you look at the way that I've played this, there's an endless supply of mystique that I've gotten. So, I mean, obviously notoriety is worth more money. But if you play the medium, there's almost never going to be a situation where you want to do your reputation for being a medium. You'll just constantly paint stuff. There's still a way to balance it out to make painting still a viable profession. But you need to make sure that you're just not banking on your reputation. So painting, if nothing else, has just become more interesting like studying has. You need to put a little more thought into it than you used to. And I like those kinds of moves personally. Okay, so my passion is exhausted while I've gone through the Mansis. Okay, so once again, the graveyard is something that when you click on Explore, it'll show you the types of aspects that it will accept. There's a new one here called Graveyard Mouth. So if you read the text of this, it sort of explains what's going on with it. But Graveyard Mouth happens when you have a season of ambition and you've got this remembrance, temptation or dedication. So the thing is, this isn't always on this card, but when Graveyard Mouth is present on the card, then you are able to put it on Explore, and that will result in the cemetery. Keep in mind, though, that cemetery is not a permanent location. It does close down. So hopefully that got through. For those of you who are watching on a VOD, I'm just typing in chat. Let me know if the explanation didn't go through. And there's a 6-second delay. But yeah, essentially, you're not always guaranteed to get the cemetery for various reasons, but essentially it is the aspect Graveyard Mouth that allows you to go searching for corpses. That's the most concise answer I can give to that. Okay, let's get rid of that dread before it becomes any more of a problem. Let's pay for paints, and I think 19.6, 20.8, so we'll be able to keep those. I've got 0.9 seconds to get this corpse eaten. The taste, the particular taste, the taste for which is neither fair nor foul. It comes to trouble my mouth again. My tongue will swell, my lips will blacken. The elixir has set its spores within me, and only dead flesh can quell them. All right, feast upon a remnant. Once again, my appetite rises, flacked once again by shivers of revulsion. There's sometimes something left over which must be buried again, but one can be efficient. So that threat is yeah, no problem, Fusilor. The one to, in fact, this is it's a good question to ask, because I know a lot of people are probably going to be picking up this game and interested in it for the first time. So again, if any of you guys have questions about the game, I love being able to answer them. But one of the ways that you can get over some problems in the game, number one, reading the text is really important. It's not that I just like saying stuff on stream that I keep reading the text over and over. There are layers, and sometimes you will find out that some of the answers were hiding in plain sight if only you looked. Now, there's a little bit, again, the development on the game is basically done, and they're moving on to the Book of the Hours. In fact, let me just take a minute here. I don't want to be too much of a shill on this, but Weather Factory are really interesting game developers, and I personally am really excited about what they're up to. They've already got their, so to basically, there's a couple of big announcements that happened. Yesterday, there was the announcement of kind of this, and not Anthology Edition, the Ancestor Edition. So this is the version that you can, this is basically the version that will give you all of the DLC and all of the goodies, including the soundtrack and whatnot. But they also announced the next game called the Book of Hours. Now, this won't be out for a while. The Kickstarter is going to be later this year. But one really important thing about generating attention on Steam are wish lists and things like that. So if you are interested in this game, and particularly if you want to like this game, and you just find that it's maybe a little too harsh, Book of Hours is intended to be a little bit more of a chill take on a game like this. So wish lists are free. They help the developer reach out to their audience. They also help raise the profile of the game, because of course we live in the age of the algorithm. And if you're interested in stuff like that, 100% follow this game, because one of the reasons why I've been really interested in this game, and one of the reasons why I have over 200 hours inside of it, is following the development of this game is really, really fun. If you visit their website, weatherfactory.biz, you'll get everything, including like the cost breakdown and the amount of money they made off of the game, including what they made of different storefronts and that. They have absolutely no secrets in that company. So I did want to take a quick minute to mention that in addition to the fact that this game is kind of getting the bow put around it and saying, you know, here's the 3 DLC, here's the soundtrack, we're taking a minute, we're going to let the modders have their fun with the game. They've already announced what the next game is, and you can follow it right from the beginning and have a little bit of the experience that I had with this one. So it's a really exciting time to be getting into this game. Scout Pie said, you noticed the thing with needing to read the cards, as the first character is told in the card that you can remove the problem that is your boss. Yep, absolutely. And one of the big ones for me is that because they kept adding things and changing things in the patches, I always got used to having certain cards having certain aspects, right? So when you've got the occult scrap, it didn't always have aspect requires knowledge. This gives you information about how studying works now. So if you're just getting this game, studying's only ever going to work one way. But if you've been following this game for a year, they've completely changed the way that research works, and it's a lot more interesting, but it's also really confusing if you've built up a dominant strategy. So that's one of the reasons why this game has been so fun to follow for such a long time. So, and I'm personally looking forward to seeing what modders wind up doing with it too. So, okay, so we're feasting on a corpse. We're clearing our mind of the despair. This is getting dealt with. This will turn into a fleeting reminiscence, so I don't need to worry too much about keeping that around, although I'll have another one anyway. I think I'll turn that into restlessness, and I'll just make sure that I time it appropriately. We're going to get fascination coming up in a minute as well, but I don't think I have to worry about that unless it generates from the painting. This will generate mystique. It's tempting to go for another corpse, to be honest. Let's do that, actually. I'll maybe give it a second, yeah. Because again, it takes me 30 seconds to dig up a corpse, 30 seconds to consume one, and it takes them 54 seconds to deal with one of these false leads, so... And again, I do want to get back to a point where I'm making enough money to be able to go back to Moorlands. As you can see, I'm a bit broke right now. All right, all the things just became available. The Wolf Despair prowls elsewhere. No dread empowers this. Right. The shovel strikes wood. That's a good sign. If the coffin is too far rotted, usually the remains are scant. Alright, so again, we spin off a ton of mystique in this DLC. There's sometimes something left over which must be buried again, but one can be efficient. So we've got something profitable. I really shouldn't do this because I need the money, but I am mildly tempted to see what happens here. So Miss Nanya's eyes are shrewd, so let's see what happens when we give her something profitable. And in the meantime, I absolutely need to get the elixir done now. Again, this human corpse has reputation. It is something that generates attention from the fuzz. So I want to eat that as soon as possible. Feast upon a remnant. Once again, my appetite rises, flecked once again with shivers of revulsion. And I do actually need to pay the rent, so... Okay, we got some. And I also have some contentment if I needed it, but I believe it's smooth sailing for this next little bit. Although again, we've got a dump truck of mystique. Okay, there's some money to work with. Here I'm just going to throw in the fleeting reminiscence. At this point, it's I'll just turn this into money. I might keep one around for restlessness just to be able to keep doing my loop of mystic work. But for now, I mean, again, I'm trying to pay the rent, and I'm trying to make sure that I don't dig up a corpse right around the time that the weary detective is going to see me do it. So, all right, more passion. All right, the sun still moves, the wind still walks. My journals are the labyrinth clue. Okay, Let's go back to... Yes, let's go back to the Mansis. Now I pass between the scar-barked trees. The moon passes behind branches, though her fingers remain in my hair. I am stumbling over roots now. It is tempting to drop to all fours to allow to avoid the low branches. Pale wings move deep in the night. Okay, we've got something shameful. So that will turn into Grail influence if memory serves. This is something that I would want to turn into money, and this should give me a little bit of an endowment for Moorlands. The real dilemma for me is to decide whether or not I want to try and eat another corpse. Now seems like a good time to try that, actually. So let's go back to the cemetery. I'll use my muscle to dig up another body. Miss Nania says nothing, but the next day I receive an unexpected package in the post. So this just wound up giving me money. I'm slightly curious if this winds up being more randomized. Because last time we got Gildersleeve's Latin grammar. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Scout Pie. I've actually had that problem before. Fortunately, it doesn't seem to have hurt our viewership too much. Although I was kind of hoping we would make it to the front page. It seems like we picked a bad time because we're just fighting with Imperator and Between the Stars. That's fine, I'm sure. One of the things that happens actually is if there's a big reset, we tend to do well with that. But I'm not hoping that the servers go down. We'll just keep plugging away. I'm glad you guys are enjoying it, though. I'm really sorry that there's some interruptions, but for those of you who are a little worried about missing out on some stuff, this whole thing should be on YouTube by the ending. Unless there's something that interrupts the connection, I'm usually able to put the whole thing on YouTube. Okay, let's... Okay, so I'm digging up a body. So in this case, I do not want to read De Horis, but what I'm particularly interested in is what happens if I dig up a body and I don't have any of the graveyard mouth. There's a possibility that I can't do anything with it, and at that point I'm in trouble. But okay, I've been paid my fee. It's difficult to say whether I've earned it. Fortunately, it's difficult for them to say whether I've earned it too. So here we'll take something shameful. I've found someone who will purchase my silence. In 18 seconds, we're gonna eat another body. I do. It's just system chalk anyway, but while I'm at it, I probably should have this. So keep in mind, it's not exclusively Cultist Simulator. Here's the thing to keep in mind. That channel is an archive for my Twitch stuff, and it is very hard to follow sometimes because I'm interacting with chat and there is no display of that chat. That's similar to this one, right? If you were to be watching this Steam stream and not have the chat open, some of my comments may not make a lot of sense. And unfortunately, I don't have a good way around it that doesn't involve compromising the Twitch stream. So it may not be everyone's cup of tea. At the very least, if you click on some of those links, you'll find some other Cultist Simulators YouTubers who are better at it than I am. But if you want to be watching some of these things, I mean, we had a ton of problems on Ludo Naricon and we still got an 11-hour stream in. So there's certainly no shortage of cultist material, that's for sure. Yeah, no problem, Fusilor. Like I said, I mean, so again, I am not affiliated with Weather Factory other than the fact that I am a huge fan of their games, and they very kindly invited me to, to hang out on their channel and show this game to you. And I've done this before. It's always been a great time. I'm very happy that we're running into fewer of the problems that we encountered during Ludonaricon. But yeah, I mean, the other thing about it is that this is a really great way of showing people as to whether or not this game will be for them. I mean, again, it's on sale, and Steam does have a 2-hour turnaround for the return. So if you've played the game for less than 2 hours and you decide it's not your thing, you can return it. So it's a fairly low-risk way of checking this out. But obviously, seeing somebody playing the game and making some sense over all of these individual cards and stuff like that is just a different way of engaging with it, and probably one that will be a little bit more informative in terms of making a purchase decision than just seeing, you know, some stylish art and, oh, you know, some famous people made this game. So, well, internet famous. I mean, they're not Nobel Prize winners or anything. But basically, you know, being able to see somebody enjoy the game and everybody kind of be able to build some community around it, to me, is one of the really rewarding things about doing this game. And hopefully it helps them, you know, find their place on Steam. So yeah, I mean, it's one of the reasons I'm so excited about the Book of Hours, and I'm encouraging people to wishlist it, because I remember, you know, shortly after I started streaming the game, I kept hearing, you know, people ask, like, where do you find cool games like this? And one of the ways I do that is I take advantage of the wishlist feature. Sure, I mean, I can pretend that part of my added value is to being able to find, like, weird stuff and get in on the ground floor in that, but that's not really, I think, the way one should do this sort of thing. I think it's probably better to, you know, share, let people know about it, and honestly, like, following the development of the game has been half the fun. And of course, one of the nice side bonuses is obviously I've had a chance to interact with the people who've made this game, and there's now 4 people at Weather Factory. So it's Alexis Kennedy, Lottie Bevan, the founders, now Mark Gagne, Lyra Zeider, who was in chat a little while ago. He's impossibly nice too. And Claire Sharkey, the current marketing manager. So it's a growing team. They're doing more exciting projects, and they are incredibly nice. Like, in addition to the fact that they are obviously very talented game designers, they are some of the nicest people that I've had the pleasure of encountering. Maybe in person they're, like, really evil, but every encounter I've had with them has just been this, like, I almost feel worse as a person after encountering them, because they are just that friendly. And I mean, let's face it, they've made a really impressive game, which has done better than expectations. And so as a result, you know, you'd think that these are people who would be allowed to have a bit of an ego, but they're not. They are just really nice and really supportive. Like, if you check out the Weather Factory site, there are a ton of games that they've been supporting and trying to get the word out on. So that gives you a few reasons to check them out, in my opinion. Once again, my appetite rises, flecked once again by the shivers of revulsion. So I'm interested in seeing whether or not the claws of memory goes up as a result of this. I might have just been chasing down sort of my satiation without necessarily getting any progress. But remembering the dead, something shameful, a shabby transaction, but a profitable one. And now we can go to Moorlands. We threaten people so that we can buy books. It takes time to sort the gold from the dross, the wheat from the chaff, the blood from the water. If I buy enough books, I'll find something interesting. And let's do the medium thing again with another fleeting reminiscence. Now, my stalling right now is coming from the fact that I don't have a lot of lore. The Deoris is not going to give me a whole lot of moth lore, and moth lore is not what I need right now. But money will get me books, and books will get me lore, so... Okay, well, this will turn into restlessness, but I think I have better options, so let's go to the Temple of the Wheel this time. Well, I really wanted that furtive truth, but looks like we got a subtle flaw. So laces uncoil, windows swing open, locks move as if oiled. Last night I came in the wood to the high jagged rock called the Temple of the Wheel. Its flank, patched with black lichen and eye signs, opened like a mouth beneath my hands, and I walked in the whispering space within. The gods who were stone, the first of the hours, are almost gone now, but here their voices remain, wheel, flint, tide, and others without names. How did you get your dedication to have the Gravemouth aspect? So the Gravemouth aspect, you'll notice that my dedication doesn't have it right now. It gains Gravemouth points each time there is a season of ambitions that runs by. So essentially, each time your season of ambitions runs by, you get a little bit hungrier, and if it gets up to 7, bad things happen. So just wait for the season that has a little hook, and you'll have what you need. Okay, passion's exhausted because we had really intense dreams. We've got the Way of the Wood back. I'm kind of tempted to just keep looping through this because I don't have a lot that I need to do with dreaming right now. So let's get that done. All right. There's sometimes something left over which must be buried again, but one can be efficient. So it looks like we've not moved up. We've not moved the Claws of Memory up. Now, this is still reasonably profitable because I keep getting memories like this. So I think I'm going to try and chow down if I can. But it's going to be sort of a second order problem for me to deal with. In the meantime, because I don't have anything that I immediately need to use the study verb for, I am going to read De Horis. So this volume deals mostly with the hours of the wood, the moth, the black flax, the ringyew, among others. And I don't think I read the Latin version, but an occasionally coherent catalog of secret gods. This is an English translation of a volume dealing with the powers of the wood. So again, this isn't going to get me too much, but it gets me enough. Okay. I've paid my fee. It's difficult to say whether I've earned it. Fortunately, it's difficult for them to say whether I've earned it too. So again, we keep generating Mystique, which is a bit of a liability for us. But, oh, on the white. This is a big deal for me. So Solomon Husher writes, perhaps allegorically, of winter and its long, slow, doomed romance with the sun. The epigraph is sunset at noon. So now I need to make a decision as to whether or not I want to go to Moorlands or whether or not I want to get another snack. I won't be able to use the snack right away, so we're going to Moorlands. But I am going to let loose some hokum. I think I am going to use Miss Nenya as with something profitable again. And that's just because I sort of want to see if I generate. So essentially, I'm generating as much as I would if I did a fleeting reminiscence with my medium job. Although really I should be turning this into restlessness. Okay, the Orchid Transfigurations Volume 1. It does need to be translated from Latin. 16th century alchemical fever dream attributed to Robert Flood, frequently banned for the disturbing allure of its illustrations. This is in the original Latin. I'm going to think a minute about my next move. Yep. I'm going to do another clandestine consultation. I think I can manage... this is a tricky one, actually. I'm going to go to the graveyard again. So this will take me 30 seconds to run through the graveyard. So that'll give 10 seconds in for the corpse. This will be finished in 24. The one drawback is it delays me on reading on the white, but it does get me another corpse, does get me another something profitable, gives me something to use in the medium job, and I'll get my fleeting reminiscence shortly after that, which I can either turn into restlessness or I can turn into I can just turn into money. Fusilor, let me know if you didn't... it seems that you can hear the things occasionally, so let me know if you need me to repeat the way to get the Gravemouth. I completely understand that it doesn't always come across. Sorry, just 1 second, guys. Okay, let's take the occult scrap because I'm actually short on those. I walked in the wood last night, and this is... By the way, the reason I always unpause immediately after the Mantis is because in the old versions of the game, it would automatically start again when you came out of the Mantis. And so I've developed this tick of immediately pausing, and what I'm doing is unpausing again. So... okay. So I walked in the wood. Last night, and the scissors worked in the distance, and furred things crammed in my mouth and swarmed my ears, and I felt the old urge to drop to wolf fours and nose among the roots. But I remembered that I walk upright by day, and I know fire and steel and words, and at last I found where the velvet had concealed a secret on the tree bark beneath moss. I read it then with the tips of my fingers, and I think now that I could write it in full. So getting the occult scrap, secret histories are layered beneath the one that we know, like notes in a rare wine. This is a detail from one of those histories. You missed the beginning of the stream. How did you get your temptation to a dedication? So that was by working with the... There's a slightly different version of this formula that you study, and that's how you turn the temptation into a dedication. Okay, we've got the wood. And dream-wise, do I have anything I want to do with the dream? Not really, so again, we just go back to the wood because that's how we get occult scraps. Yes, the formula did require a taste, so you find corpses in graveyards, but graveyards are not the only places to get corpses, is the best I can say on that. If you want a direct answer, I can give it to you, but one of the reasons I'm sometimes a little evasive on these answers is sometimes the fun is in the process of finding this out. But yes, there are ways of... The graveyards are not the only place you can get corpses. That it's 100% for sure. The glory is a question, and the moth always answers yes. The black flax's answer is no, and that is always the answer. Barber's warning. A power of the wood enjoys a separation of the lock from the scalp. For attention, burn it. For opportunity, bury it. Speak this over a corpse in a rite with a winter influence present, and the corpse will rise. Okay, so certainly no shortage of moth. I'm tempted to actually make it a moth cult at this point, but I'm not going to. So here's the erudition. Studying. I'm getting my corpse, so I can't read on the white yet. Let's carry on. All right. I knew you'd get it. All right. The shovel strikes the wood. That's a good sign. If the coffin is too far rotted, usually the remains are scant. So more mystique. Again, there's no way that I'm ever going to get out of... At this rate, I am never going to get out of the suspicion from the Suppression Bureau, but it's not bad because the timers work in such a way that effectively, as long as I carry on this way until I start ransacking vaults, I have nothing to worry about from the Suppression Bureau. Once I start ransacking vaults, my day job is a huge liability, but I'll find other ways around that. So, more money, more mystique, and we will eat another corpse because that's my life now. Once again, my appetite rises, flecked once again with the shivers of revulsion. Part of this is also just a money grab. It happens to be very profitable for me to, to chow down this way. I don't have anything to do the medium thing on, though. I have to wait about 10 seconds. I think in the meantime, what I'm going to do is a bit of painting. I'll take advantage of... I think I can get away with 3 Mystique and then 1 Passion. And I'm slightly curious, so it turns out something profitable can be used as an input. Normally I would want to do that, but I am actually going to send it to Miss Nania, so What else do I want as an inspiration? Preferably something that is not... preferably something that is not like a cult. So Neville. Everybody likes a portrait of Neville. Okay. Oh, but I should make use of the explore verb. So if I'm not going to the cemetery... Well, maybe I do want to go to the cemetery, though. Yeah, you know what? Let's go to Moorlands. I need more books. Let's go to Moorlands. I need more books. There we go. I'm also going to spend money on paints for Neville, so gotta be careful on that. Another fleeting reminiscence. I'll get a fleeting reminiscence when the trembling in the air passes by as well. We've got a light in the skull. Whenever the principle of lantern sheds its light, I may recall additional scraps of knowledge. And the patron. We can learn so much from each other. So, Red Secret, Madame Bichet. Madame Bichet will wind up giving me more commission, so I might be able to gain some Spintrea. I have enough time on the something profitable. I think I'll have a chat. Getting a commission from someone only takes 10 seconds. So Madame Bichet, Madame Olympie Bichet, edits the Carisham Review, which publishes material too ghastly or thrilling for other literary magazines. She could use your assistance. And she's seeking pieces for the notorious Carisham Review. That would be, I think that's the ultimate mod, Villainous Neville. Okay, let's pay for the paints. She would like a commission on Forge. So the good news here is Forge is something I can actually do. And it gives me something to do with my work slot that doesn't involve generating Mystique. Actually, it does because I get Mystique for turning in the commission. Never mind. But yeah, let's see what happens when we do something profitable again. Miss Nania's eyes are shrewd. And we got something joyful. Delight does not endure for long, but sometimes it endures longer than do we. So I think this is what I'm going to feed to the painting as well, because I don't remember what it generates. I don't think it's Grail. Could be Heart. But it gives me a chance to study on the white. So unless I'm getting a corpse. No, I'm getting a book, so... So on closer investigation, the work seems to be a theory of aesthetics, or perhaps a set of warnings about the dangers of painting. Alright, so, Wrapped in the King. Detailed accounts by James Colin Murphy of secret bacchanals and ecstatic dances observed in necropolises and graveyards in southern Europe, in Egypt and in Anatolia. The author is a self-confessed ghoul, an eater of buried flesh. He claims to have witnessed the dances while at his feasting. Well, sounds like we've got a lot in common. So, do I want to try and dig up a body? Survey says, Survey says no, because I'm not so much worried about the time it takes for the detective. I'm more worried about the time it takes for the study. We might get some money out of this. We might get a book. If it's just one funds, I think I'm going to abandon the idea of letting Miss Nania consume something profitable. And we've got another occult scrap, so I'll pick that up. So, I walked in the wood last night, and the scissors worked in the distance, and furred things crammed in my mouth and swarmed my ears. I felt the old urge to drop to wolf fours and nose among the roots. But I remembered that I walk upright by day, and I know fire and steel and words, and at last I found where the velvet had concealed a secret on tree bark beneath moss. I read it then with the tips of my fingers, and I think now that I could write it in full. Okay. I don't really think I have anything else I want to do with the dream slot right now. One of the things that's keeping me from doing more with dreams is the lack of lore. But I actually don't feel that bad about it because I've also been short on occult scraps. So I'm going to take a chance to build up as many of these as I can. And hopefully, just while I naturally, take out stuff of from Moorlands. I'll eventually get enough lore to be able to move things up. I'm definitely going to get an array of useful people before too long, because I'm going to have my cult formed. I realized that I've been doing a 5-hour cast of Cultist Simulator and have not yet formed the cult, but that's because I want to make a very specific cult. That is not how I would normally play the game, except for this particular way that I want to play it. But again, like I said earlier, there's no right way, there's no wrong way to play the game. It's honestly, as long as you're having fun, it's a good time. Okay. Passion to the wood. Miss Nania says nothing, but afterwards I find a sovereign in the street. Okay, this is interesting. So you definitely do get different things from... you definitely get different things from the painting when you bring it to them. It's debatable as to whether or not it's worth it, though. So, Miss Nania's eyes are warm. The artist's reward. My recent work is considered significant. I may yet earn a living from this, but nothing is certain. So, get a bunch of glimmering. Wouldn't hurt to, take advantage of it, but I don't think I have the lore to be able to really move my passion to the next level. So we've got 3 funds, and I'm not banking on my reputation too much, so I'm happy about that. Don't want to do my medium work with a fleeting reminiscence right now. There's not really a good argument not to, so maybe the commission, but this will turn into a fleeting reminiscence in a minute, so I just kind of want to lower condense the number of pieces on the board. Traveling at Night, Volume 2, The Annotated Dream Journals of Christopher Lopoli, sometimes called The Only Readable Occultist. Literate, entertaining, bewildering. This is the 2nd volume. And there's that fleeting reminiscence we were talking about. 38 seconds for the detective, so it's possible... Oh, yeah, let's go for it. It's going to be a little bit of a roll of the dice, but I think I'll be in good shape. I do need to remember, though, that my talk verb's going to be taken up for a little bit. So, malformed refinement candidate, influence, heart. Okay. Sorry, this is totally a mistake. Let me just make a note about the time. Sorry, that was also probably really loud to everyone. It just seems that there's a couple of... that might be a bug in here, so 4:59. I'm just taking a quick minute to do a screenshot. It's a physical screenshot, by the way. Sorry about the wait here, guys. I just wanted to... I normally like doing bug reports, but I'm really bad at reporting them on time, so I just need to find a place to write them down, and I'm good to go. Okay. Sorry about that. So contentment, I mean, nice, not the sort of thing I would want to give up money for, though. I think every time that I do one of these memories, I wind up... What do I get? It's like 2... I'm pretty sure I get 2 funds each time I use a memory with the medium thing. So, okay. The time has come. Nope, the time will be in 4 seconds. More medium work with fleeting reminiscence. All right. Husher writes distractedly of his hatred of colors and his yearning for death. He hints at a great work he has envisaged or begun where the palest of paintings will enthrall the world. He returns again and again to certain compelling phrases, which he claims are the secret words of winter. Sexton's secret. Certain knowledge, it is said, can be expressed only through the particular quality of silence. It has been suggested that one can only read such knowledge with one's eyes closed, but only by mischievous commentators. And here we have winter is the principle of silence, of endings, and of those things that are not quite dead. So, now I'm actually going to found the cult. Just bear with me a quick second here. I need to set something else up. Okay. So, I believe let's... Yes, Victor was the first one, so let's have a chat with him. A new beginning? Together we might be more. Found a mystical organization. Here is someone I might work with, a companion or a follower. But first I must give them something to follow, a society, a sodality, an order, a cult. And study-wise, did I go grave? Yes, I did go grave robbing, so... Hello, the Eyes of Sin. Good to see you. Uh-oh. I forgot you get notoriety. I've begun my true work. The authorities will take an interest in it, but I must be ready for them. You've begun to establish your cult. You will need a little more before you can recruit followers. So there's really no effective way for me to deal with this right now, but that's life. So choose founding principles, tradition and compulsion, old, new, or both together. Add lore to determine your cult's founding principles, and in this case it is the Sexton's secret. Establish the Children of Silence, an occult society dedicated to the silence that comes and to the cold that ends. Alright, the shovel strikes wood, that's a good sign. If the coffin is too far rotted, usually the remains are scant. So, more mystique to hide the notoriety with. I mean, if I'm lucky, we get 300 seconds of 300 seconds of them taking mystique only. So, let's grab the Feast of the Honey Dove. I just want to double check that I'm not missing out here. So I definitely need Aspect the Claws of Memory, beneath the soil, bones. In the bones, memory. In the memory, colors. And Feast, it has to be Remnant. When the elixir is consumed, the enzymes of digestion become the messengers of resurrection. The dead live again, if only in my memories. So Feast upon a Remnant, once again my appetite rises, flecked once again with the shivers of revulsion. So the tricky part here is that I've got this taste for dead bodies, but I've not found a particularly useful application for them yet, other than memories to kind of make a living, but I'm pretty sure one does not consume the dead in order just to make a buck. How you doing, Sin? I don't know if you got a chance to hear that. It takes time to sort the gold from the dross, wheat from the chaff, the blood from the water. If I buy enough books, I'll find something interesting. And looks like I do. Sorry, I forgot that there's a separate window. So if I want to talk to Miss Nania, I can. I just don't think I have anything interesting to talk with her about yet. Let's go to the well. I'd really like to use this peculiar rumor, but I think this is a little dangerous for me. So many things rise from the well in the wood. Last night it was a swarm with wormy roots. The trees clustered and whispered. Perhaps they were welcoming the influx. I found a sleeping soul ensnared in the roots, and I helped them struggle free. When they wake, they will recall my face as I do theirs. So aspect moth, aspect ingredient, and aspect secret histories. And again, this is something that in certain circumstances I would love to use. This is a way that you can find followers. This is what was described here, right? We've got another person who is aware of this world. We've encountered them and we help them out. And so we're trying to take this clue that we were given from this experience in the dream world to find somebody in the real world. It's a really neat idea, but the catch is that If I do that, I'm also going to gain notoriety, and I'm trying to minimize notoriety because I don't have a really good way of handling it right now. So we'll keep that down there. We'll put the root back, and I think I'm going to go back to the wood, but I'm going to go back to the wood a slightly different way. What was I trying to accomplish by that again? I always put the... oh, right. I wanted to see... I don't think this will do anything. I think the winter... Oh! Ah, yes, that's right. Okay, you can use winter. You just need higher intensity. Okay, fair enough. I'll add passion is how you go through the wood. And I couldn't remember if it was lantern or if it was winter. It might be both, but... just a minute, please. Okay. I don't have anything to talk... That's not true. I have the red secret to talk about. You talk about the red secret and the Eyes of Sin shows up. Alright, I've been paid my fee. It's difficult to say whether I've earned it. Fortunately, it's difficult for them to say whether I've earned it too. So there's a possibility that I'll be able to run out the notoriety because I keep generating so much... mystique, but it's definitely not something that I would want to rely on. And in fact, I can't because I don't have any more inputs to this. I have to wait for the feast to finish. So what we'll do is we'll get our commission on Forge written. So if I work with the right lore fragment, I can create a manuscript to fulfill this commission. I'll need to talk to my patron about this commission when it's finished. So we'll take the Smith's Secret, we'll add a little bit of reason, and this may be useful for a commission. So it does mean that I'm not going to be generating any money. I need to be a little careful on my finances, but we should be in fairly good shape. Our purpose demands that we recognize truths that chill the spirit. I must give myself, give of myself. So I must give myself to honor the powers that we serve. And so I sacrifice a bit of reason in order to found my society. We've chowed down on a corpse and we found something joyful, so that'll be useful for making some money. There is sometimes something left over which must be buried again, but one can be efficient. And we found a collection of essays, not the most exciting find that I can get at Moorlands, if I'm completely honest. So I'm going to hold out a little bit of time at the cemetery. The real question is, how is the table so well organized? It is what I live for, Ranger Alpha CGF. I always do a new table layout each time I play the game. What I like is when a new event pops up. So we're going to have a Season of Ambitions pop up in a minute. That's actually an even better reason for me to... I'm going to go to the cemetery right now, because it's going to take me 30 seconds to get a corpse. It's going to take them 26 seconds to follow this mystique. Ooh, we're losing a lot of that mystique. This could get dangerous. But yeah, when we get the Season of Ambitions popping up... Oh, you know what? I think I kind of messed this up a little bit. That's fine. I'll still be able to get something out of it. But yeah, so when another verb pops up, you get a nice little diamond. So welcome, by the way. Cult with one member is only an unusual habit. I must have a recruit. And I think the Eyes of Sin will be mad at me if I don't make Neville the first recruit. So, although it's winter, so it's like the big gothy one. Okay, one corpse, please. The shovel strikes wood, and that's a good sign. If the coffin is too far rotted, usually the remains are scant. So I got 43 seconds on the cemetery. That's possibly a liability, but we'll see. Once again, I don't want the rumor. That's just because I really can't afford to generate the notoriety right now. So let's go to the Temple of the Wheel, and we missed out on the Furtive Truth. Laces uncoil, windows swing open, locks move as if oiled. Hey. Last night I came in the wood to the high jagged rock called the Temple of the Wheel. Its flank, patched with black lichen and eye signs, opened like a mouth beneath my hands, and I walked in the whispering space within. The gods who were stone, the first of the hours, were almost all gone now, but their voices remain: Wheel, Flint, Tide, and others without names. Okay, I think I still want to keep going through the Way of the Wood. Again, I'd like to get some more occult scraps if I can. And exploration-wise, this isn't generating income yet, so I think I need to wait. Cemetery is going to be a bit of a dilemma, because in 13 seconds we get the Season of Ambitions popping up. I'm going to need to work out the timings on this stuff, I think. But yeah, I'm not going to buy anything yet until I'm a little more secure in my finances. Alright, so we've written a brief treatise on the Forge Principle. Your own work in manuscript form. Talk to your patron to get paid for this. And we can put our Smith's Secret back. And I'm a little tired after my essay writing. So, again, I don't have a lot of good options work-wise at the moment because I don't... Oh, what am I saying? I've got something joyful. So, my reputation as a performer is ruined. My reputation as an oracle has only begun, but the authorities have their eye on me now. One thing I should be looking at is if there's anything that I can do to improve this reputation as a medium. For now, remembering the dead, something joyful. It might not necessarily be the memories of my client, but it's something true. This will hopefully, I think this generates 2 wealth, so 30 seconds for 2 wealth. It's not terrible. The only challenge is that I don't have any more. Memories to make money with. So, our rise begins. I have founded my cult. This is a step to greater power. Use your cult to recruit and promote your followers. Talk with followers about your cult to send them out on cult business. So Neville pauses before he speaks, and he flinches easily. He is sensitive to deeper matters. So Neville is now a follower, student, helpmeet, defender, champion, dupe, sacrifice, companion. His aspect knock. The knock permits no seal and no isolation. It thrusts us gleefully out of the safety of ignorance. The knock is a principle that opens doors and unseams barriers. He is also mortal, but we will not eat him. The long habit of living indisposeth us for dying. So, my reason, I'm all tuckered out after founding a cult. We've got the Sexton's Secret back, and now we have a temporary headquarters. And we have the Children of Silence, an occult society dedicated to the silence that comes and the cold that ends. You can use cults with a talk verb to recruit or promote followers, and to send them out on errands to gather resources. A believer can be promoted to a disciple. A few gifted disciples can be exalted even higher on a condition of lethal silence. I think I'm going to put this up on this row. Okay, exploration-wise, again, I don't have a lot of money, so I don't want to go into the, I don't want to go exploring yet, but Neville can. It's not obvious that I'm going to get anything that I need, but just in case, especially if evidence comes up, a moth follower, that'd be kind of helpful, so. What hungers drive us? What hungers drive me? Oh, we'll find it in a second. There we go. There's sometimes something left over which must be buried again, but one can be efficient. So we've got something menacing. The great mercy of dreams is that they do not often intrude into waking life. So as far as I can tell, this generates winter. It may generate something else, but right now, every time we've gone to Miss Nanya with it, we've gotten winter. So I'd like to visit the cemetery one last time if I can. We'll see if Neville takes up too much time. Okay, so we've got Strange Streets by Midnight, which are always kind of cool. I've got 20 seconds left on the detective, but 30 seconds. Yeah, it's 30 seconds for... So, disinterment. I could bring Neville along to dig up the corpse, but he seems a little sensitive, so we'll leave him there. Stealthy excavations and the soft light of a hooded lantern. So 30 seconds, obviously it'll turn over before I need to worry about it. Mortal frustrations, as yet, I have only the needs and desires of any other mortal, but what stirs inside me. So I've got 60 seconds on the restlessness before it becomes dread. That's more than enough time for me to work through that. I now have... apparently I do not have a hungry marker for that. It might be because I've gorged myself on corpses already. But for now... enough for now. My clients' tears are welcome, even to them. So a little more money to show for it. If this does turn into dread, I'll be able to replace it. I've got my mystique. Again, that's hopefully going to keep the detective from finding me. And let's make something happen with something menacing. This will take 30 seconds, and then in the remaining 30 seconds, I can use the restlessness. So my reputation as a performer is ruined. My reputation as an oracle has only begun, but the authorities have their eye on me. This will be stark. I might not enjoy it. And again, we'll wait for the corpse before I combine these. Once we finish finding the acquaintance, I'm going to bring everybody else into the cult. But first things first. By the way, how many of you guys got the Ghoul tonight? Some of you are Perpetual Edition users, I assume. Just taking a minute to organize. All right, come with me. Valsine. Well, that's a welcome face. Valsine has operated her establishment for almost 20 years. She has never employed an assistant. Her hands are terribly strong. Oh, that's right. Valsine always looks like a winter follower, but is not. So... okay, let's do some recruitment. So, the Children of Silence. Valsine, welcome to the club. So, to recruit a follower, I will need a little of the power we revere. I might glean it from an influence, or a tool, or an ingredient, or just the lore of our tradition. Now, if I wanted to get rid of the restlessness, I could actually add it to the trappings, but I don't want to do that. Restlessness is a memory, and memories turn into money for me, so... we will recruit an acquaintance by invoking Winter. And we'll take the occult scrap. I walked in the wood last night, and the scissors worked in the distance, and furred things crammed in my mouth and swarmed my ears, and I felt the old urge to drop to wolf fours and nose among the roots. But I remembered that I walk upright by day, and I know fire and steel and words, and at last I found where the velvet had concealed a secret on tree bark beneath moss. I read it then with the tips of my fingers, and I think now that I could write it in full. So we're getting close to getting where we need to be with our expeditions. I'm still going to go through the wood. About to pick up both DLCs today and skip school to play. If you have mobile, you can play it in your classroom, but I'm pretty sure your instructor's not going to be too happy with you if you do that. Yeah. Did you play the dancer? I'm assuming you must have. The thing that always shocked... I mean, again, I always talk about it, and I know I'm talking about it on the place where you can buy it, so take it with as many grains of salt as you want, but I am shocked at how low this was priced. Because the thing is like, I think the dancer added something like 11,000 words to the game. It's some ridiculous amount. Like, it's content heavy, and I completely understand the reasoning that they had behind it, because it doesn't take... I mean, if you look at it right now, I think in the... Let me just double check this, because I was checking this out before the stream. Where is the Ghoul? Oh, we're closing in on Between the Stars, I think. Maybe I just lost viewers. Nope, we're closing in on... We'll make the front page before the end of the... day. Where was I? The Ghoul, I think, has like 1 negative review right now. Oh, maybe not. Maybe it's the priest. Yeah, okay. So it's kind of about the grind. But yeah, so the thing is that when you make a piece of DLC like this, the big challenge that they have is that it is content heavy in the sense that there is so much stuff that got added. But you can imagine what the average perception is, which is, oh, what, you're charging $10 for a bunch of words? I'm not paying all that. And then people downvote and the DLC doesn't sell very well. Now, when you play it, you see, holy crap, this is totally new. This has brought some fresh life into the game. The added value of the DLC is really high in my view. I say this as a perpetual edition owner, right? I've already kind of prepaid for all the DLC back in the Kickstarter. But I've had a blast with the Dancer and the Priest and now the Ghoul. I mean, there's a reason why I've been rolling on for about 5 hours now. I think it's 5 hours. So, this is all great stuff. But yeah, I think they wanted to keep the price modest because they were a little worried about how people would perceive it in terms of value. And so, like, to my mind, the DLC are kind of no-brainers, but everybody has their own circumstances, right? Like, for some people, spending $4 on a game is actually a meaningful choice, so... and it says, you've played through the base game, and a lot of the Dancer. Haven't finished a Dancer run yet, though. Yeah, I've only done one of the Dancers. I did the Heart, and the Heart, like, I really like the writing for Heart, but I still need to do a Moth Ascension. But certainly no shortage of stuff to do in the game. I think we've established that. So once again, my appetite rises, flecked once again with shivers of revulsion. There is sometimes something left over which must be buried again, but one can be efficient. Interesting, my client is aghast, but also agog. Some people will pay for this, some people will pay for anything. So I got some dread for my efforts. Wasn't expecting that. I'm going to take my reputation and use the restlessness. Got to think about how I'm... Excuse me. Okay, well, this is how I'll get rid of my dread. No doubt, it's a modest ask for worthwhile content. And that's, like, I think this is the big thing, is that you can only know that it's worthwhile content after buying it. And I think the reaction that people would have to be saying is like, oh, this much for words? I'm not paying that. I think you're already sort of turned off of it by that time. So, and it's honestly, it's a learning experience. Like, I don't know if they would change the way that they release the DLC now, but as far as I'm concerned, it's just a huge consumer surplus for you and I who got it. I mean, I prepaid, but for people who are buying the DLC now, whether you get it through the Ancestral Edition or whether you get it through the individual purchases, I mean, they really add a lot to the game. Takes time to sort the gold from the dross, the wheat from the chaff, the blood from the water. If I buy enough books, I'll find something interesting. So 30 seconds. Incidentally, guys, I do have a priest run going, so what's going to be happening on this one? I'm obviously not going to be able to finish it in one sitting, this game. So for those of you who are thinking about buying Cultist Simulator, there are obviously some people who've played this game inside of the chat too. They might have a different opinion than me in terms of how long it takes. But this is a meaty game. You've probably got about 40 hours of gameplay inside of this thing, if you wanted to get one Ascension victory. I mean, if you look up a wiki or something like that, I'm sure you can get it done shorter. But if you're looking up a wiki to play this game, I think you might possibly be sort of cheating yourself of the real experience. Again, play the game the way you want, though. Like, obviously, it's dumb to tell people how to play games. Yeah, there's a lot in this. And I've been doing a priest run for the past few weeks because one of the nice things that Weather Factory did for me, because I streamed for Ludonarracon, they did allow me to continue showing the priest content ahead of time. I think a couple of people actually broke the embargo on it. I don't know if it's because they saw me streaming it, but I don't know if there's... I don't know exactly how the enforcement of that works. I will be coming back to that priest playthrough, and what I'll do is once the priest is done, I'll come back to this one, or I'll just make this like a YouTube series or something like that. So we will be continuing on with this playthrough as time goes by, but for now I wanted to do some of the new content. And obviously, I mean, here we're still fairly early on in some of the advancement. We've discovered some of the new mechanics. We've also discovered maybe some some points where we're a little, maybe not lost, but it's less obvious in terms of where the next bit of growth is going to come from. And so all of that still happened within the 6-hour mark. So it's given me a lot to work with, but not necessarily to a point where, what would be the right way of saying this? It's given me a lot to work with, but I'm not like tearing through the new material. One of the things that I've enjoyed the most about Cultist Simulator is that each time I have a new bit of DLC, it really is a bit like coming back to the game again. Maybe not exactly for the first time, but there's a ton of stuff to learn, and that's some of the deepest satisfaction that I've gotten out of this game personally. Anyway, sales pitch aside, Valsine's ingenuities are endless, and her grip is stronger than a blacksmith's. So I think what I'll do is I'll have a quick chat with Madame Bichet about a manuscript. So I have what was requested. We'll probably get a Spintrea for our efforts. There is sometimes something left over. Oh, sorry, we read this already. So something unexpected. Now I have a feeling that this will generate moth influence, and I kind of think I need the money more than anything. Sorry, I just got to adjust my mic stand ever so gently. Okay. So I think I'm going to do my medium job on that. It'd be interesting to test what Miss Nania does, but I kind of need to make some money. So I'm not going to be eating any corpses anytime soon too, because we've got the closely watched cemetery now. The authorities have noticed peculiar activity in this place, and they've set a watch upon it. Visits will take longer, and very soon they will be no longer possible at all. So let's translate the orchid transfigurations. So 16th century alchemical fever dream attributed to Robert Flood, frequently banned for the disturbing allure of its illustrations. This is in the original Latin. All right, so there we go. And we got the course of the heart. Whenever the principle of the heart is implicated, I may gain vitality. Vitality is nice. Don't have an immediate use for it, though. So, receive the currency of the secret world, and my patron has let tantalizing information slip. So we got some erudition for our effort. Again, not exactly the sort of thing that I need right now. In 2 minutes, we might actually get away scot-free with our notoriety, but we'll see. I still can't do the very substantial commission on heart. We don't have any heart lore yet. I've been paid my fee. It's difficult to say whether I've earned it. Fortunately, it's difficult for them to say whether I've earned it too. And I think at this point, I'm just going to keep spinning out the restlessness. At some point, I'm going to... Well, I don't like doing this, but I'm going to buy myself some time on that. And we'll take 30 seconds to get a clandestine consultation. Remembering the dead, something unexpected. It does not do for oracles to be too predictable. I just need another drink of water, guys. It's the hour is kind of catching up with me. An introduction to the histories. A 17th century mystic and antiquarian, Claude Herschel, describes divergent incidents in 5 major histories. I guess I need to flip it around like this. I was going right to left because that's the sensible way to read things, right? I think, especially with the memory, I'm going to be able to afford another book from Moreland, so let's keep carrying on that way. Fans of Cultist Simulator will notice that my funds are definitely pretty scarce. That might be partly through the way that I'm playing, but it's also partly due to the way that painting has been affected. So there's a reason why I have all of this mystique hanging around, and I'm not just painting it for eternity. Also, my job generates a lot of mystique, so there's that too. I'm going to try the Temple of the Wheel. I feel like the lore might be behind the well, but... And the answer was, it's neither. So, trembling airs, the toes tap, all is brisk and all is well. A second order influence, apparent to the perceptive, instantly recognizable to an adept. This can be used in some rites to summon minions, and some minions will leave it lingering when they are destroyed. In the wood beyond the walls of the mantis, a jagged rock rears like the petrified remnants of a dancing giant. I trailed my hand along its flank over the eye signs and lichen and crude graffiti of the lesser wood powers, and I felt the thrumming of the wheel which is past. It is past, but something continues. I'll say it again. Some of the heart writing is some of my favorite in this. I'm still a lantern believer forever, but the heart is very charming. All right, I've still got 16 seconds left on my contentment, so let's get rid of the dread. I think that'll turn into a fleeting reminiscence, so that'll give me something that I can sell in my medium job. My own heart pumps more strongly today. All right, so Mystique and Dread again, right at the time that I needed it too. All right, well, that's a shame, but there it is. I never remember exactly what I said afterwards, but my lips retain the taste of the words. So this is unfortunate. I think probably a trip to the Ecdysis Club is the answer to that. If I want, I can try and extend the time with the Dread by doing my medium thing. It's actually a little tempting. Yeah, I am going to do that, actually. So we'll work that. We will turn this into restlessness. And I'll figure out a way to get some contentment if it kills me. The Skeleton Songs, poems of greedy delight composed by the possibly pseudonymous Arbella Dusk, the rumored heiress turned madam turned poetess. Oops. Okay. If I need happiness, happiness can be found in the Ecdysis Club. The entrance is lost beneath soft drapes of crimson, cinnabar, and intercardinine. Above the door, the club motto, Ingi rum imis noc teet consumi murigni. It has been rendered as into the night circle we fly until the fire enjoys us. The drinks, the songs, the light, the arching walls, the smoke blue haze, the press and sway of clothed and unclothed flesh. I actually think the contentment might expire before I can do something about this. So, beginning of translation, I prepared the text for study. We've got the Orchid Transfigurations now. Do I need to translate any of these other books? I don't think I do, but I do need to sneeze, so if I suddenly stop talking for a minute, it will only be because I don't want to blast you with the full force. All right, let's do the Orchid Transfigurations. First volume of a companion of quasi-Rosicrucian allegories, supposedly by Robert Flood. This is a later English translation. The illustrations are certainly striking. They flush the skin and glow beneath the eyelids after the book is closed. So I had the right idea with the Ecdysis Club. I just think I didn't plan it with the clear my mind that well. So I'll wait the 5.5 seconds and I can buy myself a little more time. All right. So I still have Dread. We do have some money for it, as well as Mystique. We've got one more minute to go with the notoriety, so it's... if they pull it up, it's going to be a real tragedy. If they don't pull it up, then we are out of the woods. All right, I've purchased pleasure. I reel home in the ungodly hours and collapse into bed. So I'm going to want to combine this in 17 seconds. But in the meantime, I need to find a way of preserving... Nope, I don't need to preserve the contentment because it'll be available again in 30 seconds. So we will go back here. We will use the memory of Dread. We'll improvise. And I'm okay keeping the restlessness around for now. No, This one I'm going to switch to a fleeting reminiscence. There is a method behind this. This is just to try and extend the life that I can of a few different components. So money-wise, I think we'll be okay. Let's get another book from Moorlands. I don't think there's anything else I want to do with exploration, other than at some point use some of these occult scraps, but I'm really not in a place where I can explore them yet. Okay, it is keeping me from bringing more people into the cult, but we'll take care of that in a minute. And looks like we will be free of the notoriety, so that's good news there. Okay, so we've got a fleeting reminiscence. What I'm going to be doing, this season's going to go away first. It'll probably be better for me just to show you this. Okay, so went to the Ecdysis Club, had a great time. No point in being sad anymore. Got the money. So now I have 3 fleeting reminiscences on the table. Actually, I'm going to need to think this one through. So I'll use 2 of them to generate money. I'll translate one of them into a restlessness. I don't think I'm going to be able to... Nope, okay. So I say medium job, where did you go? This is great, one of the best games you've found. I'm glad you like it too, Duke Nuke. Obviously, I have liked this enough to play it for 5.5 hours straight on here, and for about 200 and so hours since it hit Steam. And The Pirate Ninja 37 says, wait, you caught a small piece before. Painting has been nerfed? Yes, it has. I'm going to try... I don't have a way of doing painting right now. So here's the thing. Everything about Cultist Simulator has been a light touch and usually in a direction that you don't expect. So the way painting works is this. If you use this skill and you just pile on all of the reputation and you only paint with your reputation ad infinitum, you're going to generate a trait called staleness, and it's going to affect your paintings. If, on the other hand, you mix or you do sort of artistically significant paintings, it will reduce the staleness and you'll start making money again. So basically, you can say painting has been nerfed, and that is technically true. It is also equally true to say that painting has become interesting in the same way that studying has become interesting. You need to think a little bit in maintaining that reputation rather than just doing the same thing over and over again. All right, so the way I'm going to handle this, we're going to take my reputation, we're going to take one of the fleeting reminiscences. So what I ultimately want to do is use 2 of these for money, 1 of these for restlessness. Now, in the meantime, what I would like to do is I would like to, if I can, bring people into the cult as well as convert one of these into restlessness. Normally, I would do one of the cult recruitment. Actually, you know what? Cult recruitment doesn't take a minute, so I can. I might have a small gap, but not a long one. So, Children of Silence, Victor. We'll use the Sexton Secret. This one is ready. Takes 30 seconds. So what I'm going to do, 30 seconds for both of these, 30 seconds for this one to be converted in, sorry, for this one to be converted into money, 30 seconds for this one to be converted into restlessness, and then I have something to sort of permanently run the medium payment with. Good to know. It won't affect you too much because you always tend to mix it up as you played. Okay, that's good. And in my opinion, one of the biggest reasons why they changed that was almost certainly because of the way that the medium legacy works, the legacy that you get when you get the Ghoul DLC. Because you'll notice I've got a ton of Mystique, and that's happening because basically my job generates Mystique in addition to the sort of work that I do, turning in commissions and so on and so forth. So it's very difficult to... It's very difficult not to have Mystique, and at that point, if you just have this constant source of Mystique, you're already going to have an incentive to paint. So Here we've got On What is Contained by Silver, a bestiary by Pomander in Greek. Now, I don't actually know Greek. There are ways that I can learn it, but for now, I'm just going to go and buy more things. I can't get the graveyard again because we don't have the appropriate aspect. I am tempted to take Poppy's offer, but everything in its time. Poppy's offer will be something that will allow me to get a little bit more of a library. Okay. Read this volume of the Orchid Transfigurations. We must devour to be devoured. We cannot be undevoured, as we cannot be unborn. Here we've got a glimmering. My emotions run higher than usual. There will always be things that I never understand, and those things will always be precious, but just now I am closer to them. Glimmering can be used with study to gain passion. It lasts only 3 minutes if unused, so unlikely that we're going to do anything with this glimmering, but you never know. Let's move straight into the Wrapped in the King. Detailed account. Oh, right, we already said this, but detailed accounts by James Colin Murphy of secret bacchanals and ecstatic dances observed in necropolises and graveyards in southern Europe, in Egypt, and in Anatolia. The author is a self-confessed ghoul, an eater of buried flesh. He claims to have witnessed the dances while at his feasting. The dances draw from the traditions of the mysteries of the cults of Isis and Sybil, but both include both symbolic and literal flayings, and the human heart is always central in the rites. The author punctuates his accounts with queasily sensuous descriptions of his own interrupted feasts. Sounds like a guy I can get along with. In character, obviously. Alright, so we turn Victor into a believer. Victor is a sly fellow, but loyal. Now we're going to take Miss Nania. We will convert this fleeting reminiscence into restlessness because we'll be using that with our work. Or mystique because why not? And I will convert this one into mystique and money. So it looks like I'm going to be able to get the graveyard again if I'm so inclined. Traveling at Night, Volume 1. So I believe this one is not a translated one. Yes. The Annotated Dream Journals of Christopher Lopoli, sometimes called the Only Readable Occultist. Literate, entertaining, bewildering. And do I feel bold enough to buy from Orleans again? I do. So, takes time to sort the gold from the dross, the wheat from the chaff, the blood from the water. If I buy enough books, I'll find something interesting. Again, it's a double-edged sword here about this Season of Suspicion. There is no reason why I should be generating notoriety, and so essentially they're just going to spin their wheels. But every action that I take is essentially generating mystique, and so it means that they're going to be in this cycle basically forever. Now, there are going to be some ways that I can break out of that, but the thing is that because most of the methods that I have to generate income also generate mystique, it's going to be a little bit of a challenge for me to start going on expeditions unless I have a reliable way of dealing with evidence. So the sun still moves, the wind still walks, my journals are the labyrinth clue. That's a little bit of a shame because I did just convert that restlessness, but I have enough I have wriggle room for one more of these things, so I'm going to keep this off to the side. Let's turn this into money. And in the meantime, for dreaming, let's head back to the wood. It's been a while since I've been there. And as far as talk is concerned, let's get some more people inside the cult. Once we get everybody inside the cult, we'll be able to, excuse me, we'll be able to bring in more people in. So Tristan. Tristan dislikes distractions. Tristan gets things done. Tristan will be Forge, I think. So we take the Sexton Secrets. This one is ready. And Queens and the Rivers, a surreal contemporary play by the enigmatic Monica Medina, in which the queens of the rivers are murdered one by one. So there's Moorlands. Now I'm down to 3. How confident do I feel that I'm going to be able to get money? I'm very confident because I've got Poppy. Books it is. So I have 2 funds. I'm not too worried about it. Even though I have a season of sickness coming up, I have some fairly straightforward ways of generating vitality, so I don't need to pay for that. The challenge, of course, is that 1, it's nice to have a reserve. Number 2, it is a little difficult for me to do anything other than maintain after a period. Oh, cool. This is timely. But in the end, the only progress I'm going to make is ultimately by, by pursuing these books. Books should basically be my highest priority right now, so I don't mind having a little bit less in terms of funds. And the main reason why I'm even mentioning this is just because for probably the better part of a year, we've gotten really used to having double-digit funds all the time. One of the things that's making the Ghoul interesting and why I've actually not had a bad time playing a few hours at this fairly early stage is because it is interesting to start managing all these resources again. I really do feel like there's some pressure in terms of making sure that I'm managing the verbs right well. And in some ways, I sort of feel that over time, this wasn't always true, that there were some verbs which were like, I can leave that be, and other verbs which were like, this is constantly under use. And now I really feel that I'm making some trade-offs and that I'm not always making the right ones, but I've sort of been compelled to take some bad trades just because I wasn't thinking properly at the time. So this is definitely, this is good stuff. At these greater feasts, a black pig is always crowned as king before its slaying. On this occasion, its heart was weighed in the balance against a knot of feathers, and its skin became a cape for the officiant. Its flesh was left for the crows, but I must confess my interest was not in the carcass, but in the perfumed flesh of the milliner laid fresh in the earth. So again, a waking chant. Who could hear this and remain unmoved? The sleeping, the dead, the earth and the sky? Use this in a rite with a Byzantine tinct and a meteoric bullet or other resources of equal power to summon a percussagant. And percussagants are one of the most wonderful creatures in the Secret Histories. All right, and we've got some vitality. This will be helpful when we get sick. So let's read Traveling at Night. I still don't think I'm going to be going corpse hunting for a little while. There's an extensive discussion of the similarities between Alopoly's own dreams and those of the Emperor Elgabalus, who Alopoly regards as a dupe or avatar of the sun in rags. The white is west of the world, Alopoly remarks, and winter does not wait forever. Okay. Money, mystique. Tristan dislikes distraction. Tristan likes results. So more Forge followers. I don't really have anything that I need Forge for at the moment, but decision time as far as my restlessness. I think I'm going to keep hammering away at it. And for some reason, my Twitch video keeps playing on me. I'm trying to make it so that you guys don't get subjected to a bunch of frame drops. Okay, talking wise, we can have a chat with Madame Bichet first. That's going to be to get another commission. Next, I think I'll bring Saliba in, but I need to have a chat with Poppy at some point to get some money. Oh, great. Kerner and Gut is top priority because that'll allow me to translate what's contained by silver. Am I making enough money? I will when I talk with Poppy, so let's get another book from Moorlands. The taste, the particular taste, the taste which is neither fair nor foul, it comes to trouble my mouth again. My tongue will swell, my lips will blacken. The elixir has set its spores within me, and only dead flesh can quell them. Oh, and I still don't have the appetite, so Here's what she needs. A commission on Moth, very substantial. Madame Olympie Bichet is seeking suitable articles for the Karashim Review. She'd like a very substantial elaboration on Moth and its enigmas. You'll need matching lore fragment of at least 6 to complete the commission. And in this case, I actually do have level 6 Moth, so this is something that I can accomplish. D.K. Dittman, how are you doing? You say so, and I'm really curious what follows after that. Hope you're doing well. I don't really have anything to talk to anybody about, so let's have a chat about Poppy about what's going on. So, is there a new beginning in the Ghoul DLC? Yes, there is a new legacy in each of the DLC. So the Priest DLC has a Priest start. The Priest start is guaranteed if you die to Fascination. Otherwise, it is also going to potentially be a random selection for the other two for any other playthrough. And the Ghoul DLC, I'm currently playing the new legacy. It is the medium, and if you want to guarantee the medium, you need to die to Despair. But if it is also a potential random draw for new legacies. So for each of the new DLC, this is also true of the Dancer. There's always a new legacy inside of it. There's usually more than one Ascension in each new DLC. But if you want to actually access it, you either need to modify the save file manually, or you need to basically meet the conditions under which you're guaranteed to get the legacy. My dear, I've been wanting to talk to you. Sometimes I fund scholars of the invisible arts. I'd like to offer you my support, a substantial contribution, and all you need to do someday is to introduce me to someone else who will end matters properly. She smiles benignly. Add passion to accept, or reason to interrogate her further. Well, let's take a look and see what she's talking about. Question Poppy closely. Someone who will end matters properly? This is obviously preventing Saliba from joining the club, but... Alright, well, we knew this was coming, so... Again, I'd love to have the Peculiar Rumor in, but I'm not going to be I'm not going to be out of the woods until after that. So let's go back to the Temple of the Wheel and hope we get the secret histories. Hooray! A furtive truth! A detail smuggled in from an adjacent narrative. Don't speak where this may be overheard. Exploring with this scrap of knowledge may uncover secret locations in the Shires. So... In my sleep, I came to the high jagged rock which is called the Temple of the Wheel, though the hour called Wheel is long extinct. Another hand had scratched a secret in in the black lantern on its flank. I burned that secret into my memory to preserve for waking, before the Velvet came out of the Velvet Wood depths and erased it. The Velvet is jealous of her secrets. Oh, cool. So what does the medium do? You mean you could and probably should find out yourself? Well, I'll tell you what, DK Dittman. I mean, I'm playing the medium right now, so you're going to be able to see some of it on its own. But basically, the idea is this. This is all about memory. So you get the remembrance temptation. The specific words here: the cool wind that blew when the sun was red and low, the voice the waves once used, the shapes that loped beside us in the snow, all crushed behind flat glass of time. I must revisit what was lost, though the taste of it be ripe and strange. So you are given this compulsion to, again, find sort of the unknown or the missing, or to find memories. And ultimately you find that you experience memories through the consumption of the dead. And so part of it is figuring out how to do that. You do not immediately know how to... wow, we had a really big drop in viewership all of a sudden. Did the stream suddenly get interrupted by out of curiosity? That might also mean we wind up on the front page again. But yeah, basically... it's a little bit like the other legacies in the sense that you... How do I put this? you're given this glimpse on how a new how this new temptation works. So obviously when you first play Cultist Simulator, you have no idea what it means to pursue power or enlightenment or sensation or something like that. And what makes the medium particularly interesting is that you do lose your job, and in the aspirant, you lose your job and it coincides these revelations and your realization about the secret world. But the other thing that it does in this case, like in the case of the Ghoul, like it really is kind of the cause. You do this medium routine and you actually start hearing voices, and this brings about the change in your behavior. And what I find really interesting about this one is that you can still work as sort of an underground medium, but it generates a lot of mystique, and that means that you have almost this constant view. Like, again, you're somebody who eats dead bodies, and you dig up dead bodies, and there's almost this constant observation just by virtue of the actions that you take. There's almost this constant observation on the part of the Suppression Bureau. So there's almost sort of this paranoid sense, and you're talking to this painting and all of these different things going on. So it's a really unique take on Cultist Simulator, in my view. It's a really enjoyable one. So I think that's part of why I found this really interesting. So, okay, good to know. Sometimes when interruptions like that happen, it actually works well for the Cultist Simulator stream, but I think we've just been shy of the front page a few times, and this is almost certainly due to the presence of Void Bastards, which is another Humble game, and then also it looks like Paradox has been doing a big showcase of a lot of their games, and they always get like thousands of people, but that's fine. I mean, again, front page is like a nice to have. Definitely giving people a chance to see the game is the first priority on these things. So here's an example of the job that I do. I've been paid my fee. It's difficult to say whether I've earned it. Fortunately, it's difficult for them to say whether I've earned it too. So the nice thing about being a medium is it's short to do a consultation, but it also doesn't really give you a lot of money. Dream-wise, I'm still going to wait the minute to get, well, you know, it's not going to take that long, so we'll take a trip to the woods. Maybe I'll want to switch the restlessness into a fleeting reminiscence just so I can do the commission. The Orchid Transfigurations Volume 2, a 16th century alchemical fever dream attributed to Robert Flood, frequently banned for the disturbing allure of its illustrations, and this is in the original Latin. So that'll be 2 books that I need to translate at some point. So yeah, 2 funds is a little too close to danger for me to want to go back to Moorlands. I can get Victor to go see if there's anything cool in town, though. So, Elgabalus found his way to the White Door at last, thankfully. Speech can't pass the White Door, and honestly, Elgabalus never had anything very interesting to say. I tried to follow in his footsteps, but I never learnt enough of the White. I suppose I'm thankful for that too, but here's what I do know. And so, we've got the Sexton secret. If I'm in any particular urgency, I can try and upgrade this to another level of Winter. That will probably allow me to get to the next level of the Mansis. But I have, I have some other books that that I need to read before any of that stuff comes up. So. Okay, yeah, let's read Kerner and Goethe, just so we can get the translation done. Of course, I already have a little Greek already, but I'll need more than a little. Kerner und Goethe aus Friesischer Grammatik der Griechischen Sprache, a Greek grammar, an essential weapon for a ferocious struggle with a challenging language. And I completely failed to study it. Come on, I'm going to start using the keys. Okay. I've been paid my fee. It's difficult to say whether I have earned it. Fortunately, it's difficult for them to say whether I've earned it too. I'm going to do at least one more, but I think I am going to convert this into a fleeting reminiscence just so I can get the commission done. Also, because I forgot that with Jannings, I actually also have enough for the Waking Chant as well. So the trade-off is going to be that, chilly atmosphere, what can I do? I'll be able to bring somebody into the cult with that. Yes, when the season of rags comes round again, my sponsor will require someone for an ending. You can provide someone sufficiently loyal, or you can provide yourself, as you prefer. I don't want to be any trouble. Alright, so I am going to take the Poppy deal, but let's deal with the chilly atmosphere. I don't think I can put a higher level. Yeah, not quite ready. Oh, the trappings aren't enough, eh? Okay, well. Oh, it's because it's Neville. Yes, if it was Saliba, it would be fine. So, Saliba is a man of prodigious appetites. He is long past the point where their satisfaction has given him any pleasure, but he has learnt so very much. Hello, Alien Hybrid. How are you doing? We're enjoying the new Ghoul DLC here. This is the medium legacy which comes with it, although it's not just the legacy that you get with that particular DLC. Are you an existing fan of Cultist Simulator, or have you been brought here by the very attractive 50% off, ladies and gentlemen? I do not get a cut of that, by the way. That's me doing my best to make Weather Factory feel like they're getting their money's worth. Okay, I'm really not sure if I want to bring in the hulking fellow. The good news is that if I off the weary detective, that's going to give me another corpse to run around with, but it's also going to take a really long time for the weary detective to finish getting through all this mystique. So I think I'll just run with it for now. New occult scrap, happy with that. I walked the wood last night, and the scissors worked in the distance, and furred things crammed my mouth and swarmed my ears, and I felt the old urge to drop to wolf fours and nose among the roots. But I remember that I walk upright by day, and I know fire and steel and words, and at last I found where the velvet had concealed a secret on tree bark beneath moss. I read it then with the tips of my fingers, and I think now that I could write it in full. Alright, so there goes my passion. We'll take my affliction, and the reason I was excited about that vitality is that we get to heal this for free, which technically means more money for my books, but in reality I'll only buy the books once I get Poppy's deal. Okay. Collect all that again. Again, the problem here is we keep generating mystique, so if I ever do want to start going into any of the expeditions, there's going to be a liability in the form of the notoriety. That's always going to be true, by the way, but in this particular moment, I am a bit fragile to it, just due to the fact I'm not generating enough money to get hirelings who will be effective at dealing with evidence, and I don't have any moth hirelings. So, all right, next up, yeah, we will work the restlessness again, but afterwards I think I'm gonna... Oh no, that's not true. I'm gonna take Poppy's deal, and then I'm gonna subvert the restlessness. You can't figure out how to recruit the detectives. I have not actually looked into that either, DK Ditman. I don't know if that's something that's always been true, or if that's something that was added just here, but it's not something that not something that I have pursued exactly. Saliba understands blood. He does not yet understand birth. So there's my Grail follower. They will also be a supply of bodies if I need them. And let's take the Poppy deal. So yes, that's exactly right. I'll come back tonight. So it does mean there's a little bit of recruitment that I need to go on, but I already know who I want to put in. So, by the way, you love Cultist Simulator. If anyone from Weather Factory is here, you did fine work. I know some of them were hanging around. Lyra Sider, who's in the credits, was there. It is... What time is it? I actually keep track of the time for... It is currently 5 in the morning in London, so Lottie, if you're listening, what the hell is wrong with you? No. No, I do know Weather Factory have come in and checked out the stream. Usually each time we've done one of them. That was true as well, but I believe they're all located in a time zone where it's 5 o'clock in the morning for them. But I do always relay the warm sentiments from the streams. And incidentally, if you do want to email them, they're very open. So support@weatherfactory.biz, and you can definitely give them a hearty handshake and a pat on the back. So a determined and distinctive tongue, but I have the measure of it. So we've got my Grek. No doubt you're conversant with every variety of Greek from the beginning to Byzantium, but it's a good thing to have those reference works. Some books must be translated before they can be read. Okay. I might as well get the translation done. Lock the study door, the work begins. Now, I believe my temporary headquarters doesn't give me anything special. Our business is private. We could use somewhere more secret. So that's aspect locations. Locations, everything must be somewhere, and this is here. And what else does it have? Headquarters for conversation and convocation. Yeah, so I want to upgrade this as soon as I can. Yeah, we're still not hiring this guy. The only thing that I would want to do is maybe throw him into the cupboard and sacrifice him. All right, more payment. We're still waiting on Poppy before I get rid of this restlessness. Better not. I must be careful of the company that I keep. We're still going to go searching again. I have a little bit more money now, so Moorlands might be, an idea. But at the moment, I think it's just as good to see what's out there. An overlooked place. Excuse me. All right, that's less exciting. So what else do I want to do? Well, let's go to more. I'm gonna get a big endowment from Poppy anyway, so we'll get another book for the library. We're slowly working down the mystique that we've got. Trembling in the air. Let's see. What's the advantage of changing your HQ? You've changed out of the bookshop once, but couldn't merge high-level cards because you need a library. So that's the key. Just as for some cards you need a library, for other cards you need a pit or you need a sanctuary. And so the main ways that you do study now, so for instance, if I wanted to upgrade my Sexton Secret, it requires knowledge. This is a puzzle with missing pieces. I might find those pieces in odd corners of scholarship. To upgrade or subvert this fragment, you'll need erudition or an HQ with a library. So if you feel fairly safe in terms of your ability to generate erudition, you don't need the library. If you feel that erudition is particularly burdensome, then having a library will help you. And there's obviously more intense levels of tests once you move up to different types of lore. And so the other ways that you can advance your lore will be through certain levels of scholarship, skill, whatever this is, imagination, and your physicality. And then essentially, in addition to those elements, your headquarters is sort of the last of the four things that you can sort of control your studies with. And the idea is that with the combination of those, there's a lot less random chance, and it's a little bit more skill-based in terms of how you can subvert certain lores and such. You don't think you can email anyone? You have a habit of blubbering and making a ding-dong of yourself. Well, fair enough. If you require some kind of external restriction on your ability to communicate, they are also very active on Twitter. So at Factory Weather, if you would like to... do, okay, so at Factory Weather, if you want to say it to Factory Weather Factory in general, that'll be Claire Sharkey, Mark Gagne, Lottie Bevan, and Alexis Kennedy. And if you'd like to speak specifically to Lottie or Alexis, it's at Tron Bevan or at Alexis Kennedy. I think it's at Lyra Zyder for Mark Gagne and at Claire C. Sharkboy for Claire. So the tweeting machine is a great way of making sure you don't babble on too long. But you should see the emails I've sent them. Like it is astonishing that this game was done, and I hope they skipped over substantial portions of it. So Duke Nuke says you also had the wrong type of maxed imagination and reason. You used special lore, had changed the library, and then couldn't upgrade further. Yeah, so there's always you're not limited. There's always a way around it. But headquarters and skills 100% make things easier. Doesn't feel like it at the time, because as soon as you need to get the thing from the other category, you just feel like, oh, why didn't I pick that? But even if you didn't, there's always a way around it. It's why it saves your progress each time you go through. But there are definitely some dangers with the higher level lores, and that's what makes it interesting. Okay, I do need to make some progress, so let's do the Way of the Wood. I'm pretty sure Heart won't get me anywhere. Yep. So back to Passion, and we'll carry on. All right, more fees. I'm waiting 8 seconds on Poppy, so sure, why not? Nope. I'm actually gonna wring as much money as I can out of this thing, because we are actually winding up losing quite a bit of mystique. I'm surprised at how it is actually still a net negative. All right. So, we've accepted Poppy's offer, a tiny packet of tiny treasures, a gift from Poppy. She'll see me again in the Season of Rags for me to make the introduction that I promised. So, we've got 10 funds and a silver spintrea for our effort. And in the Season of Rags, Poppy will return. Initiates of the Hidden World use spintrea to pay for services. They can easily be sold for more traditional funds. Silver spintrea are more valuable and usually display scenes of debauchery on their reverse side. I don't think I said this about the iron, so Initiates of the Hidden World use spintrea to pay for services. Iron spintrea are the lowest denomination and display scenes of murder on the reverse side. Okay, so talking. Well, I'm still waiting for the medium to finish, or the session to finish. So let's get a hanger on in here. This one is ready. Usefully malleable, but they'll probably never amount to much. You might be able to recruit this acquaintance as a follower. All right, here we got another collection of poetry. Again, this isn't really going to be that helpful until I go to upgrade it, but when I do go to upgrade it, these things are lifesavers. So I've got plenty of money now, so we're going to take advantage of that with adding to the library. It's tempting actually to go to Oriflamme's in this case, because Oriflamme's has those bidding wars, but I figure I'm gonna kind of take out Moreland's first, and then whatever's left over we'll take from the auction house. Okay. I prepared the text for study. The dire bestiary of the horrors to be found in mirrors. This is a recent edition of a 3rd century text by Pomander. And what else do we want to do with study? Let's read the introduction to the histories. So, the prologue warns at length of the iniquities of one Julian Cosley, a former colleague who Hirschalt now describes darkly as a worm of worms. It seems Cosley advised Hirschalt early in the writing of this book, but Hirschalt later became suspicious. Oops. And I can't remember if I read this title or not. A 17th century mystic and antiquarian, Claude Hirschalt, describes divergent incidents in 5 major histories. So, for those of you who haven't played this is a fun little event. I'm not going to tell you what happens. You'll just get to see it in a minute. So, we've got the restlessness down. Got a little bit of money to show for it. And I think the time has come for me to start doing some lore. So we will do a very substantial research on the corporal mysteries of the heart. And we need 1 reason and 1 passion for it. Write an extensive treatise on heart lore. This may be useful for a commission. So it's going to take me a minute to complete that, then a minute to complete Madame Bichet's work. So this is why I'm going to be converting the restlessness to a fleeting memory. I will speak only and exactly 9 words. The novice will speak none at all. So this one is loyal, but lacks initiative. Moving right along, let's talk to Miss Nania. Miss Nania's eyes are kind. This is the thing that I think is the coolest about it, this idea of this character constantly going back to the painting and talking to it. Alright, mirrors are calm, the sun is steady, the glory recedes. I am sane, if that means anything. And we've got Apollo and Marsyas, the libretto of a lost opera concerning the contest between Apollo and Marsyas and its tragic outcome. The librettist is identified only by their initials, RKNJL. So here we go. I think I'm going to keep hammering on Moreland's shop until I run out of money, so let's carry on with that. Fleeting Reminiscence, a little less worried about that because I have 2 minutes. Again, I know I'd love to do a Peculiar Rumor, but I can't afford the notoriety right now. This time we'll go to the well, and we got a Furtive Truth. So, a detail smuggled in from an adjacent narrative. Don't speak where this may be overheard. Exploring with this scrap of knowledge may uncover secret locations in the Shires. The velvet is strong at the well in the wood, and the velvet is the hour that keeps secrets, but now and then she lets a little secret fall, like a crumb at a feast. Last night I found a moss-clad rock written all around with the secrets of another history. I might give thanks to the velvet, but it would be wiser not to draw her attention. Okay. I'm just trying to think if there's anything I'm going to need the dream for in the next little bit. Another season of suspicion, nothing I can really do about that, so let's say no. Let's just go back through the wood. It'd be nice if we can go further through the wood, but unless I get myself some lantern or I get myself some winter. Lantern, by the way, will be found in what is contained by silver. It's probably better for me just to plug on. All right, she understands my restlessness, and she has known it herself now and then. She reminds me that nothing endures. And let's keep going. I can talk about more secrets, but I think I'll go on this recruitment drive. It seems as sensible as anything else at this point. So, Children of Silence, Hanger On, Sexton's Secret. This one is ready. So I'm still missing some fairly major contributors to the cult. The fact of the matter is that pawns are not very helpful. I want at least one moth follower, and if I can, it would be really great to get. It'd be really great to get a few things like, excuse me, a good heart follower to help me with reputation, moth to deal with evidence, edge, I'm sure I'll get some corpses if it comes down to it, but that's an expensive way to get corpses because it generates notoriety where the other doesn't. And again, it's just, you have... The thing that's the most interesting about this DLC to me, and I think this is as much the patch that's associated with it as it is the DLC itself, is that I'm definitely feeling the crunch. Like, taking Poppy's offer was a no-brainer because it just meant the difference in terms of getting the books. So I personally like that. Like, this game is fun because of the challenge, but if you don't want the challenge, Book of Hours, wishlist it. It really looks very good. If you've not seen the trailer for the 1-year anniversary of Cultist Simulator and the Book of Hours, it's 100% worth a look. It's very charming. So let's go back to Moreland's and buy some books, or a book. In 8 seconds, we'll be able to start on the Moth treaties. Now, the moth might generate some restlessness, so I need to be on the lookout for that. Hirschalt identifies blood, silver, design, and worms as the central axes of each of the histories and claims that the so-called second history is the true one. So I'm going to slightly adjust the order here and do what is contained by silver just so that I can get the lantern lore. A dire bestiary of the horrors found in mirrors. This is the recent edition of a 3rd century text by Pomander. A dire bestiary of the horrors to be found. Okay, this is the exact same text. I keep forgetting it. This is like the only one that has the same text on the inside as on the out. All right, so I finished the manuscript. This will invite a conversation with Jannings at some point. Your own work in manuscript form. But for now, I'm a little bit more interested in producing the other work. So, Madame Bichet, give me your Moth Commission, the Ecdysist Parable, and Reason and Passion again. That's going to take another minute. We still have enough time with the Fleeting Reminiscence. And here, I will speak only and exactly 9 words. The novice will speak none at all. And there is our... It's technically a heart pawn, but it doesn't actually have any of the aspects until we upgrade it higher. So, we might as well bring the Knock and the Forge fellows in. Oh no, I'll bring Jannings his work first, although that will generate more mystique for me, which I may not want to do. I have what he has requested. So you might ask the question, why do you do something like this? One, it's a little bit like John Wick. There is a special currency that only the initiates will use, so that's a fairly important one. And then the other reason is that it does sometimes give you some advantages. So you'll sometimes get things like erudition that can be helpful for upgrading lore. You know, mystique is useful in certain circumstances, so maybe you do want the mystique. But in most cases, there is profitability in doing these works. And in the end, like if you have too many Spintrea, you can always sell them at Oriflammes. The only thing is it doesn't work in reverse. You can't use real money to buy Spintrea. So, all right, I've received currency of the secret world, and my patron has let tantalizing information slip. So, for instance, we get a free glimmering as a result of that. We got some mystique, and Jannings is cooled down for a little while. Let's get some recruitment done while we're working on the next little bit of writing. This one is ready. We'll do the Temple of the Wheel this time. Trembling airs, the toes tap, all is brisk and all is well. A second order influence apparent to the perceptive, instantly recognizable to the adept. Oops. In the wood beyond the walls of the mansis, a jagged rock rears like the petrified remnants of a dancing giant. I trailed my hand along its flank, over the eye signs and lichen where the crude graffiti of the lesser wood powers, and I felt the thrumming of the wheel which is past. It is past, but something continues. It's a little hard for me to decide if I want to do the dream right away. I think I will. It never hurts to have some extra cards. But at this point, I think I'm going to be trying to go either with Winter or with Lantern to move up through the Mansis. For now, though, let's switch these around. And I'll take my wood, my passion. There we go. Oh, and again, I've got Poppy's endowment, so in this case, we'll just keep buying stuff from Orleans. Obviously, now I've got more books than I know what to do with. It takes me a minute to read each book, and we've got like 7 minutes worth of books. Yeah. So, and then of course you need to translate some of them. So some books actually wind up taking 2 minutes to work with, all told. But it helps me advance. I will speak only exactly 9 words, and the novice will speak none at all. So I've got a knock pawn, and now the hanger-on is the final one. So this trembling airs will decay into a vitality, so if I see a season of sickness coming up, I don't need to worry too much about that. I am going to be interested to see if the season of ambitions, this is the season that the winds of the wood, reverse direction, a time when appetites and mortals both rise. So I'm going to be interested to see whether or not I gain any of the munchies. But in the meantime, if I had something like a season of sickness coming up, I'd be like, well, that's fine. I'm just going to let the trembling airs do their trick. The ones you want to be careful on are Lantern, Winter, and Moth, because those are ones that potentially bring up negative events. Okay, let's bring the final hanger on in, and then we can start blabbing secrets about the secret world, and we can figure out who else can join the cult. Hopefully some Lantern, some Moth people. Lantern, Heart, and Moth, actually. Okay, the virgins, maidens of the mirror favor orchids. The behindlings favor the rhododendron. Cut flowers of either nature should not be placed before polished bronze. An appendix contains a rite which might be used to summon some of these entities, although the details of its use are not made clear. So now we've got the Rite of the Watchman's Sorrow. I haven't actually used any of these rites yet. It's mostly just because these particular ones wind up costing you fairly dearly. So in this case, we've got the Rite of the Crucible Soul. This rite uses an instrument of power to set the blood afire. Fire is the lesion in the skin of the world. The assistant rarely survives unharmed. And here we have the Rite of the Watchman's Sorrow. This rite recalls the loss of the watchman who walks the house which has no walls. Light goes before him and shadow behind. He must not see you. The instrument of power is used to summon him to take his sacrifice. Precious knowledge from the root of your thoughts. The assistant must speak the words that anchor your sanity, so choose someone you trust. And we've got a Mansus glimpse, a snatch of poetry, a single memory of a certain house that all of us visit at least twice in our lives. For one's first visit to the Mansus, this lore is almost essential. Using that little tip, let's see what happens if we put it on the path. So, approaching the white door. There is a house in the wood. I know something of that house, enough to find my way to its light, and so we've used lore to potentially unlock yet another part of the Mansus. We'll see in a minute. Alright, the War of the Roads, 1450 to 1580, Censored Edition. Willis Ford describes the War of the Roads, an event in a history other than our own, in detail, but numerous pages have been removed. The name of the publisher is blacked out, and an ominous slip has been stapled to the cover, saying that Willis Ford has been excised. So again, we'll just move everything up a point. And again, don't see any reason not to spend the money that Poppy gave us, so we will continue to buy books from Moorlands until Moorlands kicks us out. Oops, didn't mean to do that. Okay, so I finished the manuscript. This was the Moth for Madame Bichet, so we'll leave that to the side there. I probably should have been a little more thoughtful. All right, so in 18 seconds, I'll be able to turn this in. The next question is, what am I going to do with my work tile? It's a funny thing. Oh, I'm going to use my fleeting reminiscences. And 32 seconds, so I am going to be able to take Miss Nania and turn this into a restlessness. So I can cobble together enough half-truths to satisfy my client. And we still don't have the Season of Ambition yet because I've been talking too much. So if I want, I can also probably turn this into money, but I do want to convert this with Miss Nania into restlessness, just so I have a regular source of income again. What hungers drive us? Although it'd be kind of nice if I can delay it a little bit, just to take advantage of the of getting rid of the Season of Suspicion. So now I've got my Forge pawn. I think I'm going to run out of room for Forge, if I'm totally honest. But there's a little bit more that I need to do now. So at some point, I'm going to need to start talking about this lore in order to get more acquaintances in. I'll deal with that a little bit later. For now, we'll focus on some of our other priorities. These are the bounds about the house, with their mists and their traces. This is the rock called the Temple of the Wheel, as high as a church spire, patched with black lichen and daubed with eye signs. I round it, and there ahead of me is the white door. The light of the house leaks around its edges. So here we've got a Mansus glimpse, we've got the Way of the Wood, and we've got the white door. In my dreams, I've passed the white door, which has been called the Bone Door and the Gate of Ivory. My voice remains outside the house each time I enter. And so if you take a look at these, they've got an aspect, a way back through dreams. Some memories are sketch maps of dreams. Some even pass through the bounds of dream, to the wood and the house that rises above it. Similar with this as well. So these are ways that you can access different parts of the Mantis, and part of the game is unlocking these different doors. There are also some legacies that actually give you a few of the doors already unlocked, but I'll let you figure out those ones for yourself. For now, I'm going to convert the Fleeting Reminiscence into Restlessness just so I can generate some income. Again, I'm a little uncertain about whether or not I want to start generating Mystique right away, but I can hold on to this thing. Even if I just convert it back to Fleeting Reminiscence again, I'll be able to hang on to this thing for a little while. Book-wise, let's read the Skeleton Songs. Oops, I made a mistake. And the Skeleton Songs, poems of greedy delight composed by the possibly pseudonymous Arbella Dusk, the rumored heiress turned madam turned poetess. And in Arbella's introduction, she explains that the book was to be illustrated and that the Suppression Bureau would not permit it. She hints that the illustrations still exist somewhere. The book is dedicated to Sir Parzival of the Red Cup. Okay, sorry, I tabbed out incorrectly. We've got Gartside's Sanskrit Reader, a lucid book which outlines a careful path through the thickets of a vast and complex language. These are always helpful. You are able to get languages through other places than books, but particularly if you're sitting on like a bunch of tantras, it's really annoying not to have Sanskrit. So, and the books are relatively straightforward to learn out of. So I personally tend to prefer them, although obviously depending on your circumstances, you sometimes just want to learn the language. I'm going to go back to Moreland. Well, you know what? I'm actually going to start exploring some occult scrap. Nah, you know what? No, I'll explore the occult scraps. I actually, it's occurred to me I'm going to need some money for expeditions, so. I've paid my fee. It's difficult to say whether I've earned it. Fortunately, it's difficult for them to say whether I've earned it too. So apparently I did commit to generating more Mystique. I'm a little surprised by that, to be honest, because I feel like I'd probably have delayed. I think in the interests of keeping that Mystique down, I think I'm going to do some manual labor. And I'd normally paint, but obviously getting rid of the Mystique is part of the plan here. All right, Miss Naimia acknowledges that all will pass, even memory, but that memory can be passed like a torch or treasure. So in this case, I'm actually going to go straight back to her to turn this into a Fleeting Reminiscence. I will want to eventually turn this into Notoriety so that I can keep going with the work tile over and over again. But at the moment, I just really wanted to preserve the Fleeting Reminiscence so that I could turn it into something that will allow me to something to generate income from. So the particular taste, the taste which is neither fair nor foul, it comes to trouble my mouth again. My tongue will swell, my lips will blacken. The elixir has set its spores within me. Only dead flesh can quell them. So again, we don't have the we don't seem to have the graveyard mouth anymore. So I don't know if that's intentional or if I just really scarfed on some dead bodies and this has got some negative value somewhere. But I'll figure that out. The more interesting question is what I do with the Mantis now. So let's say we'll go through the White Door. So in my dreams, I know the path to the White Door through the bounds, but the path is thronged with the dead who pass that way. I will need health to resist their chill. So we'll do that. Now, what this ascension takes, invest health to pass the White Door or follow desire to the Stag Door, the door of the no. And that's exactly what I'm going to do here. So the ascent is slow, winds from nowhere pluck at me. My skin is stained with light. The wood shivers with motion far below. So let's see what we find up there. Jannings will have a commission for us in a little bit, but I need to turn in with Bichet first. And I think it's a minute. I think in a minute we'll actually be free of the mystique. Right, she understands my restlessness. She has known it herself now and then. She reminds me that nothing endures. So one of the things I'm most interested in is whether or not my desire advances as a result of going through the door. So the others speak little to me, but there was a nod when I pass. Here is my pay. So vitality to show for it, not that I really need it. There's some money. And again, I'm just going to do work that prevents me from generating mystique until we get rid of the suppression bureau. 26 delightful fruits, the 7 chastisements, the 9 gardens, the 4 regrets, and we have a 3rd red secret. So if I want to upgrade that, I would need glimmerings, but it's obviously better for me to spend the time reading the existing books than it is for me to try and upgrade the existing lore. So the annotated dream journals of Christopher Lopley, sometimes called the only readable occultist, literate, entertaining, bewildering. The wood lies outside the walls of the mansis. As any student of the histories knows, the mansis has no walls. So we'll carry on. And this place merits closer investigation. So here we've got the congregation of Saints Felix of Schuren, a nonconformist enclave of a heterodox sect of a Calvinist offshoot, tucked away in an odd corner of the city. They belt out hymns with unsuitable gusto, in a throat-scraping language that is very much not quite Latin. So I'm trying to decide where I want to put it as far as locations. I think I am going to put these guys just off to the corner here, but I might change the layout later. All right. What do I want to do with talking? Well, first I want to give Madame Bichet her commission. So I have what was requested. I have 1 minute to before I need to worry about Poppy coming to collect. And in the meantime, let's let her rip with another occult scrap. So there are places in the city where I can find extraordinary things if I can sift through the clues out of history and rumor. So we'll start that. Okay, I've received the currency of the secret world, and my patron has let tantalizing information slip. So we're doing really well with the silver Svetrea. I feel that in my priest playthrough, for some reason, I was short on them. Again, like an idiot, I've generated more mystique completely unintentionally by doing these commissions, but fair enough. Count Jennings, the Good Count's fraternity in Europe, is seeking particular research. So we'll see in 10 seconds what they want. Maybe we'll wait a little while before we fulfill it, or at the very least before we turn it in. But again, let's see which one gets picked up. So he wants a commission on Edge. The Count will pay you for information of interest. This time he'd like whatever you can assemble on the practices of the Edge. You'll need a matching lore fragment of at least level 2 to complete this commission. And let's talk about the Red Secret for now. Talking publicly about the invisible arts will attract attention, and perhaps that's what I want. Alright, so that thing had 285 seconds left. This one's gone for sure, and then this is the only mystique left. So as long as I don't do anything dumb, I should be free of the suppression bureau for a little while. The Stag Door, a ridged barrier of blood-streaked horn, huge enough for a ship to pass. It was broken long ago, and even now the scars are not quite healed. In a declivity beside the door rests a vast and wounded golden head. Its mouth would be large enough to swallow me, were its jaw not shattered. It is the name, Gearby. It begins to intone a riddle. So there's the white door, and the Stag Door's riddle. Where is the queen who was not born? Answer this riddle to pass the Stag Door and be accounted a no. Now, unfortunately, I don't have that riddle, so... let's say no, you know what? I actually want to use my health for the work right now, so we'll leave that be. If I was particularly ambitious, I could obviously double up the vitality and such and try and get the lessons learned as a result, but I really feel like getting the lore is kind of my top priority right now, so The others speak little to me, but now they nod when I pass. Here's my pay. So normally I'd be using Dream to try and improve my health. But I think with 3 I should be able to sort of rotate through them without too much trouble. And again, we have a shorter time period because I've put some effort into my strength. Elopoli describes how he came to make repeated visits to the Dreamwood via what he calls silver dreams. Trying to think your way to the wood, he explains, is like thinking your way to being in love, but he did find a secret that helped. So I've got some erudition to show for that, and we do have the barber's warning. The power of the wood enjoys a separation of the lock from the scalp. For attention, burn it. For opportunity, bury it. And this is one of the first bits of lore that we got, and it's one of the first bits of lore that we use to get to the next level of the Mansis. So, good news all around. So I'm just getting a quick look at the time. I don't have to work until late, but I do need to keep an eye on the hour. We're about... Oh, interesting. So apparently this now says it's only been going live for 46 minutes, but we've actually been live for 6 hours. I'm definitely feeling a bit of the effects, but we should be able to go a little bit longer. Okay, let's do The Queens and the Rivers again. A surreal contemporary play by the enigmatic Monica Medina, in which the queens of the rivers are murdered one by one. The queen of Vistula is poisoned. The queen of the... I still don't know how to pronounce this. Napier chokes on a fishhook. The queen of the Tagus is burnt alive. One question you might have is, especially if you haven't played this game before, is, so what exactly am I doing right now? And there's a couple of things to keep in mind about this. So number one... A large part of the enjoyment of this particular game is the whole figuring things out and, just going in and drinking in the whole world. And I mean, if you want to see the stuff that I've done, all of the cultists, including like the early beta stuff, as long as you're willing to sift through my archives, because I really don't have any organization on it, you can check out the YouTube channel, youtube.com/systemchalk. And if you want to watch it live, I do this game every Wednesday at 7 o'clock Eastern time. So I'm well past the time that I'd normally be doing this. So part of that is just sort of seeing how I'm okay doing a lot of this repetitive behavior. But what I'm particularly trying to do right now is I've got this temptation. I've got this up to level 2. I've got my aspect desire. And at this point, it's not immediately clear to me what the next step should be to advance this, or if this needs to be advanced at all. I think the big thing right now is I've got this mentor in the form of Miss Nania. I've got this desire in the form of remembrance. I have this reputation as a medium. So these are the things that are constant in this particular playthrough. These are the things that I know that I need to, or these are the things that I sort of know are specific to me, the ghoul. But it's not really clear in terms of how one advances this. I can eat as many corpses as I want, and it does not seem to have changed the dedication. And so the next question is basically, how am I going to advance this thing, or can it be advanced? There's clearly a point where you hit some Elegist's something or other. Although I can figure that out by looking at the talk verb, so. Cater and Hero Limited. It's been abandoned since the explosion when both the owners died. The machine stands silent. The building is a collapsing shell. Mr. Cater was known to display peculiar trinkets in his office. Perhaps some yet remain. But yeah, so one thing I'd like to do is try and figure out how to advance my ambition in the form of remembrance. The next thing I'd like to do is try and get a few more people inside of my cult so we can start investigating these particular areas. And then I'd also like to try and get some more lore so that I can start using these rituals. And of course, we're being set up in such a way that we will be able to achieve all of these goals. Here we go. This is the time, my dear. The sun in rags requires his conclusion. Will it be you, or do you have a friend? So, what are they looking for? Well, in this case, they're looking for a follower. I can't use a summon, and I can't use a hireling, and I definitely can't use a patron. So, in this particular case, we will take this pawn. A suitable conclusion. What a loyal friend you have. Do say goodbye now. So this is how I got all the money, but you have to pay it back at some point. And I actually need to figure out, oh, I messed up. So this fleeting reminiscence is going to go away. Probably should have got some money out of that, but that's life. I didn't think it. This is live, yes. All right, let's go to the well. I should have gone to the Temple of the Wheel. The well called the Wood is sacred to the Grail, the hour that hungers, and to the Velvet, the hour that guards secrets. Tonight as I approached, it heaved with the velvet's moss, struggling waves of deep and vibrant green, pulsing again and again from its throat. It surged round my calves, rose to my thighs, and this morning I still feel the velvet's breath strong within me. Alright, so there's more vitality. Got my way back to the wood. I do need to consider a little bit in terms of where I'm going to be going through the Mansis, but because I know I need health to go through the White Door and I'm going to be using health to generate income, I think it still makes sense for me to go through the wood here, so... Thing is, I don't wind up using passion that much except for certain commissions, so... do I want to go to work again, or... You know what, I think I'm going to do some work on the Edge commission. So we'll take the Knife Secret now, we'll throw some reason at it. I've got the last Mystique that's being taken up, so this will give me a chance to do some work with Count Jannings and whatnot. Okay, mirrors are calm, the sun... Oop. I should have read that before. Dark days, I must be careful not to let doubts creep in. Dread may provoke full-fledged despair. The culprit, it transpires, is the audience. The surviving queens are directed to execute whatever audience members do not escape. A surprisingly lucid epilogue suggests that the correspondence of river names with historical events does provide clues to secret histories behind our own. So this is even more occult scraps. We're going to have 3 locations and then whatever is left with those other 4. I think there's less than 7. I'm not 100% sure though. The thing is, I've played this game a lot, but I don't commit it all to memory. And it's actually kind of nice not to have a good memory for this game sometimes because it makes things more interesting. You just get to experience and learn again. I'll do it in order. So we'll translate the Auric Transfigurations Volume 2 before we go further. We've got St. Agnes Hospital. They did good work here once. Certainly there were a few too many amputations, but there are individuals who one would prefer not to walk the city streets. Alright, my follower is gone, I remain. Poppy Lascelles is seen here and there. She may have more to say to me. So we've got a chilly atmosphere. We've got Poppy. And hopefully we'll be bringing somebody into the cult soon. Oop, and I want to be exploring with my occult scrap again. Alright, Bechet is ready for another commission. So I want to talk to all of these folks at some point, but for now I want to deal with the chilly atmosphere. That will be done by recruiting this individual that we meet. Ah, damn it, I forgot. Alright, come with me. So I've got Passion, Red Secret, and we've got Eau Claire. Now, Eau Claire is a particularly nice one for me to bring in. I think I generate Mystique when I do this, but it's worth it, especially because this will decay into Dread if I don't. So, Eau Claire is has a scholarly aspect, but a morbid streak. You might be able to recruit this acquaintance as a follower. This one is ready. Okay, let's go to the Temple of the Wheel. Drat. Peculiar rumor. This might lead me to someone I need, or it might mean something else entirely. Okay. I came upon the Temple of the Wheel, that high and jagged rock, that memorial to dead gods. Those who take their own lives sometimes first cast themselves from its peak in a dream. I found another sleeping soul, scratching the sign of the eye into the lichen at its peak. I do not recall what passed between us, but I will recognize their face in the waking world. So I don't think I'm going to take advantage of the peculiar rumor here. Yeah, it's only 59 seconds, so, and I think this season of suspicion is going to last one rotation longer, because I think I get Mystique for recruitment. I don't 100% remember though, so. Okay, more health. I finished the manuscript. I'm not going to turn it in yet, though, for reasons that hopefully are obvious now. I am going to chat with Madame Bichet, though. No, I'm not, because the slot isn't open. So I'm going to go to the Way to the Wood instead. As far as work is concerned, I think I'm just going to start... lifting heavy things again. If I'm going to start going on some expeditions, I do also need to be considering my finances. So, the Wolf of Despair prowls elsewhere. No dread empowers this despair. It's over for now. And as soon as I get past the season of suspicion, I'm going to try and turn some of this fleeting reminiscence into money. I will speak only and exactly 9 words. The novice will speak none at all. So Eau Claire is quiet, meticulous, and remorseless, and they are a winter followers. So this is helpful for me, seeing as these are the people that I can sort of upgrade to being super cultists. Okay, let's start by talking with Madame Bichet just to get a commission from her. Sorry about the wait. All right. I prepared the text for study. We'll just plow right into it. So, second volume of a compilation of quasi-Rosicrucian allegories, supposedly by Robert Flood. This is a later English translation. Flood, or pseudo-Flood, suggests alignments between the alchemical tradition of Rubidoux and the older Grail traditions, through the Pine Knight's quest for the Cinnabar Cup. And Madame Bichet would like a commission on Grail, and it's actually the one level of Grail that I can do, so that's pretty helpful. Madame Olympie Bichet is seeking suitable articles for the Carisham Review. She would like something titillating about the Red Grail. Let's have a chat with Poppy again, so get a commission from Poppy. I am, Poppy says with a girlish giggle, curious about, the arts of blood and ice. It's silly, but allow an old woman her whims. Will you help me? Alright, so we've got a forgotten Mithraeum. Curiosity seekers have picked over this ancient temple, but there may be a hidden door here somewhere. So I'm not 100% sure if I'm going to be able to get any expeditions done in the time that I have left, but we'll do our best. Sorry, I should have paid attention. A very substantial commission on Knock, which I have very no lore on. Poppy will pay for information of interest. This time, she'd like a very substantial research on the corporal mysteries of Knock. And an amiable woman of property. She's offered you a commission. Okay. I think I can afford to give this to Jannings. I'm gonna feel like a complete moron if I miss it out, but... Alright, so clues. My mystique has attracted this hunter's attention. They can prove nothing yet, but they'll keep looking for longer now. Ah! I brought that on myself. Alright. Well, that's fine. I just won't do it again. So, back to work. And... oh, you know what? I could have done the Grail commission instead. I can't talk about the secret because that's going to mean I get more mystique. So we're just going to leave the top verb alone for now. I don't really think I need another occult scrap at this point, so let's go to the well. Oh, I'm so bad at figuring these out. The well in the wood is never dry, but it is never clear. One night it might heave with crawling roots. On another it will pulse with bright moss. On nights when the full moon, nights of the full moon, its waters are choked with the fat dappled bodies of moths. Last night I saw it brimming with dark and viscous blood. Gelatinous sheds drifted on its surface, clots of grail matter. Okay, so we'll put this under Grail, but I don't have much use for it. We'll take up the Passion. And there's a really interesting question for me now. So it's debatable that I'm going to need more lore from more level 1 lore. It's possible that I might need another occult scrap here or there. But maybe what I want to do, because I'm going to be doing a Grail commission, I think I'm going to start going through the white door. There's a specific reason I have for this. It'll make sense in a minute. I need a specific piece of lore to show what I mean. Okay, Bleak Thoughts. Again, nothing too much to worry about yet. Another season of ambitions coming up. It'll be interesting to see whether or not I get any points on the dedication remembrance. All right, seek the cup in the birthing bed, the Pine Knight is told. The midwife at the birthing bed, to his amazement, is the Mountain Mother. My bad. In a fit of awe, he both gelds and flays himself. The vigilant storm bursts joyfully from the remains. And here we've got the Megalesian incantation. The Great Mother remembers. Okay. Let's just keep reading. So we've got Apollo and Marsyas, the libretto of a lost opera concerning the contest between Apollo and Marsyas and its tragic outcome. The librettist is identified only by their initials RKNJL. In the original myth, Marsyas lost a musical contest and was flayed by Apollo, who later regretted it. In this version, Marsyas' skin has a further history. Okay, Strathcoin's residence. The house of Mr. Strathcoin, a collector of rare objects. Strathcoin will not sell his treasures, but a sufficiently cunning accomplice might gain entry. That seems like a moth job. Back to occult scraps. If there's more than 2 locations, I'm going to need to go back to the Way of the Wood. But let's see what we find behind the white door first. Whenever the principle of the heart is implicated, I may gain vitality. So this is for working with my hands. More money. More money is preferable because obviously I still need to support myself. But at the moment, I am going to do the Grail Commission for Bichet because it's one that I can actually do. And we'll throw some reason at it. It's also worth mentioning, I believe there's nothing that's actually stopping me from going to Glover and Glover. I just want to see what's happening with this whole medium thing. Okay, so my choices are Restlessness, Orchard of Lights, or Lodge of the Sage Knight. I think I'm going to do Orchard of Lights. Hey! Well, this turned out. Forgotten Chronicle, a story of a city without a gate, of a queen who was not born, of a war that was not fought. Exploring with this scrap of knowledge may uncover secret locations in the continent. Now, there's a really important piece of information that I just said. If any of you want to participate in chat, do any of you want to guess why I think that's very important? Last night, I walked in the Orchard of Lights. I plucked the fruit, which is always ripe, and consumed it in 2 bites. The taste is not to be forgotten. As I licked the glowing juices from my fingers, I saw a message carved in the bark of the tree. When I woke, I recorded that message, all I could remember in my diary. Actually, there was one thing I was meaning to do here. So speak with Miss Nanya. Miss Nania wants the patience that is the patience of waits with the patience that is the patience of images. A painting of a dark-skinned woman with snow-colored eyes and close-cropped ivory-colored hair. She stands before a small marble tomb overgrown with star jasmine. The painting is assigned Jonas B. Munch, 1811. So the memory, Miss Nania never speaks to me. She is only a painting, but afterwards, I always remember what she has said. So we were very familiar with its ability to consume memories. However, there is also aspect the elegist's price. The elegist is the hour from whom nothing more can be taken, and the hour who calls the dead by name. Once and a long ever, for a great price, he will call one of the dead up out of nowhere. They may continue lonely, unscathed, until the date of their own final winter. So it's not at all clear where this aspect comes from. But it's a little bit like what we learned when we clicked on the Explore. We knew that there was some combination of elements that would cause this, that would cause us to be able to find graveyards or something like that. I'm also just going to double check, but yeah, at this point, I would say there's not a lot that I can do with this individual. Now, one big thing I've not tested yet are the rituals in my work slot. That'll be coming up a little bit later. I think I am going to do the white door again. Again, I'm getting a little shy on health, but now I can approach the white door through the bounds. Now I can press my fingers to it, feel its chill, watch it swing open. As it opens, my mouth closes, tightens, heals over like a lost deformity. Around and around me is the cobalt light of the Mansis. Okay, so another fleeting reminiscence. Now I've got the exotic cravings. I'm again particularly interested to see if I generate any munchies. And we've got 35 seconds before I can finally be rid of this infernal detective. So, Course of the Heart, we have more vitality. Not that we were ever in doubt. Also, I should probably align these in a way that makes sense. So we've got 3 health. Oh, I can talk with Madame... Oh no, I'm finishing the commission for her. Alright, the skin of Marsyas gives oracles and is later smuggled to Phrygia, where the priestesses of Sybil use it for a drumhead. At the opera's climax, the pounding of the drum drives would-be violators of the priestesses to the suicidal madness. The opera ends with a wistful hymn from the youngest priestesses on the beauty of mountain pines. So we're in good shape there with the Thunderous Secret. Let's think a little bit about our next... Well, our next study, actually, we already know what it is. It's just going to be more of the books that we have. I also need to start thinking about buying some again, because I've been working a lot on this exploration here. I have not really been generating a lot of money, and so while I'm at it, there's one thing I wanted to check here. But yeah, I mean, at some point I'm going to run out of books, and that time is probably sooner than I think. So there is one thing I want to check here, though, which is our Elixir Zeboim, the formula which quickens the memories of decaying flesh in the bellies of the living. Such a thing could not exist without the consent of both the flower maker and the elegist, and with the assistance of one more hour besides. So I feel like this is the sort of thing that has to be like Grail, Winter, and I'm trying to figure out what the last one would be. So I can consume remnants to preserve a little of their knowledge from dust. I may yet have to. So this is the study. The desire has to be the claws of memory. There's only one place I know where to get that. And the feast has to be a remnant. And again, there's only one place for that. So it doesn't seem to me... It may be that there are other ways of upgrading this thing. So for instance, let's say we take Grail. Can't combine that. We take Winter. Can't combine that. We don't know what the third hour is yet. Well, I'm sure we'll figure that out at a later point. But yeah, as far as upgrading this formula is concerned, that doesn't seem to be on the table at the moment. It may be a bit like what happened earlier, which is we need to take an appropriate memory to Miss Nania. And at that point, you know, I'll get some other advancement like we did with this this formula. But at the moment, I don't seem to have anything on the table that will allow me to make progress with this. But I have some ideas in terms of where we might find it. Anyways, The Locksmith's Dream, A Light Through the Keyhole, the first volume of Teresa Gallmer's examination in the parallels in the mystic dreams of artisans. So, the parallels in mystic dreams experienced by carpenters, masons, and other artisans, and what they purport to reveal about the architecture of the world. Sometimes mordant, sometimes funny. No one has ever explained while Gallmer devoted herself to the chaotic exploration of artisans' dreams. And here, this place merits further, closer investigation. We've got the Forsaken Reach. Along the gray banks of the rotting river, the warehouses wait. Perhaps I've identified one where an unusual cargo was stored. You found all the expeditions in the capital, although you can find and visit the Reach several times. So this is good news here. We've got the Forsaken Reach, we've got one occult scrap left over. We can start working on furtive truths if I feel particularly keen on finding new locations. And, you know, it wouldn't hurt. I don't really think there's a lot else that I want to do with the Explore, except maybe buy another book. Let's get at least one more book, but... it takes time to sort the gold from the dross, the wheat from the chaff, the blood from the water. If I buy enough books, I'll find something interesting. And in 12 seconds... Actually, you know what? I can start talking about lore now, because in 10 seconds I don't need to worry about the Suppression Bureau anymore. All right, the taste, the particular taste, the taste which is neither fair nor foul. It comes to trouble my mouth again. My tongue will swell, my lips will blacken. The elixir has set its spores within me, and only the dead flesh can quell them. So again, we don't seem to have the trait. I might make a note of that because I have a feeling like I didn't actually consume that many corpses to merit it. All right, another red secret. We've got a commission for Grail and the actual work. So considering the evidence, if a hunter has found notoriety, they will try to use it to create or upgrade evidence. If they're meticulous, they'll always succeed. If they are erratic, they're more likely to fail, but can occasionally create evidence even without notoriety. I do need to figure out what I want to do with the work verb, though. So do I want to completely lean in the creation of... Yeah, why not? I will get more money, more mystique. I might even consider paint. Well, I can't really paint because I don't have much of a reputation right now. Okay, so I've got an icy atmosphere, Lodge of the Sage Knight, or the Orchard of Lights. I don't want an icy atmosphere because I don't really have any way of summoning stuff. I mean, I have some ways of summoning things. I just don't want to summon them in this particular way. The Orchard of Lights normally doesn't have any negative things, and the Lodge of the Sage Knight sometimes has negatives. I'm going to do the Sage Knight, though. Okay, I mean, nothing too crazy. I mean, I really could have gone without any of these items. So one thing to draw your attention to, by the way, we have been going through the wood for the longest time, and either we stay in the wood or we go to the well or the Temple of the Wheel, and we have advanced through to the White Door. And again, we either stay in the White Door or we go to the Orchard of Lights or the Lodge of the Sage Knight. And it's not the only other place where you can go. There is the Stag Door, which leads to the Ascent of Knives or the Painted River. There's the Spider Door, which goes to the Chamber of Ways or the Mallory. And there's the Peacock Door, which shows up to the Worm Museum or the Red Church. So this is sort of implied by their existence on the map. But as you can see, there are more areas that we haven't checked out yet. Oops. Last night, in the great pavilion above the grey sprawl of the Bounds, a woman who once called herself Teresa Gallmer sat on gilt-fringed cushions. By the way, that is the same First volume of Teresa Gallagher's Examination, another little example of things that you notice when you play through. Sat on gilt-fringed cushions and offered me a horn cup of dream wine. The wine is imaginary, she explained, but the cup is not. To navigate the Mansis, one must understand the distinction. Perhaps one day you'll join me on the pilgrimage, or I'll join you. So here, let us share a secret. And her breath tickled my ear. So here we've gained a subtle fracture, clouds part, walls creak, old wounds ache, a sixth-order influence, significant resonances, or correspondences. Again, I don't have much of a use for it yet. We'll collect everything else. And I think I'm going to go... I'm actually going to do something special here. So, Moreland's is closing. I'm moving on, Miss Moreland informs you. My stock is largely exhausted and the Suppression Bureau is taking an interest. So it's goodbye. This last book is nonsense, but I've tucked some interesting papers into the back, as a thanks for your customs. Dude, this is Steam Get Real. Why even stream on here? Little fish in an even smaller pond. Pathetic. Okay, the Neon. What's your channel again, by the way? What game have you streamed on here? You can say you're jealous. I understand. I mean, I was invited. I actually really enjoyed doing this, but you know. So we've got the White Ceremony. When I speak it, my lips don't crisp with frost. Each time, this is surprising. Use this in a rite with a heart influence and a Byzantine tinct to summon the voiceless dead. Alright, so something, deep mystery something. A dreadful souffle of half-digested rumor about the secret worlds and the irrelevance of contemporary morality, including a catalog of unlikely and probably invented debaucheries. If I bought this from a shop, it probably means there is nothing else of interest left in stock. So there's not really a whole lot of use for this. You can try and sell it, but this is just a very charming little book. Okay, so I was actually getting ready to wrap up, but I'm not gonna end on the note of some dumbass coming in telling me I'm not allowed to stream on Steam. So let's go to Oriflamme's. We're not doing well on funds, but I also think it's very unlikely that we're gonna wind up. I think it's also very unlikely that we're gonna wind up basically getting in some kind of a bidding war that takes up 6 funds. So I definitely need to make sure that I find a source of income, and it needs to be pretty regular. But there are definitely going to be ways of managing that. I can also sell some Spintrea if it really comes down to it. So we perch on alarming Rietveld chairs in a windowless auction room with vividly burnt orange walls, waiting for the auctioneer to announce what he's offering. The reek of new paint makes the brain spin. All right, and I do need to figure... Right, I was talking... So, once upon a time, I talked a little bit about how a Forgotten Chronicle was an important card. So, we've got the Stag Door's riddle. Where is the queen who was not born? Answer this riddle to pass the Stag Door and be accounted a no. So, this has aspect riddles. Some questions have only one answer, some have no answer at all. And the Forgotten Chronicle of a story of a city without a gate, of a queen who was not born, of a war which was not fought. And so we rely on some of the special knowledge to be able to answer the riddle. In my dream, I stand again before the Stag Door, ridge barrier of blood-streaked horn, broken long ago, yet not quite healed. The vast and golden head Girby will await the answer to my riddle. So, an answer from history. Her heart is buried in another history. So, this is again an example. The thing that's sort of nice, at least in the case of the Stag Door's riddle, you actually get a chance to read the lore again. It may not be obvious, but when you've taken a look in some of the other books, you get a chance to see little revelations in terms of how you unlock some of those doors. Now, of course, I'm relying a bit on some of my knowledge of the game already. But being able to run into something like a passage that talks about the type of lore that you need to get past a door that's really tough to crack, sometimes you get it and you're like, oh, okay, and then you can make the advancement. Sometimes what will happen is you'll get to one of those doors and you'll pass it sort of through your own efforts, and then you'll turn around and you realize, oh wait, hang on, this is what I was supposed to do. Both of them are very satisfying, although obviously if you can crack that nut on your own, there's just that little extra spring in your step as a result. So where are you guys coming from? This is such a nice game. What bad thing happened to you to make you want to write that? Because I'm honestly, I'm gonna like add another hour to the stream each time you say something nasty. So, a crowd of pinched faces, glinting eyes, who will bid? The item auction is visible on the right. It will be gone forever if the auction is lost. So, by the way, just for the benefit of posterity, because this is also going on YouTube, and if you guys want, you can go take a look at how many people watch that one too. Twitch.tv/systemchalk and youtube.com/systemchalk. If you want, I'll dedicate an entire cast to both of you. So this charming gentleman, the Neon, dude, this is Steam, get real, why even Steam on here, a little fish in an even smaller pond, pathetic. I always kind of like taking these things too, and we'll take a look. So it's Nate Neon, Nathaniel from Canada. I thought Canadians are supposed to be nice. He's currently playing Earth Defense Force 4.1, The Shadow of New Despair. What's the game that he plays the most? This is interesting to me. And Counter-Strike Global Offensive, Rocket League, Grand Theft Auto 5. Do you even have Cultist Simulator? Oh, but you never played it. Okay, well, you know, you could learn something. And then who else do we have? Ghost thinks I'm pathetic. Again, so this is by their Steam profile. It says Matthew Bauman of North Carolina, United States, with the quote, boo. They've got 624 items owned in their showcase. They apparently do not want to share the number of games that they own, which... fair enough. I mean, it takes a lot of bravery to come in anonymously into a chat and tell somebody that they're pathetic, but I don't know, people are being silly, so... Anyways, that was more so for the benefit of the YouTube crowd who are going to be wondering why I suddenly turned really nasty, so... Oh, you were telling the other guy that he was pathetic. I'm sorry. I thought you were telling me I was pathetic. Alright. So let's bid on De Bellis Murorum in Latin, an 18th century epic poem by the pseudonymous Solipstos. So let's throw some money at it. Yeah, sorry about that, Ghost. I completely thought you were telling me that I was pathetic. That is totally on me. I was just thinking that, because I've had, there was a point back in, when I was working at the producer prices division, there was some guy who saw a tweet that I wrote, and he was like a reasonably sized broadcaster. Like, he was definitely somebody with a proper audience. And he really did not like a tweet that I wrote. And so I was told, I didn't actually watch the broadcast, but basically he was reading out everything on my profile to his stream, and it explained all of a sudden why I was getting like a whole bunch of people piling in and being nasty. And that was great, because I mean, engagement is what makes people move up on stuff like Twitter, so I'm not gonna mind being able to just tweet nasty things back. It was weird for the people who like following my stuff and think that I'm really nice, but yeah, it was actually really funny because you know, I'm sort of sitting at work tweeting away with this stuff, and I always kind of assume that all of a sudden when there's a whole bunch of like messages that come in with people just saying really not very, like, I guess I'd feel a little bit better if they were cleverer insults. But yeah, it's just one of these things. I always wonder if that guy decided that he wanted to go for round 2, because I think he blocked me after I refused to debate him. Well, I didn't refuse. I just asked for money. So Skinny Man Gamer says, System Chalk is a niche streamer who actually streams a game that he loves instead of streaming a game of the week and begging for money. Oh, I always beg for money. I just don't on here. What do you mean I'm niche? I'm internet famous. No. Yeah, I mean, I'd like to think there are other things you can aspire for than just becoming a streamer. This is more about sharing the game. I think if there were 5 people watching, it would still be fun to do. So anyways, considering the evidence, I am safe for now. My adversary has not enough evidence to bring a case against me, and they've found no new clues. Okay, so do we have a season of suspicion coming up? No. We are going to need the vitality for another dream, but niche compared to Fortnite. No, I'm niche, Skinny Man Gamer. By any definition of that, I am a niche streamer for sure. I just don't think that's a bad title to have. Okay. So, I've been paid my fee. It's difficult to say whether I've earned it. Fortunately, it's difficult for them to say whether I've earned it too. Besides Skinny Man Gamer, you're not allowed to say, you're not allowed to tell people how many people I normally stream to. That's not what you said? What else do we have? This one's always a tricky one for me just because I need to figure out what I'm willing to spend resources on. I definitely need more funds. The fastest way for me to get funds is to use memories, but I don't have memories right now. There's ways I can generate them, but they may not be something that I want to hang on to. So let's do... I think I'm going to do the labor. I do want to get another memory. Once again, I'm not talking to you. Well, I mean, Ghost, there's probably a delay or something like that. I definitely apologized for misidentifying what you had meant. And in the interests of the possibility that there's a stream delay which has caused you not to hear that, I will say again, I am sorry. I had thought that that was directed towards me. If you still feel bad about it after the apology, I really don't know what else I can do. Obviously, I think the same sensitivity that I have for misunderstanding should apply to me in that case as well. But obviously, I don't have any intention of you staying in a stream where you don't feel welcome. So I'm going to leave it at that. But there's, in my view, I think the matter has been clarified. Time and again we hear of the wood which rises from the world's foundation. All the trees reach for light. What does the wood reach for? Is there a difference between light and light? I think the key to dreams of the wood might be one of these, the one that isn't exactly real. Okay. So, I mean, while I'm at it, I might as well just clear out the books that I have. So, The Humors of a Gentleman. Samuel Savage's satirical comedy on the intrigues of the ailing but cunning John's son, his mistress Mavelyn, her lover Leo, and the upstart Corvino. By the end of the first act, Mavelyn has revealed a secret door in the walls of the house to Leo, and Corvino has taken to consuming worms. Okay. The auctioneer makes a note of my name and signals one of the attendants. I have my prize. I hope it's worth it. So we've got another copy of De Bellis Murorum. I believe we actually... Oh, no, we didn't... Did we? No, I don't think we got this one. I think I just read it before, so... And I'm really nervous to do this now because I've got a total of 4 funds, one of which is going to get gobbled up by the passage of time. But I am going to try one more trip to Oriflamme's. And it's a collection of poetry, so there is an argument to be made that I could benefit from an additional collection of poetry at the expense of, you know... I just think like at the expense of another another book, I don't really think that's worth it. So the auction is over, the lot has gone elsewhere, and I retain my funds. Okay, back again. The others speak little to me, but now they nod when I pass. Here is my pay. This is the worst possible way to earn money, but it's what I've got. And I believe we've got... Yes. The door grinds apart. The watchman's light floods from the corridor within. There is a grinding moan from the head, Gearby. Tears of molten brass bulge from its eyes and roll down its cheeks, scorching the ground beneath. I may enter. The stag door is the Adept's Gate. To pass it is to be initiated into the first true mystery of the House of the Sun. The head Gearby weeps to see me enter where it cannot, but it must let me pass. The scarred valves of the door grind open. So we're probably going to end with the passage through the stag door, but I'm definitely not. So remember, we bought a copy of Gildersleeves for 1. We sold one to Oriflammes for 2. I think I'm perfectly happy letting somebody else buy this. So the play is scabrous and occasionally hilarious. The characters are contrary and capricious. Many more of the resonant lines may well be formula of power disguised in plain sight. I also don't think I read The Watchman's Secret when I originally got it, so it has been expressed like this. Each hour has its color, but color exists only where there is light. Okay, and then we've got an acquaintance, come with me. Again, I'm allowed to get Mystique again because we don't have a season of suspicion. So there's the red secret, and we found Slee, an acquaintance, and this is actually rather good because Slee is a lantern-oriented character. So Craig Slee, the astronomer and avant-garde poet, has developed an interest in the esoteric as his health wanes. So here, let's talk with Madame Bichet to turn in the Grail first. Okay, I don't still really have a use for the Trembling Heat yet, so I can either go to the Painted River and risk Fascination, or the Ascent of Knives and risk not getting something that I need, so... Well, lesson learned isn't terrible, I just think I'm not quite in the state to take advantage of it, so I'm ready to improve. Use this with your scholarship skill to improve your skill and gain reason. So the Painted River runs from a great chamber near the White Door, far through the Mansus, to its far edge where it enters a painted delta of far cloud. I voyaged half of its length last night with a stern-faced captain beneath a rust-red sail. As clouds rose before us, the sailors raised a yearning shanty and close-hauled the sails to best use the painted wind, and all the while the captain and I discoursed of the secrets of the House of the Sun. So... let's just set that aside. Again, I don't think I'm going to be able to use it because what I need right now are 3 lessons. Oh, hang on. 3 lessons learned? So if I study one more... If I were to get another lesson learned from the Stag Door, I think I would be willing. But alright, so there's our Forgotten Chronicle again. There's the way through the Stag Door. In my dreams, I found the way to the Stag Door, sometimes called the Horn Gate or the Adept's Door. I have answered its riddle, and I am counted among the know. So... By the way, I am having a suspicion here that I am only seeing part of chat. Because if I'm just taking a look at what Ghost wrote again. I mean, I'm assuming Ghost is gone, which is a shame, but this is one of the things also that it makes streaming really hard on Twitch, is that when people come in and try to sort of help moderate, one of the challenges is that it's very hard to distinguish who is being nasty to the streamer and who's not. But, oh, so Skinny Man Gamer, the words that I have seen from Ghost are, "You're pathetic," Then I see you're doing a good job broadcasting. Ignore the trolls, which I replied to. Then I have, yes, I have, that's not what I said. Once again, I wasn't talking to you. I'm out. Now, the once again, I wasn't talking to you strikes me as really weird because I don't see any clarification, but I do see you saying, Ghost, clarify that you called Neon pathetic. So was there a message in chat that I missed out of curiosity? Because I'm also a little curious based on some of the other things. So I've got people saying that they haven't heard me say certain things to them. I've had to repeat like the graveyard thing a few different times, but because I'm going to be doing a debrief on Steam, it's much better than the last time for Ludonarracon. But if there's things that are being missed in chat, that's potentially another big problem, so. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Osmotic Ferocity. So, no, this is all? Okay, I mean, like I said, I'll own, you know, calling someone out for something that they haven't done. That's obviously, that's a risk if I'm gonna start looking up profiles. But just try opening the game. Oh, okay. Sorry, I think I misunderstood. I'm gonna trust Skinny Man Gamer because I actually don't know what this looks like on Steam, by the way. So, Darkest Dungeon's a wonderful game, by the way. I'll just maybe quickly caution you that I may not be streaming for that much longer because I'm definitely feeling quite tired, and we are approaching the 7.5 hour mark. I could try and go for 8 hours, but I would be past 2 o'clock. So, all right. In the long past, a score or more, or let me try this again. The War of the Roads, 1450 to 1580 censored edition. Willis Ford describes the War of the Roads, an event in a history other than our own, in detail, but numerous pages have been removed. The name of the publisher is blacked out, and an ominous slip stapled on the cover explains that Willis Ford has been excised. In the long past, a score or more longs were made. They brokered a peace with the Forge of Days, long enough to set England on a path of early conquest and eventual destruction. The Forge itself devoured the greatest among them. Thank you, SC. Oh, thank you, Osmotic Ferocity. I honestly didn't know about the new DLC, so I'm glad that I checked in. Well, I mean, I can take no credit at all, save for the fact that I am broadcasting here. I mean, it's obviously Weather Factory that did the DLC. You know, thank you for stopping by. And again, for those of you who don't know, there's a lot of Cultist Simulator releases that have happened today. So there is the game is half off. The base game is half off. There were 2 new DLC released today. I've been doing the Priest on the Twitch channel, twitch.tv/systemchock, for the last couple of weeks, and that was the game that I played on Ludonarracon, but I know a lot of people had a lot of difficulty watching that. What I'm playing now is the second DLC that was released today, which is the Ghoul DLC, which came with the Medium Legacy. In addition to that, there was let me get the exact name of this thing. It was called the Anthology Edition. So the Anthology Edition will come with Cultist Simulator the Dancer, Cultist Simulator the Priest, Cultist Simulator the Ghoul, Cultist Simulator, and Cultist Simulator Original Soundtrack. So I'm Canadian, so I only have Canadian prices, but at half off, Cultist Simulator base game is $11.39. At the discount for the Anthology Edition, in addition to the base game, you can get everything, including the soundtrack, at 37% off. That's the 15% off for the Anthology Edition, plus the discount for the base game. That is $28.09. And if you already have the base game, especially if you got it through something like, say, the Humble Bundle or anything like that, Each of the individual DLC, again, these are Canadian prices, are $3.39. So these are very attractively priced. Even if you already have a DLC, it's probably better just to get the remaining on their own. If you're getting the game on its own, probably picking up the Anthology Edition is the best value. And then, of course, if you want, you don't even need to have the game to get the soundtrack if you really like it. And the soundtrack is available off of Steam as well. So, but anyways, that is my sales pitch for the Weather Factory people. But like I said, it's not just the new DLC that's the big announcement. Cultist Simulator is basically done. They've finished developing the game. They've finished adding new things. They've also added a bunch of cool new modding tools, so it'll be really interesting to see what the community comes up with. But they also announced what the next game is going to be. The next game is called The Book of Hours, and there will be a link in chat in just a minute, or probably not a minute. It will be far in the future, maybe. Let me try and get this thing up. There you go. That link. And for those of you, obviously there's going to be a bunch of people who are hearing this, so it's, if you really want to type this in from hearing it read out, the game is called Book of Hours. The link is https://store.steampowered.com/app/1028310/BOOK_OF_HOURS. You can wishlist this now. There will be a Kickstarter later on in the year. If you wishlist it now, one, it brings attention to the game to everybody else. It also, if you have friends who want to give you a gift, it lets them know that you want the game. And it also helps the algorithm. Basically, it builds people up. It also sort of detects games that you like, and it sort of makes recommendations to people who like games similar to you. So it helps the visibility of this game. It costs you nothing. It keeps you informed about really cool new projects. And for those of you who are unfamiliar with the Book of Hours, it's basically this game, but this game in sort of a lighter wrapping. So it's going to be a lot more about running a library, and it's a little bit, it has fewer, sharper edges to sort of cut yourself on, but still very much the fine writing and the new the kind of digging up lore and whatnot. So that was sort of my little target. If some of you didn't pick up the game as a result of this stream, I hope you at least pick up a wish list on Book of Hours, because it's going to be the thing that I'm going to be looking forward to for the next little while. Anyways, let's finish this with a bang. So we're through the stag door. What do I want to do next? I really do need some more furtive truths. And I feel the only way that I'm going to be able to get those will be through the white door. Unfortunately, I can't go through the white door, so let's go through the stag door again. We'll use reason. The stag door is the Adept's Gate. To pass it is to be initiated into the first true mystery, the House of the Sun. The head Gearby weeps to see me enter where it cannot, but it must let me pass. The scarred valves of the door grind open. So what I'm probably going to do is wait until I get my work slot open again. I'm doing that just so I can take a quick look at a couple of rituals and see if there's any other ideas in terms of how I can advance myself. So I received the recurrency of the secret world, and my patron has let tantalizing information slip. By the way, if you just came into the stream, I do apologize, but I am a mere mortal, and we've been going for about 7.5 hours, probably a little longer now. But I will do a debrief of what it is. Suffice to say, I think the Ghoul is a very cool DLC. We've already played the Priest, and I already think the world of it. But there will definitely be sort of a summary of what we did today. All right, another collection of poetry. I don't think that's enough to make me spend my money. So another commission on heart. I need to see your card and read my aspects. No, because I'm scared, and I do not show my presence online. Nobody can find me anywhere, right? Okay. Lots of vitality, a little bit of money. So this is where we're going to start doing and sort of a summary. So we began as Peter Ichabod, the medium, and we had a fairly good deal going. We were able to do sort of I guess it's a vaudeville act. And we actually started hearing real voices. And these voices led us to this painting, Miss Nania, a painting of a dark-skinned woman with snow-colored eyes and close-cropped ivory-colored hair. She stands before a small marble tomb overgrown with star jasmine. The painting is signed Jonas B. Munch, 1811. And we found that we didn't just want to take the memories of the dead that we had discovered. We wanted to acquire new memories of the dead, and we do so through consuming their flesh using the elixir Zeboim. And this is essentially what our dedication remembrance is. The cool wind that blew when the sun was red and low, the voice the waves once used, the shapes that loped beside us in the snow, all crushed behind the flat glass of time. I must revisit what was lost, though the taste of it be ripe and strange. So we did this. So one of the things that was interesting about this one is that we were very late in starting our cult, and we've struggled a little bit to keep funds. Part of that is because the painting is being reworked, so it's not as lucrative as it was before. And part of that is also just the way that we wind up making money. We still wind up making money off of memories, but not all memories are equal, and most of them don't generate a lot of money. And so one of the things that's fun about this one is that while obviously I've got a lot of experience in Cultist Simulator, this really is just coming right back to the Aspirant the very first time I played it and trying to manage all of the money and try and figure out what I'm doing with all of these different things. So this game is definitely about acquiring memories. It's got this really fascinating image of this person doing all this really grim stuff and then coming and staring at this painting, which does not actually talk and yet gives a very strong impression of having communicated with the individual. The thing I'm struggling with right now, other than the fact that I've got sort of a limitation of lore, and I have a few more holes in terms of my ranks that I would like, especially when I'm getting ready to go on these expeditions. I sort of seem to have stalled with my desire. It looks like there is another thing that Miss Nania will accept. Memory is one, but so is the Elegist's price, and it's not at all clear where I get that from. I suspect this is probably closer to sort of an endgame item. The other thing that I'm going to check, because we've only gotten this up to the Claws of Memory 2, is I wanted to get a quick look at what rituals do with this thing. So we've got an invocation for lore. Presumably this is not actually going to do anything. We've got a victim. There must always be willing blood. We need either a prisoner or a follower. An instrument, again, standard instrument, and we've got a desire. And in this case, this is a level 6 desire. So it seems that neither of these rituals have anything that would necessarily advance this dedication. So the one challenge that I have is that for one reason or another, I no longer seem to be getting that hunger that forces me to consume bodies. Now, there may be other reasons for me to do that. It may also be that more powerful individuals wind up giving me more powerful memories. I don't know that either. But at the moment here, I am sort of able to pursue a number of the tasks that I already would have inside of the game here. And yet it feels like this particular desire does not necessarily translate into the same kind of ascension that you would see from some of the earlier ones. And whether this is a matter of me coming to understand the remembrance dedication, there's definitely a very strong indication that Winter, Grail, and at least one other aspect is at play here. It's not clear to me if I've just misunderstood the dedication or if there's something waiting for me a little bit deeper inside the game. And both of them are very exciting possibilities for me. Like I said, I'm done for tonight. So if you have any remaining questions about the game, feel free to speak up now, because I think we're going to be heading to the main screen. But in terms of the future, again, if you enjoyed my stuff, I do this every Wednesday, except the third Wednesday of the month at twitch.tv/systemchalk. I'm not an exclusive Cultist Simulator streamer, but I am a very big fan of it, and I'd like to take a minute again to say thank you to Weather Factory, not just for inviting me to do this, because I've done this a couple of times and it's always been very enjoyable. Obviously, there's a couple of roadblocks that we bumped into. How do you get flesh to eat? 10 billion dead kulaks. Oof, what a name. Largely, what's inside your name, actually. There is an aspect called Remnant. And Remnant will appear on... If you think about it... Tell you what, I don't want to like completely just give it away because it's going to sound a little too obvious, and I might even sound a little smug. Where would be the most obvious place to get flesh to eat? Particularly dead flesh, because it's a ghoul. There is a cemetery in the game, and you can find that by using the explore verb in combination with another card. But there's an even more obvious place where you can really make your own buffet whenever you want. Well, I mean, I suppose you need to have the right tools, but if you want me to explicitly tell you, I'll happily do so as well. But that hopefully at least leaves you a little bit of discovery, and if you just want me to stop with the games, then let me know. Butcher, thank you, Skinny Man Gamer. I'm trying to give people a chance here. But yeah, this incidentally right now, because I've not been getting the aspect on this. I'm not sure if it's just supposed to go away after a while, or if something's really happened. You'll figure it out. Okay, cool. If let me know, 10 billion, if you want something more explicit, I'm happy to give it. I'm very much of the temperament that I want to give people the option of figuring it out before I just give it away. And for that one, it really is like, when you find it, you'll probably get why I didn't just say it right away, because there's really no gray area in terms of it. But I will let you know, there is a cemetery. There's also a more direct way of being able to obtain something to eat. So oh, I know, Skinny Man Gamer. I'm just being silly. So okay, what was I gonna say about the ghoul? Oh yeah. So yeah, I mean, like I said, this is why Cultist Simulator has been so rewarding over a year. I also have my thank yous to say and all of that, but Cultist Simulator has been so exciting over the past year, because each new DLC is giving me a new set of challenges that I really, it's not obvious to me how to overcome them. I like the process of figuring them out. Anybody who's had me sass them over backseating will know how much I like figuring them out. The priest and the ghoul are great send-offs. There's a ton of stuff for me to figure out, and Lyrazider's been really good at dropping the occasional breadcrumb and letting me know that there's even deeper stuff that I haven't seen yet. So this is definitely something that it's gonna tide me over for the year or so that we're waiting for the Book of Hours for sure. Again, just by way of saying thank you and things like that. Obviously, it's really nice of Weather Factory to let me be on their channel. I'm gonna go to the main menu now. Just if you want anything, let me know. I'll be able to jump back into the screen, but I should probably indicate that I'm wrapping up. But yeah, Weather Factory's made a really impressive game. Maybe for those of you who weren't here at the beginning. Design, writing, and coding by Alexis Kennedy. Production, marketing, and biz by Lottie Bevan. UI design and coding by Martin Nerukar. You're on Steam, by the way, so Martin has a game called Nowhere Profit, which is really interesting. You can think of sort of a strategy-ish, card-driven FTL. It's a really cool game. And I hope to stream some more of it in the future. It's also being published by No More Robots, so if it's not available on Steam right now, It will be soon, so you can wishlist that if you can't already buy it. It was available for sale on itch.io, but I don't know if that's still true. Art is by Catherine Unger, Clockwork Cuckoo, Lottie Bevan, and Sarah Gordon, and the lovely music that you're listening to, which does come through the new pack that they've just released, and it is available separately, by Mary Beth Solomon, Brent Barkman, Mickey Erb for Mickey Marr Productions Limited. Audio by Soundcuts. Additional writing by Lottie Bevan, because you can never have too many credits. Additional coding by Fraser McCormick, Chris Payne, and Mark Gagne, also known as Lyrosider, who was in chat a little bit earlier. Additional design by Callan Porter, marketing and PR by Claire Sharkey, the other, and now, I guess technically the third full-time member of Weather Factory. Lyra Zider was somebody who helped out and then has now become a full-time member of Weather Factory. And finally, special thanks to Sonia and PK, Matt Hosty, Haley Urias, and literally everyone who's ever sent feedback or a bug report. Thank you. This has been a really special game. I remember doing it back when it was still just an itch demo before the Kickstarter. It has been great to spend a year with this game, watching it become a full release. And it's now been a year since that full release, where there are just tons of new things to discover being brought into it. And I'm looking forward to continuing to stream this game, in addition to checking out some of the mods. This is one of the big things that's coming up. We've got the installed DLC, but more importantly, we've got the Frangiclave mod repository or the Steam community forums to find and download mods for Cultist Simulator. I don't have any installed, but I am really looking forward to seeing what people will do, because this has always been moddable. It's just a lot more explicit now. Also, Chinese localization coming this year. We did have a few people coming in. I had no way of communicating other than in English, but they've not neglected you. And of course, if you run into any bugs, support at weatherfactory.biz. So he's playing it in the big. He's playing it in the Mansis Skinny Man Gamer. I do know that. I did see the review of Sunless Sea. Finally, guys, again, Weather Factory is a very interesting company. They are impossibly nice people. It's not just because they've let me come onto their channel so many times and share this game with people. In their interactions, whether you read them in an interview or whether you have an exchange with them on email, I'll be trying to put up a video of a vocal interview done with them. They are unimaginably nice and generous people. I do encourage you to visit weatherfactory.biz, because if you take a look at their mentorship program, they have brought a ton of games, sort of a level of attention that they otherwise wouldn't have gotten. It's entirely possible that some of those games became financially viable in a way that they wouldn't have had they not been promoted by these people. So they're absolutely people who, in addition to doing really cool games on their own, are making sure that their peers succeed as well. And so, they would be completely within their rights to just rest on their laurels, accept all the accolades, because this was BAFTA nominated, in addition to earning a bunch of awards as well. But they really seem to have been working tirelessly to make the game better and to make everybody do well under it. So they're an interesting company to follow. They're a company that I do recommend that you check out in terms of their future projects. And of course, it's now been added in the game here. The new game, The Book of Hours, Kickstarter will be coming up a little bit later. But the best thing that you can do right now, and I'll put the link inside the channel again, we've got Book of Hours on Steam, which you can follow already. I'm already wishlisting it, and I'm personally looking forward to the Kickstarter. If there are no other questions, I will leave a couple of links inside here. So that is my Twitch channel, and there is the YouTube channel as well, twitch.tv/systemchalk and youtube.com/systemchalk. Do keep in mind the YouTube channel is a dumping ground for videos. If you want to see the earlier part of this broadcast, I will be putting the full broadcast on YouTube. I'll actually try and do that tonight, but there will be another Priest Legacy that comes online there as well. And if you want to check out my stuff, I'd love to have you stop by. If you just were here to look at the game before you played it, our time has come to an end, sadly. But if you were on the fence, please do pick up this game. I think I remember back when I first played The Aspirant, and I talked a lot about the experience of going through grad school and sort of the memories that brought up. Very similar, like every legacy in here, you'll be able to find a little bit of yourself inside these characters, and you'll be able to tailor this story in ways that appeal to you. And I think that's why I've continued to stream this game basically for 2 years straight now, because it's a really well-written story. It gives you just enough to sort of fill in the spaces on your own, and it lets you really express yourself in terms of the game. Even though it's just moving cards around, it's so well written, and it's got enough spaces for you to pour yourself in that you really do get sort of a sense of ownership over each playthrough. And it's why I do these custom boards. You know, I put the verbs in different places because each character has sort of their own personality in that. There really is nothing like it. And in my view, you owe it to yourself to give yourself a try. Obviously, half off is a great price. I don't think it's ever been lower. And if you don't like it within the 2 hours, obviously you can return it, and you'll know for sure. But I think, honestly, everybody should give this game a try, just to see what, see what a game that you never would have come up with before had you not seen it looks like. Like, it's really exciting to find out that people can still come up with ideas like this, and to see them work so well, and to see an audience connect with them. I mean, I don't know if they were expecting it to be this successful. But yeah, this is my push. It's been great to watch it. I love all the DLC. I'm really enjoying the Ghoul. And again, for the self-promotion side of things, I will be continuing a priest playthrough, and then I will be coming back to this particular save file, and I'll be picking that up after we complete our priest run. So if you want to see the continuation of this story, I'm afraid you're going to have to wait a little while for it. But that does not mean that there won't be any other cultist material. Anyways, I'm now filibustering, so thank you all. We are just 4 minutes away from 8 hours, and I think that is time enough because it is 2:08 in the morning and I still have work. So have a good night, dream furiously, and we'll see you next time.